A man raised his 4 sisters by scavenging garbage. But after the sisters became billionaires, they personally had him thrown into jail. Yet he was not the least bit unhappy, because he felt there was no use in having high prestige after death. As long as his sisters could live happily, that was enough. Everyone thought he deserved to die. But what everyone did not know was that the reason the man ended up in such dire straits was all in order to raise his sisters. Yet in his sisters' eyes, he was simply a despicable, shameless scumbag. A loser trying to seize his parents' inheritance. To expose his crimes to the public, they decided to use state-of-the-art technology to extract and globally broadcast his memories. However, in the process of viewing his memories, Yi-ju was shocked to discover that every time she had encountered danger, it was her brother Yi-chen who had helped her behind the scenes. Even so, she still did not believe the facts before her eyes, insisting that Yi-chen only did those things for himself. He was a loser and could not possibly have helped her. Yi-chen! Yi-ju roared in her heart, tearing the diary into pieces. The fragments fell to the ground in a scattered manner. Everyone's gaze was focused on her. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and the barrage instantly filled the screen. Is Yi-ju crazy? Her actions clearly show her guilt. How could she tear up the entire diary if she wasn't guilty? Did Yi-ju forget something? This diary has already been copied many times. Even if she tears up the one in her hand, it won't make any difference. From Yimei's strained expression, it's obvious that she also knows that all her songs are actually plagiarized. Countless people are paying attention to the follow-up. Obviously, this trial of memories has reached its final chapter. Studio, Zhang Ming glanced at the floor covered with scraps of paper, then looked up at her. His expression was full of sarcasm. You can't even hold it in before we've started watching, can you? Yi-jo, have you forgotten that I made many copies of this diary? Even if you tear up the one in your hand, it won't make a difference. Lei Xiao pulled out a thick stack of paper from somewhere. All I have here are copies of the diary. If you feel that the one in your hand is not satisfying enough, I can continue to let you tear it up. I absolutely guarantee that you can tear to your heart's content. These words were like a pillory, nailing Yi-jo directly to it. Yi-jo did have a moment of impulse, wanting to rush up and tear all the papers in Lei Xiao's hands to shreds. But the remaining last bit of rationality told her it was useless. They definitely had many backups in their hands. If she really rushed up and tore everything to shreds, it would only make her look like a madwoman. Yi-jo's nails dug into her flesh, the pain completely sobering her. She struggled to remain calm. I just lost my temper for a moment. I have no reason to tear it up. Lei Xiao just wanted to laugh after hearing that. Don't you feel embarrassed saying that? No one would believe it, not even a ghost. If you don't want to tear it, then what are those scraps of paper on the ground for? Yi-jo's eyes were cold. My dearest and most beloved sister hit me, and in a moment of impulse and grievance, I tore whatever was in my hand. Is that so hard to understand? Lei Xiao hadn't expected her to come up with such an explanation. But it didn't matter. Whether Yi-jo could come up with an explanation was no longer important. He looked at Zhang Ming, who had already tacitly taken over the conversation. Is that so? Since you didn't want to crazily tear it up and refused to continue looking, then. He pulled out a new copy of the diary. I think you wouldn't mind taking another one and continuing, right? Could Yi-jo refuse? She had already torn up one before. No matter what, she couldn't continue tearing this time. Yi-jo could only force a smile, of course. She reached out and took the copy, struggling to control the desire to tear it to pieces. You've always wanted evidence. Zhang Ming showed a smile that was not friendly to Yi-jo, so please turn the page and see the evidence for yourself. This statement was simply heart-wrenching. It was like letting the criminal read out their own crimes. All the cameras and spotlights were focused on Yi-jo. Whether she wanted to or not, Yi-jo had to look. The spotlight was scorching, but Yi-jo felt cold all over. But she had no choice. Under everyone's gaze, Yi-jo opened the copy of the diary. She turned to the place she had seen before. Zhang Ming kept watching her. Keep turning. The truth is on the next page. Yi-jo reached for the page, her palms already sweaty. She finally turned that page. She finally saw what evidence Zhang Ming was talking about. On that page, densely written, were musical scores. The entire song, including the lyrics, was written in full. And this song was the one she had released. This wasn't the only one. If Yi-jo continued to turn the pages, she would see that, besides the musical scores on this page, all the following pages were also filled with musical scores, densely packed. In that moment, Yi-jo felt her blood start to flow backwards throughout her body. Her body was cold. She couldn't control the shaking. If it was just these songs, Yi-jo had already thought about how to argue. For example, that these songs had nothing to do with her. But if all these songs were the ones she had released and performed, that's right, everything recorded here, all the songs she had released and performed, Natural Beauty, Sending You 1,000 Miles Away, Between Mountains and Rivers, all the songs, they are all marked on here. Even if Yi Ju wanted to argue that this was a copy of Yi Chen's music score, it would be impossible, because underneath these music scores, all the dates are marked, and these dates are all before she released any songs. The photographer also got a copy of a diary from there, so he could freely enlarge and focus on the music scores, and broadcast them on the big screen. All the audience saw it. Damn, I knew it. My prediction was successful. What's written behind this diary is indeed all music scores. Quick, someone, shut up this prophet. So this is already very obvious evidence. These songs are actually all Yi Chen's. It's just that later, for some reason, they were obtained by Yi Ju. There are dates marked under these tunes. Yi Ju can't think of denying it. There are happy audiences who see Yi Ju being slapped in the face, and naturally there are also doubts from Yi Chen's fans. Hilarious. But it's just some music scores, how can it be acknowledged that Yi Chen wrote them first, just based on the time on top? So if I finish writing a song now, and write down a time 10 years ago, then this song is mine. The previous person is right. Who wouldn't fake this kind of thing? Just because this timeline is true, does that make it true? What can it prove? Can't Yi Chen have written these after Chrysanthemum Goddess created all these things, and deliberately wrote the time so early? That's right. If this can be said to be true, then I'll go and copy all those popular novels and TV dramas, and then write down a time 10 years ago on them, and say they are mine. In the live barrage, it's completely a case of one side says one thing, the other side says another. Neither side can completely convince the other. At this moment, Yi Ju, in extreme anger, didn't pay attention to these barrages at all. But she didn't notice someone would. Zheng Ming took all these barrages into his eyes. After reading them, he just wanted to respond with a cold smile. Those in the barrage who say that just based on the time written in the diary, how could it be completely certain that it was written earlier than Yi Ju's? And saying I have no evidence. For the remarks of these people, I just want to say, please go read more books. Is the summer vacation homework not enough for you? Do you have time to go online? Where is the evidence you want? It's in this memory extractor. These people were talking nonsense. They all wanted to help Yi Ju clear her name. They really forgot that the biggest so-called whitewashing machine was the memory extractor that Yi Ju was wearing on her head at this moment. If you don't mind the trouble, you can go and confirm these timelines one by one. Go and see. Is it really earlier than when Yi Ju released these songs? Zheng Ming's words gradually reduced the voices of doubt and rebuttal. Yes, the real evidence has always been right above their heads, hasn't it? As long as they have seen their memories, they can completely determine whether it's true or false. Yi Ju still looked down at the diary in her hand, as if all the voices from the outside world were shut out. She had turned to the last page of these music scores. This page finally wasn't a song. It was a real record. I didn't expect that all the songs I hummed would eventually be remembered and released by my fourth sister. Fourth sister's musical talent is really the best I've ever seen among people. Fourth sister actually wrote the song Blue and White Porcelain. I only sang this song in that pavilion. How did the fourth sister know? It's all because of that old man. The fourth sister was able to deconstruct and reassemble these chaotic melodies, restoring them into real songs. The future of the fourth sister is definitely bright. The fourth sister will definitely become the most dazzling star. When Yi Ju saw this, she could only laugh out loud. Bright future, become the most dazzling star. Are these two sentences from Yi Chen really not ironic? What she has now has already been destroyed by Yi Chen's own hands. Yi Chen, do you really want to see me become the most dazzling star and have a bright future? It's all fake, right? Your only purpose is to lift me to the highest point and then push me down with your own hands. You want to see me fall to pieces, don't you? That's your real purpose. You are really hypocritical. Yi Ju sneered in her heart and abruptly closed the diary. She looked at the crowd, her eyes completely engulfed by darkness. This machine is already on my head, why bother with these empty words? If you want to see, then see. If you want to convict, then convict. I admit it. But Yi Chen, even if I admit it, I will never forgive you. I will never admit my mistake. Blame your methods for being more superior than mine. Blame me for being too naive and kind. I can't believe I was played by you like this. If time could start over, let me live again. I will definitely crush you into the ground early. After Yi Ju said those words, naturally, she began to bring up all those memories as she said. When those memories played, all the audience could clearly see that all the songs Yi Ju had sung had actually been sung by Yi Chen a long time ago. Yi Chen treated these songs as lullabies to sing to Yi Ju to sleep, humming them in her ear every night. The musical scores recorded in the diary were casually written down by him while he was singing Yi Ju to sleep. The time points marked on the diary completely matched the timeline in the memories. Not one of them was false. As these memories played, Yi Ju's brainwashed fans decreased more and more. Even those fans who initially refused to believe that she was this kind of person because they liked her music also turned against her. They felt deceived. I really didn't expect it. Yi Ju, I used to like your music so much. I even used to find reasons for you to prove that you really weren't this kind of dirty-minded person. But now, you really disappoint me too much. The original creators of these songs are all Yi Chen, so I'm not a fan of Yi Ju. I'm a fan of Yi Chen, whom I've been cursing all along. I cried. I really feel heartbroken for Yi Chen. These songs that have become popular everywhere should have been his. It's because he loved his little sister too much that he handed them over to Yi Ju. But how did Yi Ju repay him? Yi Ju, you can't escape my hatred even if you die. I don't care about the outcome of this memory trial. I just want to see Yi Ju die. Yi Ju can't even go to jail. Being torn apart by 5 horses is not enough. As these indignant barrage comments were sent, the scene in the memory was at dawn. The clouds in the sky were rolling like waves. According to reason, the morning sunlight should be brilliant and golden, but now it was thick layers of gray fog. The scene's grayish-white color exuded a sense of desperate oppression. A desolate path with no one walking on it. Yi Chen tightly held his stomach, crouching in a corner of the wall. There was no color in his face, and cold sweat had completely soaked his clothes. He looked even worse than the beggars begging for food and shelter nearby. The beggar couldn't stand it anymore and said in a hoarse voice, "Hey, buddy, if you want to die, do it far away from me. I finally found this spot, don't bring me bad luck." Yi Chen tried to ease the stomachache with a joking tone. "Shouldn't you be saying it this time? Do you want me to call an ambulance for you?" The beggar laughed heartily and didn't respond to that, instead asking, "Hey, tell me, what's bothering you? Do you want to die?" Yi Chen instinctively retorted, "I'm not trying to die." The beggar looked him up and down, laughed, and said, "Stop kidding, brother. If you don't want to die, why don't you call the hospital yourself while you're conscious and able to move? It's just that you want to die sooner. Otherwise, it's because you had a fight with your girlfriend or family, deliberately dragging it out, wanting to make the condition worse, and then make them feel sorry for you? Brother, that's an old trick." But Yi Chen was stunned when he heard the last sentence. He had been delaying seeking medical treatment. Could it really be that he wanted to seek a little bit of that pitiful affection? Yi Chen looked up at the sky, unable to find an answer. In the live broadcast room, Yi Chen's expression must have revealed his thoughts. Deep down, he still longs for affection. If it weren't for longing for affection, how could he possibly help the 4 ungrateful sisters and reach such a high position? My focus is different from everyone else's. This beggar can even play the guitar. My focus is also different from yours. I always feel like this beggar looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen him. I remember. Isn't this the famous Tangwen who wrote the song Exaggeration? Yes, I remember too. In an interview, he mentioned that he had been a beggar and wandered for a period of time. At that time, he met the person who changed his life. In the studio, Yi Ju also recognized Tangwen, because the first song this person released at the time was too threatening for her. This song directly dominated all music charts upon release. He was undoubtedly the most eye-catching newcomer at the time. All media news was praising him, saying that he was the next big thing, so she remembered him directly. Why would he appear in Yi Chen's memory? Yi Ju was puzzled. In the memory scene, Tangwen took out a worn-out guitar from somewhere and started playing it. When Yi Chen heard the melody, he guessed that he was playing the new song recently released by the 4th sister, Blue and White Porcelain. When he first heard this song, Yi Chen was also shocked. He didn't understand why Yi Ju would sing this song. Under another coincidence, Yi Chen met the old man again. It was only then that he accidentally learned that the old man had met the 4th sister and hummed the tune of this song in front of her. The way he recalled this incident made Tangwen think that he was immersed in his singing. How was it? Was my singing good? This is my goddess's new song. Your goddess? Yes, the musical genius Yi Ju. She writes the lyrics, composes, and arranges all by herself. The unique music goddess Yi Ju. You didn't know? I do. After talking to him for so long, the severe pain in Yi Chen's stomach had completely eased. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and suddenly wanted to sing a song. Can you lend me the guitar for a moment? Is your stomach no longer hurting? It's gone. Alright, here you go. Yi Chen took the guitar and tried the sound. Although the guitar was very worn out, it was evident that the owner cherished and maintained it very well. The sound was very accurate. He casually strummed it and asked, "Have you studied music? I just noticed it when he was playing the guitar earlier. His technique is very professional, and the sound is very accurate." Tangwen, guess why I ended up like this? It's all because of studying music. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yi Chen's expression, he didn't continue to ask. At this moment, a song came to his mind, so he played it. Someone asks me, I will tell, but no one comes. The first few lines of the lyrics, his voice was very deep, with a hint of bitterness, but also a hint of expectation. When he sang the second verse, all the expectation in his voice disappeared, turning into despair, like the darkness without any light. Then, the music reached its climax. Just treat me as flamboyant. When he sang this part, it was already a cry of despair, wanting attention, wanting to be seen. Until the end, this cry, the feeling of roaring, still lingered. After Yi Chen finished singing, it was as if he had released all the pent-up frustration in his heart. He had never felt so relieved. Yi Chen returned the guitar to Tangwen. Thank you. After singing this song, he felt much better, but he didn't know that Tangwen was completely stunned beside him. This song. It was as if he had just woken up from a dream, and he suddenly grabbed Yi Chen's arm, not letting him go. Who sang this song? It's so good. Why have I never heard it before? This song is definitely a hit. I swear by my 5 years of music study, but why have I never heard it before? Although he let himself fall, living as a beggar, deep down in his heart, he still longed for music. That's why he cherished his guitar so much. That's why he liked Yi Ju. Yi Chen was startled by his reaction. He chuckled and said, I wrote this song. I have never released it. How could you have heard it? Tang Wen widened his eyes. You wrote it. A big shot was right in front of me. Yi Chen nodded. Yes. This song is really good. Big shot. Why don't you release it? Tang Wen was deeply distressed. He patted his chest and said, I guarantee it. If you release this song, you will definitely become the second Yi Ju. Really? I swear by my 5 years of music study, this song will definitely be a hit. Yi Chen wanted to laugh. Who else would know better than him whether this song could be a hit? Of course, this song will definitely be a hit. But he didn't need this kind of empty fame. Do you like it? Tang Wen nodded without hesitation. Of course. I really like it. The next thing Yi Chen said left him stunned. If you like it, then this song is for you. Tang Wen was dumbfounded. After a long silence, he stammered and asked in disbelief, what did you just say? You said, you are giving this song to me? He was truly stunned. Because he had studied music and knew the ins and outs, he knew how amazing this song was. Even he, a down-and-out musician, felt that this song could become a hit after listening to it, let alone the creator, Yi Chen. Tang Wen, this song can really be a hit. Do you understand? When you release this song, you will become the most eye-catching person. The most eye-catching existence. What about fame, money, and status? You will have them all. You. So you don't want it? Yi Chen interrupted him directly and asked. Tang Wen also answered directly. Who wouldn't want it? Fame, money, and status. Aren't these 3 things that everyone wants to pursue? Yi Chen, so I'm giving it to you. Yi Chen looked at his incredulous expression and found it amusing. Don't believe it? I'm serious. I know this song is very good, and you know what kind of sensation it can cause when it is released. You don't have to tell me its value, because I understand its value better than you do. So I gave it to you. Tang Wen was shocked to the point that he even let go of the hand holding Yi Chen's thigh. He remained silent for a while before speaking. Why did you give it to me? Yi Chen, there's no need for so many reasons. Suddenly, he asked, do you have paper and pen? Tang Wen, puzzled, said, yes. He took out the paper and pen and handed them to Yi Chen. What do you need this for? Yi Chen didn't say anything, but quickly wrote down the musical notation and lyrics of the song. There, it's done. After finishing writing, he directly handed these 2 things to Tang Wen. This is the musical notation of this song. I gave it to you. If you plan to release this song, you don't need to mention my name, just treat it as your own song. After saying these last few words, Yi Chen left. He didn't continue to pay attention to Tang Wen behind him, but looked at the musical notation in his hand with a complex expression. The memory playback was completed. The live broadcast room was flooded with comments. Damn! So, the song of Tang Wen, The Big Shot, is actually from Yi Chen. I wrote a song that turned a beggar into a king. I'm just shocked to the point that my jaw dropped. I really liked this song at the time. It was all because of this song that I knew Tang Wen. And now, this song turned out to be a gift from Yi Chen to Tang Wen. Damn! How amazing and outstanding is Yi Chen's talent. He knew the value of this song, yet still gave it away. Now I finally understand what Tang Wen meant when he said that sentence in the interview. This is not just a life-changing benefactor, this is simply a noble person. Tang Wen, come out and say something, is this real or fake? Not only were the audience in the live broadcast room shocked and surprised, even Tong Yi, after watching this memory, had a change in attitude. This song turned out to be a gift from Yi Chen to Tang Wen. Alright, and he kept saying, with great emphasis, that he loved her 4 sisters the most. He dedicated everything to them. But in the end, why didn't he give this song to her? Why did he give it to this Tang Wen who has nothing to do with anything? At this moment, Tong Yi completely forgot how she had treated Yi Chen before. People who often freeload and benefit, if one day they can't continue to freeload and benefit from you, they will only grow to resent you even more. They will never know that they were originally freeloaders and have no right to complain. In this jealous mindset, she resented and said, this memory is really getting more and more outrageous. This popular song can now be said to be Yi Chen's? Aren't you afraid that Tang Wen will find out and call to complain? Her words clearly implied that the production team was starting to fabricate again. The director was very angry. Just as he was thinking about how to refute Tong Yi, the voice of the staff came through the earpiece again. The staff said, Tang Wen is calling. The director was shocked and couldn't hide his surprise. What? Tang Wen is calling. Everyone looked at him. Tong Yi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. How could Tang Wen suddenly call? Although there were 2 possibilities, she instinctively felt that it was the worst one. The director secretly regretted being so quick-witted just now. But now that he had said it, he could only say, in that case, just put the call through to the main hall. Hopefully, the purpose of Tang Wen's call would turn out to be good. Soon, Tang Wen's voice came through the speakers in the main hall. Is this the program team? I'm Tang Wen. The director was somewhat cautious. Why did you suddenly call? Tang Wen laughed. Because I've been following the live broadcast all along. So I saw all those memory scenes just now. The purpose of making this call is simple. I just want to say that the scenes in these memories are all real. He got straight to the point, without any concealment. His frankness shocked the director. You made this call just to say that? Originally, he thought Tangwon would want to deny this memory. You should know that although Tangwon is not as popular as Yiju now, he can still be considered a small top singer in the music industry. Even if the memory plays, he can learn from Yiju and not admit that this memory is real. After all, no matter what, this song was originally from Yi Chen, even if Yi Chen said he gave it to him. Tangwon's resolute voice came through the phone. What's wrong with saying that? Because I did indeed receive Yi Chen's favor. If it weren't for him giving me this song, I would never have the status I have now. Actually, at the beginning, I never thought of claiming this song. But, my interests blinded me. Now, I feel it's necessary to tell the whole truth. No, I should say, give everything back to him. Tangwon really thought so. That's why he called immediately after watching. He has received too much from Yi Chen. If it weren't for him, he might still be a homeless man. Tangwon sighed deeply. All the memory scenes are real. I can bet all my reputation on it. After Tangwon hung up the phone, Yiju's expression was defeated and lifeless. She originally thought Tangwon would deny it just like her. She didn't expect him to come and prove that it's true. Zhongming, Yiju, did you hear that? Even Tangwon called and personally admitted that this memory is real. How else do you want to deny it? In this long string of memories, everything is already very clear. All the songs that made Yiju popular in the early and middle stages were all from Yi Chen. Only in the later stage, those songs that all fans felt were of lower quality and not on the same level, were written by Yiju herself. Lei Xiao snorted, Yiju, oh Yiju, if it weren't for President Yi, the section of the song you wrote yourself would never have brought you to where you are now. So everything you have now is given to you by President Yi. A song that President Yi casually took out. It could completely change his life trajectory. It's easy to imagine how amazing Yi Chen is. All the memories have been played out completely. Everything has been settled. Yiju has no more room for rebuttal. Everything she can get now is all given by Yi Chen. Yiju also knows that she can no longer defend herself. She can only watch as the judge makes the final decision. She plagiarized Yi Chen's songs, it's established. At the moment the gavel struck, Yiju only felt her ears ringing. She could only hear the sharp squeak sound. Apart from this sharp sound, she couldn't hear anything else. Yiju subconsciously looked at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Finally, the gavel has been struck. Yiju, the plagiarist, deserves to die. All of Yiju's current status is all relying on Yi Chen. What reason does she have to hate him so much? Now that it's confirmed that Yiju is a plagiarist, will there be any compensation or something? Yiju should go bankrupt quickly. If she only goes bankrupt, it's too cheap for her. She was so arrogant in trampling on Yi Chen before. I can't let go of my hatred. When will Yiju die? She really annoys me. The reason I persist in watching up to this point is to witness with my own eyes how Yiju dies. The moment has finally arrived. Goddess Chrysanthemum. This is the last time I'll call you a goddess. You really don't deserve that title. I really wanted to believe in you, but the judges all said so. How can I believe you? I'm sorry, I'm unfollowing you. Countless barrage comments scrolled in front of her. Among these countless barrage comments, not a single one supported her. Everyone was cursing at her. Everyone wished she would die. Yiju suddenly felt the scene in front of her gradually blur. Everything became surreal. How did she end up like this? How did she go from being a top goddess to having all her glory stripped away? Yes, it was because Sanjia brought them to participate in this program. It's all because of this damn memory extraction. If it weren't for this machine, how could she have ended up like this? No, that's not right. It's all Yi Chen's fault. It's because of him. It's all because of him. If he wanted to silently support them as the man behind the four sisters, then why write this diary? Why go to the trouble of writing this kind of diary? If it weren't for this, these memories that are being played now wouldn't have been extracted. Everything is Yi Chen's fault. All the hatred, like a thick, foul-smelling mud, surged and piled up together, desperately trying to find a way to erupt. But they couldn't find an outlet to vent. In this strong emotional turmoil, Yiju couldn't hold on and suddenly blacked out. She collapsed to the ground in an instant. At the moment she fell, Yiju saw, from the corner of her eye, Yiju being held in a panic manner. Fourth sister! Fourth sister! What's wrong with you? Yilan also hurried over, her expression full of concern. Fourth sister fainted? How could she suddenly faint? Only Yi Mei stood still. How could she faint? Probably couldn't accept the result. Having just experienced what happened, she had already given up on her fourth sister. Yiju, but we can't just leave her like this. We need to get her to the hospital quickly. The production team also couldn't afford to have anything happen to Yiju here. So after Yiju fainted, the prepared medical team was called in. A group of people rushed onto the stage with instruments and quickly checked her. Yiju was fine. She just needed to rest for a while and she would wake up on her own. Or to put it correctly, she was already fine and could wake up. As for why she fainted and didn't wake up, everyone knew. After hearing the doctor's words, Yi Mei immediately spoke up. Fourth sister, you don't need to pretend anymore. Even if you keep pretending to be unconscious, I absolutely won't take you to the hospital. Trying to use feigning unconsciousness to escape? That's absolutely impossible. Hearing this, Yiju, who was pretending to be unconscious with her eyes closed, almost jumped up to curse. But she held back. This current situation was extremely unfavorable for her. Besides pretending to be unconscious, she couldn't think of anything else to do. After warning her, Yimei saw that Yiju still hadn't woken up and couldn't be bothered with her. She knew her fourth sister's personality. It seemed that she wouldn't wake up easily. If she wanted to keep pretending, then she could continue pretending. But don't think she could escape the final judgment like this. Yimei looked at Zhang Ming. The judge has already ruled that the plagiarism is established. So, General Zhang, what compensation do you want? What compensation do I want? Zhang Ming sneered. Yimei, you're wrong. It's not what I want as compensation. It's what Yi Chen has lost for you. And how do you want to repay him? This is not all his fault. His purpose in doing this was simply to prove it for Yi Chen. Yimei, listen to me. It's not just Yiju who's at fault. It's all four of you sisters who owe Yi Chen. Although the final trial seems to be targeting Yiju, in fact, Zhang Ming has always remembered. None of the four sisters is innocent. It's just that the first three woke up early. Yimei bit her lip. I know. Of course she knew. Not only the fourth sister. In fact, each of them deprived and took away a lot from Yi Chen. Yilan and Yiju, the two sisters, also spoke at the same time. We also know that we are all sorry for Yi Chen. We are also willing to accept everything, whether it's criticism or sarcasm, or cold ridicule. The three sisters all spoke at the same time to admit. Yiju was so angry that she didn't want to pretend to be unconscious. What are these three idiots doing? Yi Chen is about to die. Just want to torture Yi Chen to death, and then wait for time to pass. Yi Chen will not appear again. Then no one will remember these things in the future. Forget it. Anyway, the internet has no memory. Time will make everyone forget everything. Even if you are exposed by the internet today, you are actually a third party. Giving your husband a green hat, or a cheating man, an abusive husband, killing his wife. It doesn't matter at all, because the internet has no memory. Just 3 days, or a little longer, all netizens will forget everything. She can wait for time to wear away all of this. Yiju didn't know that her calculations were doomed to fail. This is a live broadcast in front of a global audience. The number of viewers has already exceeded 500 million. So, in fact, when those memory images are played and it is revealed that Yiju plagiarized Yi Chen's song, the related institutions have already started emergency meetings, discussing how to solve this matter. In the field of interests, there are no so-called friends. There is no so-called affection. Here, there is only the most primitive interest. Everyone wants to take a big bite out of someone else. At this moment, Yiju is the meat they are targeting. In order to fight for a little more benefit, they argue with each other. The final result is that Yiju needs to compensate for their many years of reputation damage, and various breach of contract penalties. All sorts of terms, whether real or not, have all been nailed down. Not to mention anything else. If these are really passed, Yiju will definitely not be able to afford it even if she goes bankrupt. But what does it matter to them? Yiju can't afford it. There are still 3 sisters. In short, they definitely want to take a bite of this meat. These terms were all packaged and sent to the scene. When the judge saw them, he was shocked. This is really too ruthless. But it can also be said that Yiju deserves it, because this matter involves too many people. Too many people are paying attention. So the judge's conclusions were given quickly. Although those terms cannot all be immediately determined, a large part of them can be immediately determined. When each term was announced, Yiju could no longer pretend to be unconscious. She suddenly opened her eyes and got up from the ground. Her chest heaved violently. Why? Why should I have to compensate for so many things? Zhang Ming, you plagiarized. These things originally did not belong to you. Now it's just atonement. Yiju didn't listen to him. All you said is nonsense. Fine. Even if those songs all belong to Yi Chen, it was also willingly given to me by him. What he willingly gave me, why should I be accused of plagiarism? Why should I have to compensate for everything now? Yimei couldn't bear to watch. Yiju, can you be any more selfish as a person? And you said earlier, you don't even care about Yi Chen. Yet you are like this. You have no right to take his things. Yiju is no longer pretending. Big sister, don't pretend to be righteous. Didn't you look down on him before? If you say I took his things, don't tell me you didn't take them too. Why does your group have so much funding in the early stages? It's not all because Yi Chen paved the way for you. And you, Yi Lan, if it weren't for Yi Chen teaching you how to play esports and dubbing, you wouldn't have come this far. As for Yi Zhu, it was Yi Chen who wrote numerous scripts and pushed her to this position as a leading actress. You all have taken things from Yi Chen. Why should I be the only one to pay the price? If I have to lose everything, why don't you? Among the 4 sisters, no one is nobler than the others. Why should she have nothing? But these 3 sisters, because of their quick apologies, don't have to pay any price now. Yi Zhu has gone crazy. Because she got rained on, she wants to tear others' umbrellas. Yi Zhu looked at her in disbelief. 4th sister, is this really what you're thinking? Are you feeling unfair that we don't have to pay the price? Yi Lan's eyes were full of disappointment. I really didn't expect that. At this point, this is what you're thinking. Yimei couldn't help but want to slap Yi Zhu again, but someone was faster. It was Yi Lan. Slap. Yi Lan's eyes were cold. Yi Zhu, when the eldest sister hit you earlier, I felt she did too much in my heart, but now I think she didn't hit you enough. This slap makes up for what I didn't hit you earlier. Yiju couldn't believe it. Yilan, you're crazy. Slap. Another slap. The slap mark on Yiju's face was directly symmetrical. Yilan remained expressionless. This slap. I'm hitting for the third sister. She's gentle and can't do this herself, but I can see from her eyes that she wants to. Yiju was touched and didn't deny it. Instead, she firmly said, second sister is right, I did want to hit you. Yiju, you're really out of line. Yiju's chest heaved violently, and the hatred in her eyes had solidified. You. Slap. She had just spoken a word, and Yilan slapped her again. The force was so strong that even she felt her hand go numb. Yilan squeezed her fist, circulated her blood, and continued to speak coldly, this slap. I'm hitting for the eldest sister. I saw it just now. If I hadn't hit you first, the next slap would have been from the eldest sister. Yi Mei nodded beside her. That's right. I did want to hit you just now. Yiju's face was completely swollen. That delicate little face no longer had any beauty. You're really crazy. Yiju's eyes were red, and tears finally fell. But her tears were not because of regret and sadness. It was resentment and extreme anger. Did I say something wrong just now? Why do you have the right to hit me? Yilan didn't want to hear her speak at all. When she cried, she went up and slapped her again. Slap. This was the fourth slap. When the first three slaps sounded, the scene was already quiet. Everyone was silent, watching the situation unfold. Zheng Ming was even more impressed with Yilan at this moment. These 4 slaps made him feel relieved. You're still trying to argue. Yilan angrily said, this is the 4th slap. This 4th slap is for Yi Chen. Think back. Has Yi Chen ever treated you unfairly in your childhood? We sisters did indeed misunderstand him deeply. But Yi Chen has never wronged us. He has always had our best interests at heart. But you refuse to admit any wrongdoing. When Zheng Ming heard this, he couldn't help but applaud. Well done. She deserves to be hit hard. Yi Chen has never wronged you. You have no right to curse him here. Lei Xiao also applauded. That's right. Mister. Yes, kindness to you is beyond words. You deserve to be hit. Hit hard to wake you up. 4 slaps directly stunned Yi Juchu. Her face was completely swollen, red and purple, looking very distressed. Very good. Very ruthless. She covered her face, with a resentful look. Now you are all pretending to be righteous. But before this show aired, your thoughts were exactly the same as mine. You all wanted Yi Chen to die. Now you are starting to pretend. These slaps are really satisfying. Indeed, all the deep sisterly affection is fake. Now they are all fighting and grabbing, saying they were wrong, saying they were sorry to Yi Chen. In fact, it's just because they can't bear to part with the little property on their bodies. Yi Mei was deeply distressed. Yi Juchu, we didn't pretend to be righteous. We know we were wrong. Everyone can judge us. The reason we hit you is simply because you never change. All the truth is so obvious, but you still refuse to admit any wrongdoing. If you knew you were wrong, how could we treat you like this? Yi Juchu, wake up! But how could Yi Juchu possibly listen to these words? She had already decided in her heart that they were just as she had imagined. She didn't want to hear anything else. But no matter what, everything that Yi Chen did for the 4 sisters was clearly and openly presented to everyone. And Yi Juchu was about to pay the price she deserved. This trial of memories has ended. The judge, the jury, and the legal team have all left. They now have to deal with the next steps. It wasn't until the end was near that the production team had a feeling of waking from a dream. To be honest, before inviting these 4 sisters to the show, they had no idea it would turn out like this. But for them, this show was a great success. The viewership and discussion were more than enough. Just as the director was thinking about how to end the show, he heard Zheng Ming's phone suddenly ring. Actually, it wasn't anything important. If the phone rang, it rang. Whether Zheng Ming's phone rang or not had nothing to do with him. But he saw it. He saw the caller ID. It was Yi Chen. Yi Chen. The director immediately held back the words he wanted to say. He stared at Zheng Ming intently. Zheng Ming also heard the phone ring. When he saw the caller ID showing Yi Chen's name, he was also stunned. Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Zheng Ming's mind was in a mess, sticking to all his thoughts. He didn't care too much. His hand trembled slightly, and he answered the phone. 10 minutes ago. Hospital. After being rescued, Yi Chen was immediately taken to the ICU for observation. Although he was rescued, his consciousness was still not very clear. The doctors were discussing. Although it seemed that Yi Chen had been rescued, the future was still uncertain and depended on whether he could regain consciousness. As for the time to wake up, it might take a day, or maybe 2. However, most of the doctors believed that Yi Chen would wake up after being in a coma for a day. But what they didn't expect was that it was only half an hour. Yi Chen woke up. When he opened his eyes, the nurse was the first to notice. Yi Chen, you're awake. She hurried over from the nurse's station. Yi Chen's face was a bit bewildered. He felt dizzy. The nurse looked worried and anxious. Yi Chen, how are you feeling now? Do you remember your name? Yi Chen frowned in discomfort. He had realized that he was in the emergency room. During the time he was unconscious, he only felt a dark cave in front of him. He kept walking towards the dark abyss. Just as he was about to jump, he suddenly stopped. No, he couldn't die like this. There were things he hadn't finished yet, although he was not afraid of death. At least not now. With this determination, Yi Chen began to struggle desperately, like a drowning person struggling upstream. Finally, he saw the light. He opened his eyes. I remember. My name is Yi Chen. Although his voice was hoarse, he clearly called out his name. Nurse, great, you're okay. The doctor specifically instructed me that he was most afraid you wouldn't regain consciousness. You can wake up now. It's really great. The nurse's joyful expression on her face was not like the normal expression of medical staff seeing a patient wake up. Instead, it was like seeing an idol. Yi Chen didn't delve into it. The first thing he remembered after waking up was, "Where's my phone?" He wanted to know, has the variety show ended yet? As soon as the nurse heard him mention his phone, she immediately reacted. She showed a look of anger and distress on her face. How can you still think about your 4 sisters? They are not worth it at all. Yi Chen, do you know who I am? The nurse immediately said, now in our hospital, probably no one doesn't know who you are. This live broadcast program has been going on for so many days. The discussion was so hot. Even those who had not watched this live broadcast program could hear people around them talking about it. Although at first, they couldn't see that the Yi Chen lying in the hospital and the handsome Yi Chen on the screen were the same person. After the commotion caused by Yi Mei and Zhang Ming, everyone finally matched the Yi Chen in front of them with the one in the memories on the big screen. So, after learning about Yi Chen's story, everyone was extremely angry at the 4 sisters. They felt sorry for Yi Chen and had a mentality of wanting to push him to do better. The nurse couldn't help but speak up. You've just woken up. You need to rest well. Don't worry about them. They are being scolded like crazy by public opinion now, and they deserve it. When she said this, the nurse's tone was particularly cheerful. Those 4 sisters totally deserve it. They have been insulting Yi Chen all along. Now they are getting what they deserve. Yi Chen's expression suddenly became serious. What did you just say? The reason why Yi Chen had been struggling to wake up and not wanting to die like this was mainly because he was afraid that when all these memories were exposed, would the 4 sisters be crazily insulted? They were his most beloved sisters. How could he bear to see them being scolded by others? The nurse didn't know what he was thinking and continued to speak up for him. Yi Chen, we have all seen everything you have done for your 4 sisters. You are not the demon they described, nor the devil in waste they described. You are the best brother in the world. But Yi Chen didn't want to hear any of this at the moment. He struggled to sit up. You just said, they are being scolded? Only then did the nurse realize what Yi Chen had just asked. She nodded naturally, yes, they deserve it. You are so good to them, how could they treat you like this? In my opinion, they should be scolded even more harshly. Yi Chen couldn't bear to hear anymore and asked directly, has the program ended? Nurse, it should be ending soon, right? I just saw it before I came to work, and it seemed to be ending soon? Anyway, since it's already playing, all of Yijio's songs are plagiarized from you. All the bullet comments below are cursing Yijio. It feels so satisfying to see this. She had been paying attention to the bullet comments the whole time. All the bullet comments were cursing the 4 sisters. Of course, the harshest curses were directed at Yijio. She was indeed feeling very satisfied. Yi Chen's head was pounding even more. He hadn't expected this system to play this part too. No! Where's my phone? Where's my phone? The nurse quickly stopped him. Yi Chen, you can't move right now. You've just regained consciousness. You need to stay calm and rest. Give me my phone. Give him his phone. The nurse heard the familiar voice and looked towards the door of the ward. Doctor. But he just woke up. His mental state is not very good. The doctor in a white coat walked in. The reason he was able to wake up must be because he was always worried about his 4 sisters. This is his will to survive. If you don't give him the phone, his mental state will actually deteriorate. The nurse had no choice but to listen to the doctor and took Yi Chen's phone out of the drawer and handed it to him. This is your phone. After receiving the phone, Yi Chen began to breathe heavily. He was indeed just waking up. Both mentally and physically, he was too weak. After getting the phone, the first thing he did was to open the live broadcast. He finally saw where the live broadcast had reached. The nurse was right. All the bullet comments in the live broadcast were now cursing them. The harshest curses were directed at Yijio. And on the big screen, Yijio had been slapped by Elon. Her face was very swollen. At this moment, Yi Chen didn't know how he felt. Among these 4 sisters, the one he loved the most was actually this youngest sister. Because when Yijio left with him, she was only half a year old. He had raised her himself, and he had invested the most in her. Perhaps it was for this reason that he had pampered the youngest sister into such a confident and arrogant appearance. Yi Chen regretted it in his heart. After seeing this, he wanted to make a call to stop all of this. Just then, he heard what Yijio said. Yi Chen stopped in his tracks. So this was what the youngest sister was thinking? He silently continued to watch. After finishing, Yi Chen's heart was filled with mixed emotions. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. No matter what the youngest sister was thinking, this program had to be ended. So he dialed Zhang Ming's number. Using his old number, the call was connected. Zhang Ming's voice came through the receiver. Yi Chen. Yi Chen showed a faint smile. Zhang, I've woken up. In the studio, when Zhang Ming blurted out Yi Chen's name, everyone's attention was focused on him. Yi Mei was the first to react. Her pupils suddenly dilated. She couldn't control her volume. What did you just say? Yi Chen, did Yi Chen call you? She knew more than the other three sisters. When she left, Yi Chen was still in the operating room undergoing rescue. And now, could Zheng Ming receiving this call prove that Yi Chen was out of danger? Yi Lan reacted a second later, equally incredulous. Yi Chen? It's Yi Chen. When she learned that it was very likely Yi Chen who had called Zheng Ming's phone, Yi Lan was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She didn't even know how to continue speaking. Yi Zhu's reaction was exactly the same as hers. Yi Chen. What does it mean to feel timid in familiar surroundings? She now knew this feeling. She wanted to approach, but didn't know how to do it at this moment. She was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Only the expression on Yi Zhu's face suddenly became extremely resentful. It was as fierce as if she wanted to swallow someone alive. Yi Chen. It's Yi Chen. Several sisters reacted in succession. The director's keen business sense had already prompted him to speak. Is it a call from Yi Chen? Can we put it on speakerphone? Let us hear Yi Chen's voice. The real protagonist of this show. Yi Chen finally appeared. This is a direct trigger for all the hot topics. As soon as the director said this, all the viewers watching the live broadcast instantly reached a new emotional climax. The barrage was filled with comments. What? It's Yi Chen's call. Damn. Has Yi Chen finally appeared? I don't know why, but I'm so excited. Oh my god. I've been waiting for this. When will Yi Chen appear? Now he's finally going to appear. Quick, put it on speakerphone. We want to hear Yi Chen's voice. I'm so anxious. Where is Yi Chen right now? What is he doing? I'm so curious. All of this was seen by Yi Chen, who was watching the live broadcast. A faint smile appeared on his face. Is my popularity really this high now? Do you want to hear my voice? Then, put it on speakerphone. When Zheng Ming heard Yi Chen say this, he was very worried. Yi Chen. He just called out his name, and Yi Chen knew what he was thinking. It's okay. He knew what consequences he would face after putting it on speakerphone. But none of this mattered. Put it on speakerphone. Even though his face was pale and he looked extremely haggard, when he said these 4 words, it still made it impossible for anyone to resist. Zheng Ming still granted his wish and chose to put it on speakerphone. But before doing so, he looked at the camera and said, Yi Chen just told me that he is willing to put it on speakerphone. When he said this, everyone's gaze was filled with various complex emotions. There was excitement, joy, and various other attitudes. The director urged, then hurry up and put it on. I think all the viewers are looking forward to hearing from Yi Chen. Zheng Ming looked at him with a cold look. I can put it on speakerphone, but I must tell you something first. Yi Chen just went through a rescue. His current physical condition is not good, so I hope when you talk later, please be mindful. Yi Zhu smiled sinisterly. What are you looking at me for when you say this? Do you think I will deliberately provoke him later? Zheng Ming, someone with your character is very likely to do so. He was not interested in arguing with Yi Zhu. After the warning, he finally pressed the speakerphone button on his phone. After seeing this in the live broadcast room, Yi Chen took a deep breath, and then showed a warm smile. Second sister, third sister, fourth sister, long time no see. It had indeed been a long time. Since he confirmed his imminent death and buried those identities one by one, he had not thought about it again. He would meet his 4 sisters again. He wouldn't even contact them again. But fate played a big joke on him. His mood was complicated, but it was also difficult to hide the faint joy in his heart. His voice was still slightly hoarse, and his overall mental state was not very good. But when he said this, it felt as if you could see an old friend who had not been in contact for a long time, smiling and reaching out to you, saying, long time no see. Just this one sentence. The audience in the live broadcast room collectively broke down. I originally thought that after experiencing all these things, Yi Chen would be very angry, and his voice would definitely be mixed with anger. After all, he had encountered various slanders on his character, but I really couldn't imagine that he would be so calm. It could even be described as warm. It has always been in the memory, the past Yi Chen. I did not expect his real voice to be so warm. Really? Although it's just a simple sentence, I feel like crying. Just by listening to this voice, I know that Yi Chen must be a very warm person. The 4 sisters have really gone too far in smearing Yi Chen. If it weren't for the existence of this memory extraction machine, how much slander does such a warm person have to endure? Yi Chen's voice not only broke through the audience's defenses, but even the 3 sisters found it difficult to describe their feelings at this moment. Yi Chen. He was the person they had hated for over a decade. Every day in the past, every minute, every second, they cursed in their hearts. Cursing Yi Chen to be hit by a car when he went out. Cursing Yi Chen to choke on food. In short, they just wanted Yi Chen to die quickly. However, it turns out that such a person. Suddenly someone tells them the truth, that they have all wrongly accused him. He is a good person, the best person in the world to all of you. And now this person is suddenly standing in front of you. The atmosphere fell into a long silence. None of the 4 sisters made a move. No one spoke. Just when everyone thought that this silent atmosphere would continue, someone finally broke the silence. It was Yi Mei. She covered her mouth with her hand, unable to control her sobbing, tears flowing into her hands. Her crying made the other 2 twins beside her unable to control themselves. They also lowered their heads in shame, their eyes red, silently crying. Yi Mei couldn't control herself anymore. With a bang, she knelt directly on the ground. She covered her face with her hands, unable to control her emotions. Woo woo, woo woo, yee, woo woo. She wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, she could only say the word yee. She had so much to say at this moment. She wanted to apologize to Yi Chen. She wanted to thank Yi Chen. She wanted to say so much more. But these words were now stuck in her throat and she couldn't say them. The other two twins were the same. Yi Chen saw their appearance on the big screen. He didn't feel good inside. These four sisters, he had watched them grow up. He had put in countless efforts for them. He really didn't want to see them in this state. Yi Chen sighed softly and comforted, "Stop crying." However, these three words broke the defense of the three sisters. They had done so many wrong things. These things were so despicable. Putting oneself in another's shoes. If it were them facing such a situation, they definitely wouldn't have such a gentle tone. But Yi Chen was still comforting them. Yi Mei was the first to apologize. "Yi Chen, woo woo, it's me. I'm sorry, woo woo." Yi Mei choked, intermittently saying, "I misunderstood you. I've been smearing you. I'm really sorry. You were clearly doing it for our good, to protect us from being abducted by human traffickers. But I thought you deliberately didn't want us to have a good life. How could I be so foolish? How could I be so foolish?" She was really too foolish. How could she so easily believe the words of two strangers? After hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Mei cried even harder. It had come to this point, and Yi Chen still wanted to defend her. Such a good Yi Chen. Such a good brother. But she never thought about cherishing it. Yi Mei shook her head frantically. "No, it's not like that. Even though I was young at that time, ignorant, unable to distinguish between good and bad, but now I have grown up. I can distinguish between good and bad, but I still feel that you just don't want us to live a prosperous life. If it weren't for the memory extraction, exposing the truth of this matter, I would still think of you like that. This matter cannot be excused by age." Zheng Ming couldn't bear to see Yi Chen's kindness. Yi Mei is not wrong. She was young at that time, but now she is sensible. She still sees you as that kind of person. "Yi Chen, it has come to this point. Do you still want to protect your four sisters?" Yi Chen frowned. "I'm not protecting them. He was just telling the truth." Yi Mei cried, "Yi Chen, you really don't need to protect us, because we really know we were wrong. Not only that, you also taught me math. You put in so much effort to teach me computer. Everything I have now actually comes from the foundation you laid for me. But at that time, I was still belittling you, saying you are useless, and calling you a waste." How hurtful these words were. And the most excessive thing I did was. Every time Yi Mei thought of that memory, she couldn't help but shiver. Trembling, she said, "You were vomiting blood in the bathroom, and I was outside cursing at you, telling you to die. I'm sorry, really sorry." What did she do in the past? The more she thought about it, the more she felt how excessive she had been. Yi Mei couldn't bear to imagine it. How much pain did Yi Chen feel when he heard these words at that time? When Yi Mei painfully admitted her mistakes, Yi Lan couldn't hold back either. "And me. I misunderstood you all along. Misunderstood that you deliberately didn't want to give me food, and broke the candy the uncle gave me. But I never thought that he wanted to harm me." Yi Lan also realized that she had done many wrong things, and the things she did wrong were no less than Yi Mei's. "Yi Chen, you led me away from the darkness. You saved me from falling countless times, but I kept calling you scum and waste. I'm really sorry." They were all crying at this point. Their eyes were red. But Yi Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. What was broadcast during his coma? Eldest sister and second sister were crying like this, not to mention the third sister. Yi Chen turned to look at the third sister. Sure enough, Yi Zhu was also crying. Tears fell from her face, landing on the ground, forming a small flower. Her delicate appearance was extremely pitiful. It made people want to hold her in their arms and comfort her. "I'm also someone who needs to apologize." She silently shed tears, feeling a mouthful of bitterness. "I always thought my autism was caused by you, that it was deliberate, but I never thought that there was another reason for all of this. Not only did you not cause my autism, you also spent a lot of effort to cure me. Even later, the reason I was able to reach my current position was because you kept helping me write scripts, and kept training me in acting." But she misunderstood him completely. She imagined him as the most disgusting and perverted devil in the world. How could a person like her deserve Yi Chen's kindness? All three sisters were caught up in their own emotions. They truly regretted everything they had done. They are also apologizing sincerely. Zhang Ming saw the appearance of the three women and felt that his previous decision was not wrong. He has now let everyone know that Yi Chen is not a waste or a bad person. He is the best brother in the world. It can even be said that everyone can scold Yi Chen. Only these four women cannot. The audience who were still in the live broadcast room saw the three women crying and apologizing at the same time, and they also expressed their thoughts. From the beginning of the live broadcast until now, everything has finally come to light. They also know their mistakes. My high blood pressure has suddenly been cured. This scene really makes me feel relieved. Yi Chen has suffered so much injustice before, and now it's time for everyone to know his innocence. Although, have you forgotten about Yi Zhu? She has never shown any remorse from beginning to end. Yes, after the reminder, I suddenly remembered. This Yi Zhu has no intention of repentance at all. The audience originally had a faint sense of forgiveness because of the three women's crying apology. But after this audience's reminder, everyone suddenly remembered. Yi Ju, this ultimate hypocrite, hasn't apologized yet. As if knowing what they were thinking, the cameraman suddenly focused on Yi Ju. The entire screen only showed her face. Everyone could see Yi Ju's expression at this moment. Her lips were slightly curved, her eyes were frivolous, and she had a mocking and disdainful expression. Yi Ju also noticed that the camera was only on her, but she didn't pretend. Directly facing the camera, as if looking through it, she looked at the people on the other end of the screen. Clap clap clap. Yi Ju applauded, her tone cold. What a great show. It really moves me. I almost cried with you guys. Zhang Ming looked at her with an expression of extreme disgust and nausea on his face. Yi Ju, what disgusting things do you want to say again? If you can't speak, then don't speak. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Yi Ju laughed heartily, her smile malicious. Is that so? You guys are allowed to perform the long-lost sibling love here, but I'm not allowed to speak the truth as an honest person? She looked at the camera as if looking at Yi Chen on the other end. Yi Chen, you're watching the live broadcast, right? She sneered. You must be feeling very pleased right now. You must have already planned this situation. How could you not have planned it? From those memories that were played, it can be seen that what you are best at is laying long lines to catch big fish. So everything that's happening now, you must have already anticipated it, wanting to elevate us four sisters to a high position. It's all fake. All of this is for today. Zhang Ming was almost infuriated when he heard these words. Yi Ju, stop spouting blood here. You have a dark heart. Don't think that everyone is as dark-hearted as you. How dark must one's heart be to say such things without any scruples? Even Yi Mei couldn't bear to listen to these words. Yi Ju, you're really crazy. Yi Mei looked at her with swollen eyes. How could Yi Chen have known at that time? No one could have known that our technology would advance to the point of creating a memory extraction machine. This is simply impossible. So everything you're saying is completely unfounded. To set up this situation, they would have had to know in advance that they would have this memory extraction machine. And they would have had to know that they would come to participate in this program. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. So Yi Ju is just talking nonsense. She just refuses to admit it. Yi Chen saw this scene, feeling even more uncomfortable. It was his failure in education. His fourth sister had been taught to become like this. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Chen was already struggling to maintain his composure. After hearing these words, his mind was severely shaken, and he couldn't control the coughing. His face became even paler, and even his body seemed to suddenly lose strength. The phone fell on the bed. He was breathing heavily. At the same time, his various body data also fluctuated violently and dropped. The nearby instruments emitted sharp alarm sounds. These sharp alarm sounds were transmitted to the studio through the phone's current. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Ming was the first to realize something was wrong. What's going on? Yi Chen, what's wrong with you? Yi Chen wanted to respond, but he was still struggling to breathe. He didn't even have the strength to speak. The nurse next to him was also shocked. She quickly picked up the oxygen mask next to her. Yi Chen, what's wrong with you? Put on the oxygen quickly. After putting on the oxygen mask, Yi Chen felt much better breathing. His pale face gradually became rosier. Seeing Yi Chen like this, the nurse was especially angry. She didn't care about privacy and picked up Yi Chen's phone, scolding, Yi Ju, do you have a heart at all? As mentioned earlier, Yi Chen has just been rescued and his body is particularly weak, unable to withstand any stimulation. Are you deliberately saying these things? Are you trying to deliberately upset him? The nurse's voice was broadcasted, and all the audience heard it. The barrage started flooding. What's wrong with Yi Chen? Just rescued? Is he okay now? Didn't you forget? Zhang Ming said earlier, Yi Chen was sent to the operating room for rescue. It seems like he just got rescued. Yi Chen has always had stomach problems. He has vomited blood countless times in his memory. It's not hard to understand that he's in the hospital now. I only have one point. Does anyone know which hospital Yi Chen is in now? I know. It's the XXX First People's Hospital. It seems to be in the digestive department? I forgot. Isn't that next to me? I'm going. It's suggested not to reveal the hospital where Yi Chen is. If you encounter those irrational fans of Yi Ju, it's dangerous. Too late. Someone already mentioned it in the barrage the day before yesterday. In the studio, Yi Mei was the next to react after Zhang Ming. After hearing the nurse's scolding, her heart immediately tensed up. Yi Chen. How is Yi Chen? Is he okay now? Although she hadn't seen Yi Chen before, she knew that he had indeed been taken to the operating room for a major rescue. The nurse's sarcastic voice came from the phone. What else can happen? Haven't you heard the machines next to him all sounding the alarm? Yi Chen was indeed in bad shape. So the doctor next to him directly spoke up. Hang up the phone. The patient is not suitable for such intense emotional fluctuations now. The first three sisters in front were okay. At least they realized their mistakes and had been apologizing. But this last one was too infuriating. Her words were like a stab to the heart. This kind of thing easily causes severe emotional fluctuations in patients. Yi Chen can't handle this kind of agitation now. The nurse had wanted to hang up the phone from the beginning. It was just that she had been enduring it because of what the doctor had said. Now she finally heard that she could hang up the phone. Without hesitation, she immediately pressed the hang up button. There was no more sound coming from the phone. Jiang Ming squeezed the phone tightly at that moment. I hope nothing happens to Yi-Chen. He heard it. The sound of those instruments alarming was very sharp. He was really worried that something might happen to Yi-Chen. The twin sisters suddenly realized at this moment. Jiang Ming just said that Yi-Chen was just rescued. His physical and mental state is actually very bad. They must not stimulate him. Thinking back, Yi-Chen had been holding his stomach and coughing up blood. The twin sisters' faces turned pale at the same time. Is Yi-Chen okay now? Which hospital is Yi-Chen in now? What's wrong with his body? Jiang Ming's eyes were cold. You only realized to ask these questions now. I don't know if you really care about him. After all, I said before I answered the phone, he just went through a rescue. Although seeing them crying and apologizing made her feel relieved, Jiang Ming quickly remembered. The three sisters heard those words before he answered the phone, but they didn't show any sign of concern, whether it was because they were too grief-stricken to forget, or for some other reason. Anyway, Jiang Ming was very unhappy. The three sisters also realized this problem and showed a look of shame on their faces. They actually didn't care about Yi-Chen. Yilan bit her lip in shame. I'm sorry, I know we were wrong, but can you tell me now which hospital Yi-Chen is in? I don't want to. Her tone choked, and it took her a long time to say the next few words. I can't see him for the last time. She struggled to say these words. In the flashback, she had already seen it. Every step Yi-Chen took was actually a farewell to this world. The reason for this was because he knew he might not be able to hold on much longer. So he had been dealing with his affairs diligently, and all of his affairs were related to the four sisters. Yizhu also nodded beside her. Please, Mr. Zheng, just tell us which hospital Yi-Chen is in now. She also wanted to see him, but Jiang Ming didn't look at them. Instead, he looked at Yi Mei beside him. You ask me this question, why don't you ask your eldest sister? The twin sisters were suddenly puzzled. Yizhu turned to Yi Mei, elder sister, what does Mr. Zhang mean? Do you know which hospital Yi-Chen is in? Yilan suddenly remembered, right. Elder sister, you went to see Yi-Chen. You must know where Yi-Chen is. At this moment, Yi Mei seemed to wake up as if from a dream. Yes, I know where he is. She had been immersed in a sad atmosphere and almost forgot that she could go directly to the hospital to see Yi-Chen. Second and third sister, come with me. At this moment, just thinking about the weak coughing and sharp alarm she heard from the other end of the phone, her heart tightened. At this moment, she was also very worried that Yi-Chen might not be able to hold on again. And then, it might be just as the second sister said. They might not be able to see him for the last time. Thinking of this, Yi Mei's face turned pale, and she started to act in a hurry. Quickly remove the device from us. We need to see Yi-Chen. The production team immediately realized. They still had the devices on their heads. The director also knew that the program's process had been completed, so he signaled to the experts. The program could end now. After seeing the director's gesture, the experts went on stage to remove the devices from their heads. During this process, their expressions were very anxious and nervous, except for Yizhu. At this moment, Yi Mei might be the only one who didn't want to remove the device from her head. Or maybe she didn't want to go to the hospital to see Yi-Chen after removing the device. What does Yi-Chen have to do with her? She might even say something malicious. At this moment, Yi Juchu is the person who hates Yi-Chen the most and wishes for him to die quickly. As long as Yi-Chen is alive, she feels like there are millions of ants gnawing at her heart. Meanwhile, the experts are working to remove the devices from the heads of the four sisters. At this moment, the director makes a decision. He wants to broadcast everything live. This is all about the traffic. Fresh traffic. There is no media worker who doesn't like traffic. This is all an opportunity for monetization. However, this was not agreed upon in the program contract, so the director naturally needs a good excuse. He immediately thought of one. While the four sisters and Jiang Ming are still removing the devices, he quickly said, I believe that the audience watching our show right now must also want to know about Mr. Yi-Chen's current situation. So our program team has decided. Later, we will also go to the hospital to visit Yi-Chen. In fact, it's not really a visit. It's just a way to make money from the traffic, a grand excuse. If it were a normal situation, the four sisters and Jiang Ming would definitely refuse. But now, each of them has different thoughts. Jiang Ming also wants the program team to come and broadcast live. In this way, every word and action of the four sisters will be captured on camera. And the four sisters each have their own calculations. Yi Mei and the other two were thinking that by apologizing in front of the world for slandering Yi-Chen before, it would be another form of atonement. As for Yi Juchu, she is thinking of something else. How was Yi-Chen's memory extracted? The program team has been saying that Yi-Chen is here, so that's why there are memories of Yi-Chen. But all the clues just now have shown that Yi-Chen is not in any program at all. He is in the hospital undergoing rescue. If that's the case, then how did his memory come about? As soon as Yi Juchu thinks that this memory is fabricated by the program team, she can't help but feel overjoyed. Come on, everyone come and broadcast live. Only in this way will the whole world know that all the memories of Yi-Chen played on the big screen are actually fabricated. As for those so-called admissions, they were all bought at a high price. The purpose is to pull the four sisters down from their pedestal. Under the suspicious minds of the public, this live broadcast was tacitly approved. The memory extraction device was unlocked, and Yi Mei immediately stood up from her seat. Second sister, third sister, and you. Yi Mei paused slightly in her tone. Yi Juchu, you all sit in my car and go together. She specifically warned Yi Juchu, from now on, be careful with your words and actions. Don't provoke Yi Chen. Yi Juchu coldly smiled, without any response. Yi Mei no longer calls her the fourth sister, but directly calls her by her name. Has she already stopped considering her as a sister? And specifically warned her not to provoke Yi Chen? Ha ha. No way. Yilan noticed her gaze and spoke directly. Big sister, rest assured, I will keep an eye on her. She will never let Yi Juchu say anything to provoke Yi Chen again. The group quickly ran to the parking lot. The program team also followed with their cameras. In front of the camera, the group got into the car and drove towards the hospital. Yi Mei's hands on the steering wheel were full of sweat. She looked at the road ahead, constantly praying in her heart. Yi Chen, you must hold on. You must hold on until we, the four sisters, arrive. And then, we will apologize to you in person. The program team captured all of this and broadcasted it live. When Yi Mei led the group to the hospital, they found that the hospital entrance was already crowded with people. And these people are obviously not here for medical treatment, because each of them is either carrying a camera, holding a microphone, holding flowers, or various other things. Yilan looked out through the window of the car and said, what's going on? Why are there so many people? Yi Ju also looked outside. She immediately guessed that this group of people outside must have received the news and followed to the hospital, wanting to see Yi Chen. Yi Ju looked at the crowded group of people, unable to hide her smile. Come on, the more the better. It's best to have everyone come. Everyone should know. In this way, when she exposes the lies that Yi Chen and the production team discussed together later, this matter will become even more exciting. Yi Ju's smile was particularly eerie. However, at this moment, the three sisters did not notice her smile, because they were also focusing on the crowded group of people outside. Yi Mei also guessed, these people outside may be from the media. It's also possible that there are onlookers who came specifically to watch the excitement. The program they participated in is just too hot and explosive. The global viewership has already exceeded who knows how many billions. Such a hot program naturally caused a sensation. Yi Ju was very angry. What do they want to do by coming here? This is completely disrespectful to Yi Chen. Now everyone knows that Yi Chen has already been in the emergency room. In other words, his current physical condition is particularly bad. It's one thing for the crowd to watch, but these media are also swarming in. Yilan analyzed rationally, it's not their fault either, with such high traffic and popularity, who wouldn't want it? The media. They are a group of scum who pursue popularity and attention. They are relentless in doing things like speculating and spreading rumors. They cannot be completely stopped. What Yi Ju is worried about is actually another matter, but now there are so many people outside the hospital, how can we get in? This group of media and onlookers have completely blocked the hospital entrance. It's too noisy outside. In other words, even if the four sisters get off the car, they definitely won't be able to get through. And what Yi Ju is even more worried about is another matter. This group of media coming over is very likely to be to block them. The footage here is also being broadcast live to the studio through the program team's cameras. The audience saw this scene and expressed their opinions one after another. Damn, why are there so many people? If you didn't know, you'd think it's a superstore big discount flash sale event. Are these people crazy? This is a hospital, and there are so many people blocking the entrance to the hospital. What if there's an emergency rescue situation later? I saw a bunch of media with all kinds of equipment. These media are really heartless, just for traffic. Blocking the hospital entrance is nothing to be proud of. Exactly. Damn, they have no public decency at all. These media are bad enough, but what about these onlookers? Where's their quality? They really have no quality at all. Look at other countries. Look at here. I'm really disappointed. The comments on the screen are quite entertaining. I just want to know, if your seat in front of the screen is nearby, would you want to join in the fun? Not only are they rude, they're also bringing up national issues. How much did they get paid? The trend of the comments gradually turned into a quarrel. Just when it was getting more serious, a comment brought them back. Stop arguing, the police are coming. Sure enough, the hospital saw this scene and knew that they couldn't just rely on their security forces to block everyone outside. And they didn't know which ones were normal patients seeking treatment, so they simply called the police. The police station dispatched more than a dozen police cars directly. A group of police officers got out of the cars and quickly began to maintain order at the scene. This is a hospital. It's an important place for saving lives and providing medical care. It's not a place for you to watch the excitement or film videos. Non-essential personnel, please leave immediately. Don't block the area. Yi Zhu had been watching the commotion outside through the car window. Sister, the police are here. The scene is under control. The speed and ability of the police officers are top-notch. In just a short time, they restored the chaotic scene to order. Yilan couldn't wait any longer. Sister, let's get out of the car now. Yi Mei, okay. She quickly parked the car, and then the group of people got out of the car and headed towards the hospital gate, followed by the TV cruise camera team. As soon as they appeared, the previously restored order at the scene began to stir again. The media reporters who had come for attention quickly noticed them and started aiming their cameras and microphones. It's Yi Ju, and Yi Mei and the others are here too. Are they here to apologize to Yi Chen? Yi Lan, the four sisters have done so many wrong things. Do you think a simple apology can cover up this matter? Yi Ju, what do you personally think about what Yi Chen did for you before? Yi Ju, all the truth has come to light, and yet you still shamelessly refuse to admit your mistakes. Do you want to save face? Yi Ju had been walking behind the four sisters with a smile on her face, enjoying the show. But when she heard the media's words, she immediately became furious. She looked at the media asking the question with a fierce look. What do you mean by saving face? What do you mean by shamelessly refusing to admit my mistakes? How do you know if everything that has happened is true? How do you know if I really did anything wrong? Let me say it again, I didn't do anything wrong at all. The media asking Yi Ju this question was originally a small and completely unknown media outlet. Such media outlets have no bottom line at all. Anyway, they have nothing to lose. If they have the ability, they should go ahead and sue. Before suing, they have to grab the attention first. If the attention explodes, that's a lot of money. So when the reporter heard her response, instead of being angry, he became even more excited. Yi Ju, why are you saying this? Is there something we all don't know about? Or have you completely lost your shame now? Or is it that you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin? Yi Ju really wanted to kill the reporter at that moment. She felt like a tiger being bullied by a dog. If it were her previous status, where would a reporter dare to say such things in front of her? At this moment, Yi Ju really wanted to reveal everything she had been holding back. But just as she was about to speak, she held back. No, she can't. Yi Ju, you have to hold back. Give them the final blow, and take back everything you lost before. Yi Ju didn't answer the reporter's question. The reporter became more and more provocative. Yi Ju, is your silence an admission of guilt? So, do I have every reason to suspect that you are the type who won't shed a tear until you see the coffin? Yi Ju, are you afraid to answer my question directly? Seeing him becoming more and more outrageous, the police officers maintaining order couldn't stand it anymore. Enough! Shut up! What are you yelling at me in front of the hospital entrance? Hindered by the presence of the police, the journalist could only shut his mouth. But in his heart, he had already drafted a plan. If Yi Ju didn't die, he would consider himself defeated. At this moment, the police also looked towards the four sisters. Stop right there. Those who are not here for medical treatment are not allowed into the hospital. Yi Mei took a deep breath. I am here to visit someone. Visit what? Yi Chen probably doesn't need the visit of you four hypocrites. The police's words directly exposed that he was actually watching the live broadcast. However, they had already known when they were dispatched. After all, this program was so popular, and the four sisters spanned various fields. They had long been the dream goddesses in the hearts of countless men. How could they not watch the live broadcast of the dream goddesses? It's just that they never expected that after watching the broadcast, they would be speechless. When Yi Mei saw that he had recognized them, she didn't beat around the bush. Since you have watched our program, you should know that our sisters really know we were wrong. We just want to know how Yi Chen is doing now. Please, let us in, okay? The police remained unmoved. Except for those seeking medical treatment and medical staff, unrelated personnel are not allowed inside. Yi Mei really didn't expect that they would be stopped by the police even after arriving at the hospital. Yi Lan said, we just want to apologize to Yi Chen. We won't do anything to break the rules. The police said, your appearance here is breaking the rules. Otherwise, how did this group of media get here? The reason why this group of media appeared here was not just for Yi Chen. It was also for these four sisters. And the program team next to them turned their attention to Zhang Ming. In the current situation, it was estimated that only Zhang Ming's appearance could make the police let them through. After all, these police had seen the video. There was a high probability that they would stand on Zhang Ming's side. Zhang Ming was very clear in his mind about being blocked outside. His purpose and demand were to see these four sisters apologize to Yi Chen in person. Apologizing on the phone was not enough, so he wanted to negotiate with the police. However, before he could approach, someone else acted faster than him. It was Yi Ju. Her eyes were red, with tears shimmering, and her teeth were biting her lower lip slightly. She already had a somewhat innocent appearance, especially now. With her tearful and pitiful expression, she was a sight to behold. Her voice was soft and weak, with a hint of tenderness. I'm sorry. We really realize our mistakes deeply. I know, police brother, you are maintaining order. It's right not to let us in. But we really want to see Yi Chen. We did a lot of wrong things before, which made Yi Chen so sad and upset. Although we have apologized on the phone, we really feel that it's not enough. After all, before Yi Chen passed away, he always worried about whether we, the four sisters, could live a good life in the future. So, we really want to do something for Yi Chen. Her tears fell one by one. Her nose was red from crying, and her voice was hoarse. Police brother, please let us in. Let us do something for him in the end. And let us clear the dirt we once poured on him in front of the national audience. The police panicked. The police softened, and they felt that what Yi Ju said seemed to be the case. Yi Mei took advantage of this opportunity and added another bargaining chip. If we can't go in, we will wait at the hospital entrance. I think we are standing at the door, and the chaos we bring may be even greater. Indeed, these media are all here for them. If they really block the hospital, it will be a headache for them. Under various considerations of interests, the police finally agreed to let the four sisters and their program team in. Pay attention. This is a hospital. Don't make such a big scene. Don't make noise. It disturbs other patients receiving medical treatment. The director immediately said, "Don't worry, officer. We are all law-abiding good citizens. We will definitely not do anything out of line." After this incident, they finally all entered the hospital. Zhang Ming led the way. "Follow me, I know which ward Yi Chen is in now." He led a group of people onto the elevator. In the narrow elevator, the four women looked at the constantly changing numbers on the screen, inexplicably becoming nervous for different reasons. Finally, the numbers stopped. With a ding, the elevator slowly opened in front of everyone. Zhang Ming said, "Yi Chen is on this floor." Yi Mei stood at the entrance of the inpatient department, with the unique smell of hospital disinfectant lingering in her nostrils, her mood indescribable. Although she knew she had wrongly accused Yi Chen when she first arrived, she did not feel it deeply at the moment. Because now, she knew that in addition to wrongly accusing Yi Chen, she also knew that the dust she had always respected and admired was also Yi Chen. The nurse in the nurse station noticed their group. One of the young nurses subconsciously exclaimed, "It's the four sisters, Yi Mei, and the program team." This matter had caused such a big commotion, they must also know that the program team was coming to broadcast. The head nurse glared at her, "Do what you need to do. Get to work. This is being broadcasted. The hospital leaders have spoken. After the program team arrives, they may not need to strive for a good performance, but they absolutely cannot make mistakes." The young nurse also realized the seriousness of the situation, quickly covered her mouth, and lowered her head to write medical records. The more she said, the more mistakes she would make. She should just focus on her own work. Zhang Ming stepped forward. "Head nurse, I am from the family of the patient in bed 3, Yi Chen. We are here too." "No need to introduce yourselves," the head nurse interrupted him, "we already know." She got straight to the point. "You are here to visit Yi Chen, right?" Yi Mei nodded, her voice a bit nervous as she spoke. "Yes, we are here to see Yi Chen. He is not available for visitors right now." The head nurse shook her head. "You cannot see him at the moment." Upon hearing this, Yi Ju sneered inwardly. Did this group of people want to play cat and mouse again? They were still hiding Yi Chen. There must be a big problem here. A glint of cunning flashed in Yi Ju's eyes. It was time to set the stage and stir things up. "Why can't we see Yi Chen?" Yi Ju spoke up. "Is it because you are not ready yet?" "What readiness?" The head nurse did not understand what Yi Ju was saying, her brows furrowed, and she said coldly, "I said you cannot see him because he is currently undergoing emergency treatment." Yi Ju's heart suddenly tightened, her voice trembling. "What happened to Yi Chen? Why does he need emergency treatment again?" The head nurse looked at Yi Ju with a hint of meaning. The emotions of a patient who has just undergone emergency surgery should not fluctuate too much. "So you ask me why Yi Chen needs emergency treatment again? Huh, why don't you ask yourselves?" God knows how much anger she was suppressing when she said these words. She had just started working not long ago. As a mother, she had almost watched the entire program. She knew everything about these four sisters and Yi Chen. She was so angry that she almost had a stroke when she put herself in their shoes. Yi Chen had been thinking about them all along. Everything he did was for their own good. But what about these four sisters? What did they do? They smeared Yi Chen's name, insulted Yi Chen, and even refused to admit their mistakes. Until later, 3 of the 4 sisters finally came to their senses. This Yi Ju has never admitted her mistake from beginning to end. If it weren't for her inconvenient identity and the leader's instructions, she would have long sprayed Yi Ju to death. After being reprimanded by the head nurse, Yi Ju wanted to fight back, but in the end, she held back. Yi Mei admitted her mistake and said, "I know this is all our fault. It's because we know that we are here." The head nurse pulled the corners of her mouth without any expression. It was unclear whether it was sarcasm or disdain. At that moment, a man ran over. "Mr. Zhang, you're here." This man is the secretary sent by Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming hurriedly asked, "How is Yi Chen?" The secretary said, "He woke up earlier and was in good spirits, but then he fell into a semi-coma due to emotional fluctuations." Just like what the head nurse said, they were indeed rescuing him. The secretary led them directly to the ward where Yi Chen was. Right here. The ward door was tightly closed, with only a transparent glass window to see inside. After Yi Mei walked here, her heart beat more violently, and her body uncontrollably trembled. It was like suddenly walking from the warm southern June to the icy northern December. She couldn't even explain her current mood, so she pushed through the crowd and leaned against the transparent window. The window was small, and Yi Mei could only see a group of medical staff in white coats, busy in emergency. She couldn't see Yi Chen at all. Yi Lan didn't know when she had come over, with a worried and nervous look in her eyes. "Big sister, have you seen Yi Chen?" Yi Zhu stood beside her, with the same expression on her face. Yi Mei directly stepped aside. "I can't see anything." Only the sharp alarm of the electrocardiogram could be heard from outside the door. The twins took turns leaning over the window. They could indeed see a group of medical staff in white coats. Yi Zhu bit her lip, tears welling up. "Big sister, second sister. Yi Chen. He'll be fine, right?" The four sisters had finally come here. They just wanted to see Yi Chen. He wouldn't leave before seeing them, right? Yi Mei couldn't answer Yi Zhu's question. She could only silently pray, praying for another miracle and luck to come. Yi Chen had held on for so long. He must be able to hold on until he sees them. Yi Lan clenched her fists tightly, feeling an inexplicable anger burning inside her. She had wanted to hold it in, but she couldn't. She turned her head and looked at Zhang Ming next to her with hatred. It's all your fault. Zhang Ming, everything is because of you. If we can't see Yi Chen for the last time, it's all because of you. It's all Zhang Ming's fault. He's been obstructing all along. The more Yi Lan thought about it, the angrier she became. Just as she was about to say something else, the head nurse walked up. No noise in the hospital. Yi Lan could only forcibly suppress her anger. The head nurse said, "Don't crowd around the ward. You're blocking the passage. Please follow the hospital rules." The production team also knew that filming in the hospital was not allowed, and it was best to listen to the medical staff. After all, the hospital was a place of life and death. Everyone dispersed in an orderly manner, except for Yi Zhu, who casually found a place to sit. Everyone else was standing. In that moment, Yi Mei suddenly felt a bit dazed. The scene in front of her seemed to have happened before. It was when her parents died in a car accident. The pungent smell of disinfectant, and the glaring white light. Yi Chen, please be okay? Yi Mei prayed fervently in her heart. Just as she didn't know how many times she had silently prayed, the tightly closed ward door suddenly opened. Medical staff in clean white coats walked out from inside. When they saw the crowd at the door and the cameraman, they were almost startled. What's going on? What's happening? Why is there a camera? If it weren't for the familiar scene in front of him and the familiar taste, he would have thought he had traveled through time. After seeing Yi Mei, she felt like everything in her mind had disappeared. When she regained consciousness, she had already rushed to the door of the ward. The reason she was only at the door was that she was held back by one of the doctors. "Miss, what do you want to do?" Yi Mei was so anxious that tears fell from her eyes. I am Yi Chen's. The word sister couldn't come out completely, because at this moment, in Yi Mei's heart, she didn't even have the qualification to be Yi Chen's sister. Family. Yi Mei paused for a moment and urged, "Let go of me. Let me go in and see how Yi Chen is." The doctor said, "No." Yi Lan quickly added, "Why not? How is Yi Chen? Is he okay now? Has he woken up?" She threw out several questions in one breath, making the doctor unsure of how to answer her first. He frowned tightly and asked his own question, "Who are you people?" He was the doctor on duty and usually paid no attention to the entertainment industry or variety shows. Although this program was very popular, there were always people who didn't like to watch it. Coincidentally, this doctor was one of those who hadn't watched it. The head nurse noticed his confusion, walked up to him, and quickly explained. The doctor finally understood. No wonder there are cameras. Yi Mei didn't want to listen to his nonsense. "Doctor, please, is Yi Chen okay?" The doctor also realized that he had forgotten to mention the most important information since he came out. It's not his fault. Who wouldn't be confused when they saw a circle of people and cameras as soon as they stepped out of the ward? "Don't worry, Yi Chen is temporarily out of danger." In the instant they heard the doctor say this, the three women's eyes lit up at the same time, as if there were fireworks inside, blooming in an instant. "Yi Chen is okay? Woo-woo, that's great. I knew he would hold on and wait for us. I want to go in and see him." Wait. The doctor closed the ward door with his hand. "Didn't I just tell you? You can't go in." Yi Mei said, "You already said Yi Chen is okay, so why are you still stopping us from going in?" The doctor looked helpless. "Didn't you understand what I said just now? I said he's temporarily out of danger. I just said temporarily out of danger, not that he has already woken up. Yi Chen hasn't woken up at all." Ye Zhu grasped the core in an instant. "So we can't go in?" The doctor shook his head. "Of course not. The hospital doesn't have such a rule to not let you in. The reason I'm stopping you now is just to say, there are too many of you. You can't all go in." The doctor dared to guarantee that if he hadn't stopped them outside, the dozen or so people would have rushed in at once. The patient had just escaped from danger, and there were also some delicate instruments around. If so many people rushed in, wouldn't it be a mess? "You can only have 2 people go in now." Yi Lan immediately protested. "Only 2 people? How is that enough? They were 4 sisters alone." The doctor said, "All of this is for the sake of the patient's health." Besides, he had just listened to what the head nurse had said. The group of people in front of him seemed to have felt very guilty towards Yi Chen in the past. So if this group of people were let in, what if Yi Chen had too much emotional fluctuation after waking up again? They were all human, not true gods. Without 100% certainty, how could they pull Yi Chen back from the brink of death again? The doctor explained this concern clearly. Finally, she added, "Besides, I didn't say that no one can go in, just take turns. Make sure the patient's emotions don't fluctuate too much, understand?" After realizing the doctor's good intentions, they all calmed down. Indeed, they didn't come here to harm Yi Chen, but to sincerely apologize. Yi Lan immediately stated, "Then let's listen to the doctor." Yi Zhu asked the crucial question, "So who goes in first?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Just now, the 3 sisters did show an impatient desire to rush in. However, this impulse was now sealed by their rationality. After the impulse disappeared, they all felt timid. Jiang Ming saw all their expressions. He sneered. What? Are you scared? The three sisters said in unison, Of course not. Jiang Ming said expressionlessly, You don't need to worry, because I never intended for any of you to go in first. After hearing the doctor's words just now, Jiang Ming had already decided on the order in his heart. He definitely wanted to be the first to go in, not for anything else, but to ensure that among the many people present, only he would go in, so as not to cause Yi Chen's emotions to fluctuate too much. He said this, and the three women fell silent. Jiang Ming was right. Among so many people, perhaps only he would go in, causing the least emotional fluctuation for Yi Chen. Yi Lan said, But didn't you say 2 people? Only you are going in? Jiang Ming looked at the director beside him. There's another person. It's him. The director was puzzled. Huh? Me? How did it become him? Jiang Ming sneered, If you don't want to broadcast, you don't have to come in with me. The director immediately got it. I'll go in. I'll go in. Of course, I'll go in. The director, who hadn't done any filming for a long time, picked up the camera again. I'm ready. Jiang Ming said, Then let's go in. The doctor stepped aside, revealing the door. Without hesitation, Jiang Ming opened the door and walked into the ward with the director. All the scenes inside were once again isolated behind that small glass window. Jiang Ming had already brought the director to Yi Chen's bedside. Yi Chen, I've brought your 4 sisters here to apologize to you. The sunlight shone through the large French windows, spilling into the white hospital room. Yi Chen lay on the hospital bed, pale, with his eyes closed tightly, and his body so thin that he seemed to be just skin and bones. Various data lines connected to his body beeped, like the countdown of life. Just as the doctor had said, although Yi Chen had been rescued, it was only a temporary reprieve from danger. He had not regained consciousness and was still in a coma. The director faithfully recorded and broadcasted everything with the camera he carried. In the live broadcast room, the audience also saw Yi Chen's appearance at the same time. Is this really Yi Chen? My goodness, I can't believe it. How did he become so haggard? I still vividly remember in my memory, the game developer Yi Chen was so spirited and handsome. But now, I can't believe the person in front of me with white hair is Yi Chen. How did Yi Chen become so haggard? So thin. Completely unrecognizable. If I hadn't watched this program from beginning to end and known what Yi Chen looked like, I really wouldn't believe this person was him. I've said it in my memory a long time ago. Yi Chen has a stomach problem. It's very likely that he can't eat anything, so it's understandable that he's become so thin. Seeing Yi Chen's current appearance, and then looking at the 4 sisters still shining on the stage, I feel even more uncomfortable. The glory and beauty of those 4 sisters are all exchanged for Bai Yi Chen with his own life. Right now, I just want to know, can Yi Chen still wake up? Please, God, you must let Yi Chen wake up. The barrage in the live broadcast room was filled with this sentence. The barrage was full of prayers for Yi Chen to wake up quickly. Jiang Ming clenched his fists tightly and approached Yi Chen. Yi Chen, don't sleep anymore. His voice was hoarse. I have brought all 4 of your sisters here, don't you want to see them? He had done everything he could, and in the end, everything was left for Yi Chen to judge personally. Yi Chen, wake up quickly. As long as you wake up, you can see your 4 sisters. Don't you want to see what they look like now? Not on TV, not through a screen, but to see them standing in front of you with your own eyes. Yi Chen, wake up quickly. Beep beep beep. In the ward, only the sound of the heart monitor was responding. Seeing this scene, the director couldn't help but cautiously ask, Mr. Chang, what if Yi Chen doesn't wake up? If Yi Chen doesn't wake up, the popularity will decrease significantly. At this moment, in the director's mind, nothing is more important than popularity. Jiang Ming retorted without thinking, No, Yi Chen will definitely wake up, because he still has things to do. Yi Chen, am I right? He seemed very certain, but in reality, he was very anxious. Yi Chen had long been at the end of his strength, he had been holding on for too long. And the reason he had held on for so long was to see these 4 sisters. Jiang Ming couldn't know now, after that phone call, whether Yi Chen, who had heard the apologies of those sisters, still wanted to continue holding on. The ward fell into silence again. Outside the ward, the 3 sisters of Yi Mei were also restless. Yi Mei had no image of a president at all. She was leaning against the door, listening. Why is there no sound coming from the ward? Has Yi Chen woken up or not? Yi Lan bit her lip tightly. What if he doesn't wake up? Yi Shu said, Sister, don't think like that. He will definitely wake up. This door separated them from the sound, and they couldn't see what was happening inside, so they really couldn't judge what stage it had reached inside. Their anxiety was of no use. In the live broadcast room, the audience also went from praying to anxious. It's been so long, could it be that Yi Chen really can't wake up? No, please don't. I can't bear to see Yi Chen die. I can't help it. I want to go to the scene too. I want to go to the hospital too. Please don't go to the scene and cause trouble now, okay? Those police officers, haven't you seen them? I'm not causing trouble, I just want. If this is really the last time, I want to say goodbye to my idol. Then I want to go too. I used to think I admired Yi Ju, but in the end, I realized that I admired Yi Chen. He wrote so many love songs for me. I want to go to the hospital to see him, even if it's the last time. They had already rehearsed the worst outcome in their minds. At this moment, a barrage flashed by.
I've really never seen the king of hell alive. Please don't curse Yi Chen. I just saw him move his hand. He's going to wake up. After this barrage, the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. Everyone was staring at Yi Chen's hand. And it wasn't just this viewer who noticed. Zhang Ming also saw it. Yi Chen. His hand moved. Director, look quickly. It shouldn't be my imagination, right? The director instantly became alert. I don't know. He has always been paying attention to the composition and structure of the entire photograph, so he didn't notice such details at all. But after hearing Zhang Ming's words, he originally took a full shot of Yi Chen, but now he directly gave a close-up shot, focusing on Yi Chen's hand. Everyone was eagerly anticipating it. Yi Chen's hand moved again. Zhang Ming clearly saw it this time. I saw it. Yi Chen's hand really moved. Director, you saw it this time too, right? The director was shooting a close-up shot this time, and he did see it. He also nodded excitedly. Yes, I saw it. Yi Chen's hand did move. The two were excited about different things, but regardless, they were now completely sure that Yi Chen was showing signs of waking up. Zhang Ming immediately became cautious in his breathing, anxiously waiting for Yi Chen to open his eyes. He silently prayed in his heart, Yi Chen, please wake up soon. Finally, not only did Yi Chen's hand move this time, but his eyelashes also trembled lightly. Then, in Zhang Ming's careful breathing, he slowly opened his eyes. Yi Chen felt like he was trapped in that dark tunnel for the second time. This time, he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. Anyway, it wasn't the first time. At this moment, he had a faint guess that if he continued to walk down this dark tunnel, he might not be able to return to the human world completely. But was there anything in the human world that he could still cherish? It seemed like there wasn't. He had already woken up and heard apologies from his three younger sisters, and he had no way to stop what was to come. So if he died like this, it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. Thinking like this, Yi Chen began to walk deeper into the dark tunnel. But as he took a few steps, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him continuously. It was Zhang Ming. He seemed to be saying that he had brought all four of his sisters here. His sisters had actually all come. Yi Chen had originally been walking deeper into the darkness, but he stopped in an instant. He listened carefully with his heart, but he couldn't hear any more voices. And at that moment, in the dark tunnel, a strong force was pulling him deeper. If it had been a moment ago, Yi Chen might have gone with the flow and let this force pull him down. But now, he heard Zhang Ming say that his four sisters had come. No, he couldn't die yet. He wanted to see his four sisters. Yi Chen struggled to break free from the strong force. Finally, his hand moved. Then he made a great effort to open his eyes. He had finally woken up. After he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Zhang Ming looking at him with a surprised expression. Yi Chen, I knew it. I knew you would wake up. Zhang Ming's joy at that moment was indescribable. And the director beside him was equally excited, with sweat on his hands holding the camera. Yi Chen had woken up. This was great. His popularity was secured. Yi Chen's brain was still a bit muddled, but soon he was completely awake. Zhang Ming quickly nodded and anxiously asked, are you feeling okay now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Yi Chen just felt extremely exhausted at the moment, even more so than when he first woke up. But he chose not to say anything. Yi Chen shook his head slightly. I'm fine. Zhang Ming, it's good that you're okay. Yi Chen's brain had started working again. Zhang, how come you're here? Before he lost consciousness, Zhang Ming seemed to still be recording the program on the scene. How did he suddenly appear in front of him now? This was what he was thinking, and he also asked it out loud. Zhang Ming answered him, the program has ended. Yi Chen, the program has ended? Zhang Ming nodded. Yi Chen lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then looked up and finally noticed the director standing next to Zhang Ming, holding a camera and live streaming. He recognized the director. After all, in the live programs, the host was completely overshadowed by the director. The whole city was directed by the director. Zhang Ming also noticed Yi Chen looking at the director at this moment. He explained to Yi Chen, he is the director, filming Celebrity's Childhood. Yi Chen's voice was weak, I know him. The director, seeing Yi Chen noticing him, quickly spoke, hello, my name is Li Yi. Nice to meet you. Zhang Ming took a deep breath. Yi Chen, there's something I must tell you now. When you listen to me later, don't get too excited, okay? The director is live streaming now because your four sisters have all come. Yi Chen, being so insightful, had already understood the deeper meaning behind Zhang Ming's simple words. But more than that, he was more concerned that his four sisters had come. Indeed, the voice he heard in that dark tunnel was not his imagination. Zhang Ming had really brought his four sisters here. At this moment, Yi Chen's emotions were incredibly complex. On one hand, he really wanted to see his four sisters again. On the other hand, he was afraid to see them. He didn't know what emotions and attitude he should use to face them. Because in all his plans, he never intended to expose everything he had done. Exposing all of this would have been meaningless. When he did these things, he never wanted to gain the understanding and approval of his four sisters. Zhang Ming, seeing that he had not spoken, vaguely understood what he was thinking. Yi Chen, I was wrong to do this. I know you actually don't want to expose everything you've done. You are good to them because you just want to be good to them. But I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Do you know? Yi Chen, Zhang, brother. Zhang Ming, Yi Chen, you shouldn't stand in the dark. You shouldn't be an anonymous hero. You shouldn't bear all the stigma and insults alone. Because you are not that kind of person at all. The director couldn't help but speak at this point. Forgetting the value behind the traffic, he spoke from the heart. That's right. You haven't done anything wrong. Why should you bear so much guilt? What President Zhang did is alright. Yi Chen closed his eyes. But just a few seconds later, he opened them again. His eyes were no longer tired from waking up, but became incredibly bright and determined. I know, Zhang, you don't need to apologize to me or admit fault, because you haven't done anything wrong. You just want to do what a friend should do. This has already happened. What's the use of continuing to be so entangled? It's better to face it. Yi Chen, bring them in. Zhang Ming nodded, okay, but the doctor just said, for fear of your emotional fluctuations, too many people cannot come into the ward at once. I can only call Yi Mei in first. Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled. Why? Zhang Ming understood the look of doubt in his eyes. The doctor told us that your current mental state does not allow too many people to visit, so only 2 people can come in at a time. He didn't need to say anything more. Yi Chen already knew that in Zhang Ming's plan, the director Li Yi would definitely not leave. He wanted to faithfully broadcast everything here. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. I'm fine. He wasn't a fragile doll. There was no need to be so cautious. Zhang Ming wouldn't listen to him. If you really are fine, then you wouldn't have suddenly fainted when you were on the phone just now. It was all because of being provoked by Yi Ju. Just you wait. After saying this, Zhang Ming left directly. Outside, a group of people were already extremely anxious. When they saw the door open, everyone rushed forward. President Zhen, how is he? Has Yi Chen woken up? He must have woken up, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come out. Zhang Ming had no intention of continuing to keep them in suspense. Yi Chen has already woken up. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the 3 sisters lit up instantly. I knew it. I knew Yi Chen would be fine. That's great. Can we go in now? Zhang Ming, of course you can go in. Before he could finish his sentence, several sisters were already trying to rush in. Zhang Ming stopped them. Have you forgotten what the doctor said? Only 2 people can go in. The director is still inside, which means only one of you can go in now. Yi Lan was the first to react. Then I'll go in first. Yi Mei, I want to go too. Yi Zhu, I'll go first. Zhang Ming, there's no need for you to argue. Yi Mei will go in first. Why? Because she was the first to want to find Yi Chen. Zhang Ming stepped aside, indicating that Yi Mei could go in. Yi Mei's palms were sweating. She took a deep breath, then opened the door to the ward. After entering the ward, she locked the door behind her. Yi Mei stood at the door and didn't immediately approach. Yi Chen was lying on the hospital bed, with a curtain blocking the view. So, Yi Mei could only see the curtain, not Yi Chen. After recalling her memories, she had been wanting to find Yi Chen and ask him what was going on. But what Yi Mei didn't expect was that everything that happened next was beyond her understanding. She couldn't control it. She could only watch as everything unfolded. She also saw what she had originally wanted to investigate. As she thought about this, Yi Mei slowly approached. As she moved, the curtain gradually revealed a different view. She saw Yi Chen's feet, and then slowly, she saw the data lines connected to his body. Yi Mei's breathing became more and more rapid. In that moment, the sweat in her palms even condensed into droplets of water. Clearly, she could have taken one more step and seen Yi Chen's face. But in that moment, Yi Mei found that she couldn't continue to take that step no matter what. It was as if something was holding her back. She couldn't move, nor could she struggle. Is it Big Sister? A weak and tired voice sounded in the ward. This voice was the same voice Yi Mei had heard on the phone from Yi Chen. Compared to hearing it through a phone and electrical currents, this voice now seemed more real. For some reason, after hearing this voice, Yi Mei dared not take another step. She stood still in place. Upon hearing the opening and closing of the door, Yi Chen realized that someone had come in. And the sound of these footsteps was clearly that of high heels. It was Yi Mei who had come in. However, for some reason, Yi Mei walked very slowly, and then finally stopped. Yi Chen guessed that it wasn't just him who didn't know how to face his sisters. Similarly, his sisters didn't know how to face him at this moment. If that was the case, then let him break the awkward atmosphere first. So he spoke. However, he still didn't hear any response. Yi Chen paused for a moment. You don't want to see me, do you? If you don't want to, you don't have to see me. After he said this, Yi Mei couldn't help but speak up. No, I don't. Yi Mei was really worried that Yi Chen would misunderstand, so after she spoke, she couldn't wait to take a few steps forward. It seemed like she was in a hurry to prove something, and after she took a few steps forward, she finally got to see Yi Chen's entire face. In her memory, the unrestrained and handsome young man who seemed to fear nothing in the world had no trace of familiarity in the person in front of her. The person in front of her was only in his 30s, but his hair was already turning white. He was extremely thin, with sunken cheeks. His complexion was waxen and his lips were pale and cracked. If Yi Mei didn't know for sure, anyone seeing Yi Chen would think he was in his 40s or 50s. Yi Mei had prepared countless things to say when she came in, but now, after seeing Yi Chen, all of those words seemed to be stuck. They were all stuck in her throat and couldn't come out. How could Yi Chen become like this? Yi Mei had thought that Yi Chen might end up begging. She had also thought that if one day Yi Chen wanted to change his mind and suck her blood, she would not intervene. But all of these thoughts were based on her not having seen his true condition. After seeing his condition, Yi Mei wanted Yi Chen to live well. Yi Mei had been silent since she came in. Yi Chen had been paying attention to her the whole time. Seeing her silence, Yi Chen's mouth curved slightly in self-mockery. I'm sorry, did I scare you? His current appearance was indeed unsightly. Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I can't meet you at my best. Yi Chen didn't know. These two sentences of his caused a huge sensation in the live broadcast room. Sob. I'm crying. He's really. Why does he still care if Yi Mei is afraid of him when he looks like this? How warm must Yi Chen be to still think of others at this moment? Yi Chen has given all his tenderness to these four sisters, but he has never considered whether the world will be kind to him. Yi Chen, your four sisters are not as good as you imagine. You really don't need to be so humble. If anyone should be humble, it should be these four sisters. Is Yi Mei stupid? Or was everything she did before just an act? Now that she finally sees Yi Chen, why doesn't she dare to say a word? Damn! Yi Mei hasn't moved at all. If it weren't for the constant alarm of the nearby cardiac monitor, I would have thought my internet was down. Just like the netizens, Yi Mei was stunned after hearing Yi Chen's two sentences. She had thought of many scenarios, but this scene was not among them. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak or move. The director next to her was about to lose patience. What was Yi Mei up to? Was she mute? Just as he was about to say something to lighten the mood, Yi Mei finally spoke. No, that's not it. Yi Mei's rationality finally returned, and her language system rebooted. You didn't scare me. You didn't disrespect me. You have nothing to apologize for, Yi Chen. Yi Mei felt her whole body going numb, as if she hadn't eaten for days. When she stepped on the ground, she felt like she was stepping on a pile of cotton. She reached out and grabbed the nearby hospital bed to keep herself from falling. She crashed into Yi Chen's firm and bright pupils. For a long time, I didn't say the next word. Yi Chen was also silent at this moment. His gaze was almost greedy as he looked at Yi Mei. She was his little sister, whom he had always taught and nurtured with care. She was the sister he couldn't let go of. Previously, he could only watch them through a screen, but now, they were finally standing in front of him in reality. It was a very good thing indeed. Yi Chen felt some joy and excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but start coughing slightly. Cough, cough, cough. His coughing brought Yi Mei's language system back to normal. She looked at him anxiously. Yi Chen, are you okay? Are you alright? She suddenly realized that what the doctor had said was true. Yi Chen needed to rest. It was them, they had disturbed him. Yi Chen, I'm not that fragile. After he answered, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence again. Yi Mei really didn't know what she should say to Yi Chen at this moment. Although the misunderstandings between them had been completely cleared up through the exposure of memories, and she had apologized to Yi Chen over the phone, now that she was standing in front of him, the CEO with thousands of employees, she suddenly felt at a loss. It was as if, through the internet and a screen, she could say anything, but when facing the person in reality, she couldn't say anything at all. This was the situation Yi Mei found herself in now. She had so much to say, so much she wanted to ask Yi Chen about, but why couldn't she say any of it now? She even considered whether she should call Yi Chen brother when she came in, but she couldn't say it. Yi Mei couldn't help but look at the director sitting in the corner. She suddenly missed the feeling of being on a show. The director noticed Yi Mei's pleading eyes and was puzzled. Why was Yi Mei suddenly signaling to him with her eyes? But it wasn't good for the atmosphere to remain so awkward. The director glanced at the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. Some comments had been asking why Yi Chen had acted the way he did before. The director thought it was a good question, so he cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Yi Chen, can I ask you some questions? Yi Chen, of course. Yi Mei certainly wouldn't refuse. She was eager for someone to rescue her from this awkward atmosphere and give her some time to compose herself. The director directly brought up the question that the audience had been asking in the comments. I was watching the live broadcast just now, and many viewers are curious about something. Yi Chen, you clearly knew that your actions would make all four sisters disgusted with you, but why did you still choose this path at that time? Yi Mei's eyes lit up when she heard the director's question. She looked at Yi Chen with a hint of anticipation and nervousness. She also wanted to know the answer. Yi Chen, why did you do this? Yi Chen's memory seemed to be pulled back to the distant past. Why do this? I feel like I've answered this question before. Everyone who knew about what he had done had asked him the same thing. Why do this? Why must he become the antagonist that all four sisters despised and found disgusting? Why couldn't he just tell them everything directly and guide them in a positive and good way? Yi Chen's lips curved into a gentle and warm smile. Because my initial intention was just to make your childhood a little happier, to have a perfect childhood. The ugly calculations between adults, the later you know about them, the better. Yi Chen really didn't want the four sisters to know about the deceit and trickery of the adult world at an early age. When the couple left, they were still so young. It's absolutely impossible to say that they were not affected psychologically. So his first thought at the time was not to tell them that the people in front of them were human traffickers and to stay away from them, but to let the sisters know that they still had relatives, but he had blocked them. He took all the hatred and directed it at himself. But after so many years, Yi Chen began to doubt himself. Was what he did back then really right? He thought about it in his heart and also spoke out all of these thoughts. After hearing it, the director felt that Yi Chen was truly a one-of-a-kind good brother in the world. He had thought of so many things, and Yi Mei felt the same way. When she heard Yi Chen's doubts, she shook her head and said, "You did nothing wrong." She truly felt that Yi Chen had done nothing wrong. She stumbled to express her thoughts. "The reason you said that at the time was because you already knew that, apart from our parents, we had no other relatives, right? You didn't want to expose them, and you also had a part of you that wanted us to know that there were other relatives in this world." These thoughts, she might not have thought of them before, but after understanding Yi Chen's logic, she quickly understood. After understanding this, Yi Mei felt even more guilty towards Yi Chen, so she fell silent again. The director had found his position this time. He asked very familiarly, "Then why didn't you appear when teaching Yi Mei math?" Yi Chen thought about it and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "At that time, the reason I didn't appear, it's because I already disliked him at that time." Before Yi Chen could finish his sentence, Yi Mei had already interrupted. She bit her lip tightly, her face not looking very good, with a hint of shame. The director turned the camera to her and asked, What do you mean by that?" Since Yi Mei had already spoken, she naturally wouldn't continue to hide anything, because at that time, my relationship with Yi Chen was already like water and fire, incompatible. No matter what Yi Chen said, I would argue with him. I didn't want to believe anything he said, and I wouldn't do anything according to his arrangements. It was precisely because of this. That's why. She looked at Yi Chen. "That's why you came up with another way to help me at that time." Yi Chen fell silent for a moment. Yes. After he noticed Yi Mei's interest in mathematics, he had secretly paved the way for her. But he also realized that Yi Mei had a very negative view of him and would not want to listen to what he said. So he could only come up with this method. But he didn't expect the situation to turn out the way it did in the end. It gradually evolved into the appearance it has now. I didn't expect that the situation would take a turn at this moment. If Yi Mei hadn't already fallen out with Ye Chen at that time, perhaps Ye Chen wouldn't have thought to hide his identity. No one expected that a slight difference in thought would lead to consequences that no one could have imagined. The live broadcast room was filled with discussions. The hospital. The director also didn't expect that the starting point of all this was because of this. "So you've been hiding your true identity all this time, just secretly helping Ye Mei on the side?" Ye Chen, yes. Director, and what about the dust? Is it also because of this? Ye Mei also wanted to know the answer to this question. Ye Chen, yes. By the time it came to the dust, Ye Mei's view of him had become increasingly negative. How could Ye Chen possibly reveal that he was the dust? So he hid his identity, choosing not to say anything and simply playing the role of the dust's grandfather. Ye Mei bit her lip tightly, leaving a mark. Ye Chen, I'm sorry. Ye Chen had done so much for her in secret. But what about her? She hadn't done anything for Ye Chen. On the contrary, she had continuously vilified him. What right did she have to make Ye Chen sacrifice so much for her? Her tears fell one by one. The director's eyes also reddened, sighing on the side. You've really sacrificed too much for Ye Mei. In the stories that were exposed in memory, it was already possible to see what Ye Chen had sacrificed for these four sisters. But at that time, there was still a screen separating them, as well as a layer of past memories. It was like a layer of gauze, and the sense of identification wasn't as strong. But now, Ye Chen's real person was standing in front of him. He saw with his own eyes how fragile Ye Chen was now. Compared to the bright and beautiful Ye Mei beside him, the impact was even stronger. Ye Chen shook his head when he heard this. No, I haven't. Seeing Ye Mei cry, he couldn't help but want to raise his hand to wipe her tears. But he was really too weak. Even raising his hand was somewhat difficult. After seeing his appearance, Ye Mei quickly grasped his hand. When she did this, she didn't think too much. It wasn't until she finished that she realized that although it was just a handshake, it was too intimate for the two of them. They had never been so intimate before. In that instant, Ye Mei subconsciously wanted to let go of his hand. But before she could, she felt Ye Chen's hand, dry and thin. She felt like she was holding not a hand, but a piece of bark. Ye Chen was only 33 years old, but his hand had already aged like this. From this, it could be seen what kind of pain Ye Chen had experienced before. Ye Mei couldn't let go of his hand. Ye Chen, do you want to say something to me? Ye Chen's hand moved slightly. Don't cry. Suddenly, Ye Mei understood. When Ye Chen reached out just now, what did he want to do? He wanted to wipe his own tears. Ye Chen, why, at a time like this, are you still concerned about not letting me cry? Ye Chen, you don't need to feel sorry for anything, because I've never felt that you've done anything wrong to me, and I don't think what I've done is really great. Ye Chen spoke sincerely. He had never thought that what he had done was so great. He had just done what he wanted to do. That's all. Ye Mei held Ye Chen's hand tightly. This time, there was no longer any rejection in her heart. No, Ye Chen, you don't know how much of an impact you've had on me. If it weren't for you, I might have given up many times. At the hospital, it was Ye Chen who told her that no matter which script of life she was acting out, or which hand she was dealt, she had to play it seriously and live through it seriously. And later on, it was Ye Chen who had been supporting her all along, preventing her from falling completely into the darkness and never being able to get up again. Ye Chen, I am where I am today because of you. Everything she had was given to her by Ye Chen, but Ye Chen didn't think so. Do you see the pot of flowers on the windowsill? Ye Mei turned her head. Indeed, she saw a pot of small flowers on the windowsill. It should be for hospital decoration. Yi Chen spoke with some difficulty, but still managed to express what he wanted to say. When this pot of flowers was still a seed, someone would water and fertilize it for it. But the person who waters and fertilizes it cannot decide when this pot of flowers will sprout, or when it will take root. Nor can they decide whether this pot of flowers will eventually bloom into bright flowers. The kind of flowers this pot will eventually bloom into depends on the efforts of the seed itself, not on the person who waters and fertilizes it. Life is just like this. The family you were born into is the soil that nurtures you. The education your parents gave you is like watering and fertilizing for you. But in the end, the kind of person you grow into is not determined by your parents' efforts. Your parents giving you money for school and books cannot guarantee that you will always score a perfect 100. To achieve a perfect score, you can only rely on yourself. So when you feel that you are not doing well enough, when you feel that your parents cannot give you what you want, why not first think about what you have sacrificed for it? Yi Chen's words directly exploded in the live broadcast room. Master Yi, I understand now. Yi Chen is right. A person's achievements and results in the end do not solely depend on what others give. It also requires one's own efforts. Yi Chen is really great. If I had a brother like Yi Chen, I feel like I would definitely achieve greater success. Hey, you in the front, when you say that, why don't you first think about whether you have made an effort yourself? After hearing these words, Yi Mei also remained silent for a long time. So, is this how you think? Clearly, he had helped her so much. Clearly, without him, there would be no her. But Yi Chen still wanted to attribute all of this to her own efforts. He had no relationship with any of it. Yi Chen, you want to protect me, don't you? Yi Mei immediately exposed Yi Chen's ultimate purpose in saying these words. The things you say are actually to protect the audience's impression of me. She is so rational now. After understanding that everything Yi Chen did was for the sake of her and her 3 sisters, it was easy to analyze his words. Because Yi Chen knew that after the 4 sisters participated in this variety show, their reputation and fame would plummet. The words Yi Chen said were to prevent the audience from belittling all their efforts. Yes, the kind of flowers this pot will bloom into does depend on its efforts. But if there is no one to water and fertilize it, and to weed and remove pests during this process, then it will definitely not be able to bloom. Yi Chen was the one silently doing all of this for them. Yi Chen didn't know how this turned into a philosophical debate. He clearly didn't mean that. If we continue to argue, this topic might just get more and more off track. And looking at the way Big Sister is, it's not really meaningful to keep discussing. She will always insist on what she wants. Yi Chen could only compromise and say, as long as you don't cry, it's fine. Yi Mei held his hand, looking at his haggard face, biting her lower lip tightly for a long time. The desire that had been surging in her heart since she came in kept boiling. She really wanted to call Yi Chen brother. This brother had been stuck in her mind since she came in. After the various efforts by the director to ease the atmosphere, Yi Mei had become much more relaxed than when she first came in. She was no longer as restrained as before. She was already sweating as she held Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen felt it. He looked at her with a puzzled expression. All he could see was Yi Mei's pale lower lip. Big sister. He had only just said 2 words when Yi Mei interrupted. Yi Chen, have I never called you brother since we were young? Yi Chen's heart suddenly jumped heavily. The nearby heart monitor detected his fluctuation and began to rapidly increase his heart rate, emitting a sharp alarm. Yi Mei didn't expect that just by saying this, she could make Yi Chen's heart rate jump so fast. From this, it could be indirectly confirmed that in Yi Chen's heart, he had always been hoping that the 4 sisters would call him brother. It also confirmed what the doctor had said. If the 4 sisters really came in at the same time, Yi Chen's emotional fluctuations would definitely be significant. Yi Mei, don't get too excited. Yi Chen couldn't help but cough, and it took a lot of effort to calm his emotions. You, Big Sister. He had just heard Big Sister's meaning. Could it be that Big Sister finally acknowledged him as her brother? The emotions that had just calmed down began to fluctuate again. Listening to the alarm, Yi Mei didn't know whether she should say it or not. What if Yi Chen got too excited? The doctor had said that he couldn't have too much emotional fluctuation, but when she met Yi Chen's expectant gaze, all those thoughts in Yi Mei's mind disappeared. He must really want to hear them call him brother. Since that's the case, Yi Mei's red lips parted slightly. Brother. When she spoke for the first time, her face turned red. Not for anything else, but simply because in her more than 20 years of life, she had never called anyone brother, and in her past life, the term brother represented anything but a term of endearment. After Yi Mei shyly called out, she didn't dare to look up at Yi Chen. Naturally, she missed the ecstatic look in Yi Chen's eyes. He had been waiting for this brother from Yi Mei for a long, long time. In the end, he had already thought that he would never hear Yi Mei call him brother in his lifetime. Big sister. After the shyness, Yi Mei quickly regained her composure. She looked up at Yi Chen. Bro, although you may feel it's unnecessary, I still want to say sorry to you. With the first time, calling Yi Chen brother this time was much smoother. Thank you for all the help you've given. The sunlight outside became brighter. The golden light shone on the 2 of them, making everything feel so warm and peaceful. It's just a very ordinary scene, but I can't believe I'm crying. What's going on? Turns out I'm not the only one crying. Yi Chen has been waiting for this brother for over 10 years. Just thinking about it feels so touching. The sunlight outside is really setting the mood. This scene is truly making my eyes moist. Seeing such a warm scene, and then thinking about how Yi Chen might not live much longer, it feels incredibly bittersweet. Yes, the scene in front of them was indeed very beautiful, but as the audience said, this warm scene is like a little girl lighting a match. The scene in the candlelight is infinitely beautiful, but also infinitely fleeting. Yemei quickly composed herself. She could see Yechen's exhaustion. Although she secretly wanted to stay by his side silently, she ultimately followed the doctor's advice. Brother, don't you want to see second sister? I'll call her in to keep you company, okay? Yechen certainly agreed. After he nodded, Yemei wiped away her tears and left the ward. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Yelan almost collapsing against it. She almost fell when she opened the door. Yemei quickly supported her, not wanting to startle Yechen. Second sister, what's wrong with you? She had long known that Yelan was not a steady person, but this was just too much. Yelan had no mind to talk to Yemei. Her heart had already rushed inside. Big sister, have you finished talking to Yechen? Then it's my turn, right? Seeing her so impatient, Yemei couldn't help but smile and cry. Yes, it's your turn. She stepped aside. Yelan's face couldn't hide her excitement as she walked directly into the ward, making sure to close and lock the door. She took a deep breath and walked in with big steps. She saw Yechen leaning against the bed. Yelan had actually fantasized. What would Yechen look like when she saw him again? Would he still be the same as before? With messy hair like a bird's nest, wearing a cheap t-shirt and shorts from a street stall, and a pair of casual slippers, he exuded an unpleasant smell of alcohol all over. Yelan had even thought about how she would belittle and mock Yechen if she really met him. Look, you used to say that I had no future playing games, but now you're not even as good as a beggar, less promising than me. I can become a world champion playing games. What about you? Scum! How come you, a dead drunkard, haven't died yet? You're wasting air by being alive. Dead, you're just a waste of land. Can you not appear in front of me and be annoying? She had thought of and rehearsed these vicious words countless times in her mind. She was sure she could say them the moment she saw Yechen, but Yelan had never expected that when they met again, it would be under these circumstances. None of the words she had prepared could be spoken. She looked at Yechen with a complicated expression. Yechen. Yechen also looked at her and remained silent for several seconds before replying, second sister. After calling each other's names, they fell into a long silence. Yechen didn't know how to start at this moment. Yelan was in the same state of mind. The director on the side felt it was time for him to step in. However, just as he was about to speak, Yelan suddenly spoke. Is Xinghua based on you? This question from her stunned both the director and Yechen. Neither of them had expected that Yelan's first question would be this. Yechen didn't ask her why she was curious, but answered truthfully, no. Although creators unconsciously infuse their own traits into the characters they create, people have many facets. Often, even they cannot truly understand themselves. A small difference in a single point can give rise to different emotions, which in turn will become seeds of personality change. Xinghua's birth, background, and all subsequent experiences are different from mine, so how could it be me? He replied. But Yelan firmly responded, you're lying. Although he is not you, the world projected by this story reflects something true in your heart, right? Yechen remained silent for a long time. There was no direct answer to Yelan's question, but she smiled and asked, why are you suddenly curious about this? Yelan pursed her lips and said, because I was thinking, if it weren't for the burden of us four sisters, perhaps you could live more freely. Instead of carrying all the blame, all the good intentions being taken as insults, and all the kindness being seen as malice. Her eyes turned red, and her voice gradually choked up. If it weren't for the advancement of technology and our unintentional participation in this program, you would be misunderstood by us until death. Even in death, you cannot shake off these unjust accusations. You will bear these heavy burdens and be buried in the underworld. Yelan could no longer control her emotions at this point. Her chest heaved violently, and her vision was completely blurred by tears. Her tightly clenched fists had nails embedded in the flesh, but she didn't feel any pain. Yechen did not expect Yelan to have such thoughts. Seeing her in such a distressed state, Yechen couldn't help but feel anxious. Second sister. I'm fine. Yelan saw Yechen struggling to get up and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Just sit still and don't move. Even in this situation, she still cared about Yechen's well-being. The nearby cardiac monitor was alarming too loudly. Yechen, I'm calm now. Please listen to me calmly. Yechen saw that she was gradually calming her breathing and slowly lay back on the bed. Second sister, you. Listen to me first. Yelan interrupted him without hesitation. Please let me finish speaking, okay? She was worried. If Yechen spoke, she might not be able to say all the things she wanted to say. Yechen could only remain silent and act as a listener. Yelan's emotions gradually calmed down, with only her reddened eyes showing signs of her emotional turmoil. Yechen, do you know? When I finished reading the story of Xinghua, I had only one feeling. When the creator made him, he must have wanted him to be happy and free, not restrained by anyone. He should always live brightly and spiritedly, instead of being executed by the family because of unjust accusations and becoming a fugitive. I want him to be happy forever. I want him to be carefree forever. Yechen, do you understand? Yechen looked at Yelan, who was crying uncontrollably, and vaguely understood the purpose of her words. Second sister. He was somewhat surprised. Yelan stopped him with a gesture. I haven't finished yet. Yechin, the four of us sisters are like the unjust accusations imposed on you by the emperor. We are not your responsibility at all. You could completely ignore us. You should have been able to live freely and brilliantly without us. It's us four sisters who ruined you. This was what Yelan had realized all along. Yechin was so talented and outstanding, but because of them, he was burdened. Without the four sisters, Yechin could have lived a better life. Everything the four sisters had was given by Yechin, and all they gave back to Yechin was endless insults, sarcasm, and mockery. Yechin didn't owe them anything. Yechin, you are not our real brother. So, even if you don't do these things, no one would blame you. Why does Yelan's words sound strange to me? Is she scolding Yechin? Accusing Yechin of meddling too much? No way. The way I hear it, Yelan seems to think that they are holding Yechin back, and she wants Yechin to be able to ignore them. Although, I still want to digress a little bit. What Yelan said really struck a chord with me. In my heart, Xinghua should not have been involved in these disputes at all. Ah, Xinghua. Yechin said he's not the prototype, but not being the prototype is even worse than being the prototype. If people can really be reborn after death, if such a fantastical thing really exists, then I truly hope that after Yechin is reborn, he won't have to deal with these four sisters anymore. That's right, that's right. I agree, especially since even I say so. The audience in the live broadcast had their own opinions. Yechin listened to Yelan's words. In his heart, he thought to himself, just as I suspected. The purpose of the long speech from the second sister was just for this final point. Do you think I made these choices under duress? That I didn't want to do them? Do you think you are a burden to me? That if I didn't take care of you, I could have the life I wanted? Yelan bit her lip and remained silent. But it was clear that this was what she was thinking. If Yechin didn't have these four sisters, how much more brilliant could his life be? Yechin simply said, but then I wouldn't have a family. He was already living his second life. In his previous life, he had already experienced all these things. What's the use? When he died, wouldn't he still leave empty-handed? He was an orphan in his first life. He didn't want to remain a rootless wanderer in his second life. Yelan looked at him incredulously. Is that all? But we don't deserve to be your family at all. What have we brought you? Nothing, Yechin. We haven't brought you anything. No, there is still something, endless insults and mockery. But there's no affection between family members. Can this still be considered a family? Yelan seemed to be questioning Yechin. In fact, she was constantly punishing herself. She didn't deserve to be Yechin's family at all. Even less so to be such a good sister he needed to protect. Yechin lightly laughed, meaningfully, but who can say for sure what a family looks like? Even in a biological family, there are times when parents don't get along. There are times when siblings fight each other. He looked at Yelan. You used to call me brother, so I am your brother. And it was me who didn't let you live in the welfare institution. It was me who forced you out. So, your lives are my responsibility. After the couple died, the four sisters were supposed to be placed in the welfare institution. It was him who didn't want that. It was him who refused. Since he had made that choice from that time, naturally, he should take responsibility for whatever the future holds. I have always considered you as my dearest sisters. When you say that, I can only feel that you don't want to acknowledge me as your brother. Yelan's heart felt as if it had been struck heavily by a hammer. It's not like that. She quickly denied. I didn't mean to not acknowledge you as my brother. Yechin had been so good to her. How could she not acknowledge him? Besides, deep down in her heart, her feelings for Yechin were not just those of a brother. Yelan covered her face in pain. Yechin, I didn't mean to not acknowledge you. I just really feel that we four sisters don't deserve what you've done for us. Deep down, she truly felt unworthy of Yechin. That's why she said those things earlier. Because she felt unworthy. Because she wanted Yechin to be free. Woo woo woo. Yelan cried out in pain, slowly and weakly crouching down along the edge of the hospital bed. Then she knelt directly on the ground. Yechin, I'm sorry. Besides these three words, she didn't know what else she could say. After Yechin's words, she now feels as if nothing else matters. Yechin couldn't bear to see her kneeling on the ground. Get up. Upon hearing this, Yelan raised her head and met Yechin's gentle gaze. This gentle gaze, and the masked him, the clown, were exactly the same. In that instant, Yelan felt a sense of confusion. It was as if she had seen the masked clown, not the Yechin in front of her. Clearly, they were so alike. Clearly, if she observed carefully, she would definitely be able to perceive it. But why had she never felt that these two people were the same person? Perhaps, deep down in her heart, she refused to acknowledge that they were the same person. Answer my question first, then I'll get up. Yelan bit her lip and, for some unknown reason, asked, You pretended to be the clown to save me at that time, and then continued to help me with that identity, showing me the world and guiding me through everything, all because I am your sister, right? This question sounded abrupt. The audience watching the live broadcast couldn't understand the reason and purpose behind Yelan's question. This question contained the hidden thoughts in Yelan's heart. Even though she knew in her heart that the answer would definitely not be what she wanted, she still wanted to ask again. Yechin looked at her and then nodded, of course. Suddenly, Yelan smiled. I understand now. This whole thing was really absurd. She had always seen the clown as a different person. He was the moonlight and the mole in her heart. It was a young girl's secret crush, but it turned out that it was all her fantasy. The throbbing of her youth was completely shattered. Yilan got up from the ground. Her knees, which had been kneeling, were visibly red. "Thank you for answering my question." She fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly flashed a bright smile. "Thank you, brother. Thank you for saving me, and thank you for all the help you've given me." After all, there had been some speculation before. Besides, this thing was never possible to begin with, so Yilan let it go quickly. The two of them seemed to be speaking in riddles, but the audience in the live broadcast room deciphered it. "I finally understand what Yilan's ambiguous words mean. Did everyone forget? Yilan used to publicly declare that she had a crush on the clown. Oh my god. That's right, how could I forget such an important thing? Now that I think about it, I understand what Yilan's words mean. Yilan wants to let go. Yi Chen's inner thoughts: I treated you as a sister, but you wanted to pursue me? Lovers end up as siblings, haha, but it seems that Yilan is really more carefree than Yi Mei. Everyone thought that Yilan was very carefree. After all, her expression on her face was indeed so revealing. No one knew the chaos in her heart. Yilan sorted out all her emotions. "Brother," she suddenly smiled, "do you want to know how powerful your carefully nurtured sister has become?" Yi Chen also smiled. "I do." Yilan said, "When I was dubbing for Xingjua's later scenes, I didn't have such a deep understanding at that time, so there were flaws in his later scenes. Brother, I want you to know that I have improved now." She took a deep breath and then started dubbing. This script held a great weight in Yilan's heart, so even after so long, she could still remember the pronouns in the script clearly. She completely immersed herself in Xingjua, carefree, unrestrained. Everything was just a big dream in life. Whether the future would be happy or sad, good or bad, was unknown. Since it couldn't be controlled, it was better to cherish the present and enjoy the experience. Yilan finished telling the whole story. When the last line fell, a tear fell from the corner of her eye, shining in the sunlight. She turned to Yechen and said, "Brother, if life could start over, I hope you won't end up like Xingjua, suspected by the emperor, bearing the world's blame and various constraints. You should be forever spirited and unrestrained, just like when you were young. Don't encounter the four sisters again." Yilan said everything she wanted to say, wiped away her tears, and said, "I'll go call in Sanmei for you." She was a bit afraid to continue looking at Yechen and hurriedly left the ward. In the ward, only the director and Yechen were left. The director sighed deeply. He didn't have to speak, but after hearing Yilan's words, he couldn't help but say, "Yechen, I think your second sister is right. You are burdened too much." Yechen couldn't help but smile, "But heaven won't give me a second chance. Besides, I really feel that I haven't let down the first chance given to me by heaven." He had been reborn once and had done what he most wanted to do. The director didn't say anything more. There was nothing more to say at this point. After Yilan left, she had restrained all her emotions. She looked directly at Yeju and said, "Sanmei, go in." Yeju stood up from her seat, nodded heavily, and walked to the door. She took a deep breath at the door many times before bravely opening the door to the ward. Yeju walked in. In the sound of her footsteps, there was a hint of hesitation. She was actually the most unsure of how to face Yechen among the three sisters. After all, in her memory, Yechen was the demon who made her withdraw into herself. Even though everything was clarified in her memory later, it was still the deepest childhood shadow. How could the deep-seated childhood shadow be dispelled just by clearing up misunderstandings? It was a terrifying presence like a shadow. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would never know how much the fear from the depths of her heart and mind could destroy a person. Yeju, calm down. Pull yourself together. It wasn't Yechen who caused you to have autism. He just wanted to protect you. And you were able to overcome autism later because of Yechen's help. Moreover, if it weren't for Yechen, how could you have acted in so many good scripts and gradually become a leading actress? In the film and television industry, acting skills are indeed important, but what's even more important is the script. An actor with only acting skills and no support from a good script will never win the award for Best Actress. There was once a saying in the film and television industry that Yeju's success could not be replicated by anyone. The number of classic films Yeju has made is enough to surpass everyone. As for other actors, just being able to act in a good script is already lucky. Yeju is the luckiest person. With so many good scripts and so many tailor-made classic scripts, anyone with a bit of talent can soar. Yeju, everything you have comes from him, so don't be afraid. Yechen had already heard Yeju's footsteps, but he didn't speak because he knew that, compared to Yemei, Yeju had a serious psychological shadow towards him. This psychological shadow came from autism, so he quietly waited. On the other side, Yeju kept giving herself mental suggestions, telling herself that Yechen was safe and wouldn't harm her. After doing all this, she finally felt much better. Taking a deep breath, she bravely walked up to Yechen. When she saw Yechen for the first time, Yeju no longer felt any fear, because she saw Yi Chen's eyes. Yeju is a movie queen. What she is best at is acting. She can see from a person's eyes what kind of person this person is and what he really wants. And the first feeling Yi Chen gave her was, too clean. He clearly had white hair and a haggard look. Even his face had many wrinkles. But Yeju saw cleanliness and purity from him. Those eyes were the brightest and most determined. How could a person with such bright and determined eyes be the demon that had been lurking in her heart since childhood, only bringing her nightmares? Yi Chen, she murmured. So, this was what Yi Chen looked like. Yizhu didn't know how long it had been since she had last seen Yi Chen. Since she entered the entertainment industry and started filming TV shows and movies, she had been very busy. So busy that she didn't have time to go home, let alone see Yi Chen. So in her memory, Yi Chen was still a young man. And that young Yi Chen, as time passed, gradually blurred his original appearance. So in Yizhu's impression, Yi Chen had become a vague image. If it weren't for participating in this program and having her memories extracted, she might have already forgotten Yi Chen's true appearance. After they met, they didn't speak a word after that greeting. Yizhu was naturally introverted and reluctant to speak first. Even though she had countless things to say in her heart, her personality made her unsure of how to express them. Yi Chen didn't know what to say to her. Among the four sisters, he had the least contact with the third sister. Later on, they were left with only the roles of screenwriter and actor. This time, the director very tactfully eased the awkward atmosphere between them. Yizhu, seeing Yi Chen now, you must have a lot of things you want to say to him, right? Like those scripts? Why did you let her film number 8 first? He had given them a clear direction. So, they shouldn't continue to be awkward. Yi Chen knew that the director's words were well-intentioned. He wanted to make the atmosphere between them less awkward. He smiled and cooperated with the director to ease the tension. So, does the third sister want to know? Do you want to know why I wanted you to film this movie at that time, instead of others? Yizhu was a very introverted person, but once the topic of the script, her favorite thing, was brought up, she became very extroverted and full of ideas. This matter touched on her favorite thing, and it was also something she was genuinely interested in. I want to know. She wanted to know why Yi Chen had wanted her to film this movie at that time. Yi Chen didn't beat around the bush, but went straight to the point. Because the script of this movie is the most childlike and adorable. The existence of fantasy creatures can break through your feelings of loneliness. If you had filmed this play first, you would definitely be more interested in movies in the future. This movie was full of childlike innocence and imagination. For Yizhu, who had recently emerged from autism, this movie was simply perfect for her. Zhou Qiguang sighed deeply when he heard Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen, he is really kind. The sports teacher next to him was puzzled. Ah, how should we interpret the principal's words? How did it become about kindness? Zhou Qiguang said, didn't you hear it? Yi Chen said so much, but the central idea of his words was only one. That is, because Yizhu was too closed off at that time. But what is filming? That is a place where countless people are mixed together. So many people, in fact, for Yizhu, who has just come out of autism not long ago, it is very frightening for her. But Yi Chen chose such a script, a fantasy creature. With the existence of this fantasy creature, Yizhu can pretend that it has always been with her, so that she is not afraid. The physical education teacher listened as if he understood but didn't really understand. Then he patted his head. Is my IQ really that low? Why can't I understand? While the physical education teacher was still in a state of confusion, Zhou Qiguang suddenly stood up from his seat. The physical education teacher was shocked and took several steps back in fear. No, principal, I just don't know what this means. You won't hit me, will you? Zhou Qiguang had long been used to the physical education teacher's absent-mindedness and ignored his words. I'm going to the hospital. The psychology professor immediately guessed his thoughts. Principal, please take me with you. He also wanted to see Yi Chen. The physical education teacher didn't understand what these two were playing at, but in any case, he understood that they wanted to go to the hospital. I'm going too. Zhou Qiguang, where are you going? You have a class later. Go to your class. Psychology professor, principal. I don't have a class, I can go. Both of them were doers. They said they were going, and the next second they walked out directly. The physical education teacher was at a loss. No, can't anyone tell me what this means? Hospital. Yizhu lowered her eyes and smiled slightly. So that's it. All of this was Yi Chen's painstaking effort. Sister, there is actually something I have always wanted to apologize to you for. I really didn't mean to lock you in the room alone. I never thought that something like this would happen afterwards. When Yi Chen talked about this, he was still very painful. He also felt very regretful. Although at that time he just wanted to protect Yizhu and prevent her from being harmed, he didn't know that all of his actions would eventually lead to Yizhu developing autism. In the countless days of the past, Yi Chen always unconsciously thought, what if his sister had really completely developed autism and couldn't come out? The root of all this was his own doing. This matter had been weighing heavily on Yi Chen's mind for a long time. I'm really sorry, sister. I should have noticed it earlier. I should have seen that your mental state was not right earlier. There were so many ways to solve that matter at the time. It wasn't just locking his sister in the room. But at that time, he chose the worst option. When Yizhu suddenly heard Yi Chen apologize to her, she was stunned for a moment, but then quickly realized, Yi Chen, you didn't do anything wrong. Perhaps before seeing this memory exposed, Yizhu's thoughts were definitely that Yi Chen did it on purpose. He did it on purpose, wanting to make her autistic, wanting to lock her in the room. But after watching this complete memory, Yizhu never thought like that again. You really don't need to apologize to me. If anything, I should apologize to you. Yi Chen just wanted to protect her. What's wrong with that? If anyone did something wrong, it should be the four sisters, right? In the past few years, as long as the four sisters were in the media or various business announcements, whenever the topic of family, childhood, and the past was mentioned, they would unhesitatingly bring up Yi-chen. Then repeatedly, in front of the national audience watching the show, she spoke about how despicable and disgusting Yi-chen was, how much of a scumbag he was, and how disgusting he made them feel. These rumors have accompanied Yi-chen for more than 10 years. Yi-ju bit her lip and desperately held back her tears. Because she had been rained on in her childhood, she knew even more about the taste of rain. Yi-chen has definitely not had an easy time over the years. Yi-chen self-mockingly smiled, but I can protect you in a better way in this matter. Yi-ju is now particularly clear-headed. It is precisely because of this that after straightening out the whole logic, she knew that Yi-chen really had no better way at that time. She directly expressed what she was thinking in her heart. You locked me in the room because they were about to rush up, you had no choice. And then, their timing was so coincidental, where else could you have sent me? And I was so young at the time, my older sisters were not around, you couldn't just leave me on the street. That would only make me more dangerous. So, there was no better way. Yi-ju, besides, in the end, it was you who saved me from autism, wasn't it? If it weren't for Yi-chen, she wouldn't know what her path is now. The director looked at the atmosphere in front of him, feeling something was not right, and the two kept apologizing to each other. In my opinion, this matter is a cycle of cause and effect. No one owes anyone anything. Indeed, there is no absolute right or wrong in this matter. It's just a matter of perspective. Yi-ju also felt that continuing to entangle in this topic would be endless, but she didn't know what to say. But she was not willing to leave now. She wanted to accompany Yi-chen for a while longer. If possible, she didn't want Yi-ju to come in. She really wanted to talk to Yi-chen for a while longer. But what should she say? Yi-ju was so anxious that tears fell from her eyes. It was so hard to see Yi-chen, she really didn't want to be so silent. Yi-chen looked at Yi-ju in front of her and suddenly shed tears. She was suddenly a little flustered. Sister, don't cry. What's going on? Why did she suddenly start crying? Yi-ju wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes in a panic. She had promised not to cry, so why was she crying now? She looked up and saw the gentle look in Yi-chen's eyes. Her psychological defense collapsed in that instant. She blurted out everything she had in her mind. I didn't mean to cry. I just wanted to talk to you more. But I don't know what to say. After hearing the reason for Yi-ju's tears, Yi-chen was a little caught off guard. Little sister, she was crying because of this? Just because she wanted to talk to herself more, but couldn't find a topic? The director on the side was also shocked. They say a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, but this Yi-ju's heart is even more unpredictable than the ocean. What reason is there to cry? However, Yi-chen, next to her, after touching Yi-ju's helpless and fragile eyes, understood everything. Little Yi-ju, she was like this too when she was young. Her thoughts were more sensitive and fragile than ordinary people. Sometimes when she wanted to express her opinion, she was afraid of hurting others or it was not the right time. So before speaking every time, she hesitated for a long time. Sometimes she was so anxious that she couldn't speak. And when she was anxious, she couldn't control her tears. After understanding this, Yi-chen's expression became even more gentle. You can tell me anything you want, as long as you say it, I'll listen. Yi-ju wiped away her tears, looking even more pitiful with her tear-stained face. Yi-chen. Yi-chen looked at her teary eyes, ignoring the pain and burning sensation in his stomach, and suddenly spoke. Do you want to know why my pen name is 12? This topic successfully stopped Yi-ju's tears. She was curious. Why? Guess? Yi-ju frowned and began to think seriously. After a few seconds, she suddenly had an answer. Is it because of Yi-yoon? The character next to the character, and the above the cloud? Yes, you guessed it. Yi-chen smiled faintly, his voice weak due to the intensifying pain in his stomach. All his pseudonyms actually had a part of him in them. And this topic successfully diverted Yi-ju's thoughts from the previous dilemma. Yi-ju quietly looked at the person in front of her. Although Yi-chen still looked the same as when she had just come in, she suddenly noticed something different. Yi-chen was hiding something. She glanced at the blood oxygen saturation and other data on the bedside monitor, and her throat suddenly felt choked up. Yi-chen. Yi-ju bit her cheek and cautiously asked, Yi-chen, I guess the answer to your question, so can I have a small reward? Yi-chen, of course, could not refuse. What do you want? Instead of answering directly, Yi-ju suddenly recalled the past. After receiving so many awards, I have always understood that behind these awards, in addition to my efforts and the efforts of the filming and directing team, I am more grateful to the screenwriter 12. It was 12 who gave me so many good scripts to film. It was him who, despite everyone's disapproval, let me play the leading role in his script. I am really very grateful to him. Just like all the audience, he is also my idol. So, on my 18th birthday, I made a birthday wish in front of the cake, but it has not been fulfilled until now. At this point, Yi-chen already vaguely understood. Yi-ju's birthday wish was definitely related to him. As expected, the next second, he heard Yi-ju say, yes, my birthday wish was to see screenwriter 12 in person and have his autograph. It would be best to take a photo with him. She bit her lip, cautiously, but also expectantly looked at Yi-chen. So, can you reward me and take a photo with me? For Yi-chen, this was not a reward for Yi-ju at all. It was a reward for him. because for so many years, he had not even taken a photo with the four sisters. Yi Chen did not hesitate, of course. He felt extremely happy in his heart, and his originally weak voice sounded much more spirited. The director, who was very sensible, said, "I'll take the photo for you." Yi Zhu took out her phone. "Let's use my phone." She handed the phone to the director and walked to Yi Chen's side. In her heart, she was extremely nervous and anxious. This was her first time taking a photo with Yi Chen. Click. The photo was quickly taken. Yi Zhu took the phone and looked at the two people on the screen, unable to help but smile. Brightly, she said, "I should be the first person to take a photo with screenwriter 12, right? Thank you, Yi Chen." After saying this, she cautiously asked, "Do you still recognize me as your sister?" At this moment, all of Yi Chen's emotions were completely covered by joy. Of course, cough, cough. He was suddenly too excited and couldn't help but cough. Seeing Yi Zhu's worried expression, he quickly adjusted himself to cover up his weak condition. Cough. "You will always be my little sister, always the sister I love the most. I am proud to have a sister like you." Yi Zhu's eyes were slightly moist, but her smile was incredibly bright. "That should be my line. I am proud to have such an amazing brother. Yi Chen, you are the brother I am most proud of." She held the photo close to her chest. "I will definitely treasure this photo. Brother, should I go call Lei Xiaoyin for you?" "You must wait for him. Don't fall asleep," Yi Zhu said joyfully, but as soon as she turned her head, tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. She had noticed earlier that Yi Chen's condition was getting weaker. Yet, he was still trying to comfort her with his spirit. She didn't want Yi Chen to worry about how to comfort her, so she deliberately pretended to be cheerful and even asked for a reward. It was all to lighten the atmosphere. But as soon as she turned away from Yi Chen, she couldn't hold back her emotions. The doctor had hinted at it earlier. Yi Chen might not have much time left. The photo in her phone might very well be the last photo with Yi Chen. With tear-filled eyes, Yi Zhu walked to the door. Just as she reached out to open it, she heard Yi Chen's uncontrollable coughing from the hospital bed. Perhaps he had sensed that she hadn't left yet, so the coughing quickly stopped. This made Yi Zhu clench her fists even tighter. Yi Chen. Even now, he was still concerned about their feelings. Yi Zhu opened the door and saw the other three sisters. Yi Zhu also saw her. She stood up from her seat, her eyes cold and mocking. "You're all done, right? Then it's my turn to go in." Yi Zhu had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She was determined to expose the conspiracy between Yi Chen and the director. She had waited too long for this moment. The thought of exposing Yi Chen and the director's conspiracy soon made a smile appear on her face. "Yi Chen, you've been pretending all along. I want to see if you can still smile when I expose your conspiracy later." Yi Zhu was about to go in, but as she reached the hospital door, Yi Zhu stopped her directly. Yi Zhu's face immediately fell. "Why are you blocking the door?" Without thinking, Yi Zhu said, "You can't go in." Yi Chen's condition was already so bad. If the fourth sister went in, who knows how she might upset him. After all, the fourth sister still showed no signs of regret or apology during the show. So, for Yi Chen's sake, the fourth sister absolutely couldn't go in. Yi Zhu's face darkened completely. "Why can't I go in?" Yi Zhu explained the reason she had just thought of in her heart. "Yi Chen can't handle any more stimulation right now. Can you guarantee that you won't deliberately upset him when you go in?" After Yi Zhu's reminder, the other two sisters also realized. "Yes, that's right. Yi Chen can't handle any more stimulation right now. Yi Zhu, can you guarantee that you won't deliberately upset Yi Chen when you go in?" No matter how you think about it, it would be too dangerous to let only Yi Zhu go in. Seeing how they were all protecting Yi Chen, Yi Zhu gritted her teeth. "In your hearts, have you already labeled me as malicious? Are you convinced that I will definitely upset him when I go in? If that's the case, why did you even let me come here?" Finally, Yi Zhu looked at Zhang Ming with disdain. Yezhu is actually right. Things have come to this point, and it's just Yezhu left. How could he possibly not let her in? Yemei also looked at him. "Mr. Zhang, I know you want her to apologize to Yechen in person, but I don't think fourth sister would really do that." Previously, in the program, everyone saw how Yezhu behaved. She didn't think she was wrong at all. Similarly, she definitely wouldn't apologize. So if she were let in, there would likely be only one result. She would deliberately provoke Yechen. Yelan spoke up. "Mr. Zhang, you also want the best for Yechen, so you don't want to see him in a bad state, right?" Zhang Ming fell silent. On one hand, he really wanted to stick to his original idea. Let all four sisters go in and apologize to Yechen. It wouldn't work without one person. But on the other hand, he was worried, as Yelan had said. With Yezhu's current attitude, she would definitely deliberately provoke Yechen. And Yechen now can't handle any emotional fluctuations. What should he do? He was torn, and the audience in the live studio also had their own thoughts. "I bet Yezhu going in will definitely provoke Yechen. With her attitude on the show, how could she not provoke him? I just saw it. When Yechen was talking to Yezhu just now, he was already very weak. He's just holding on. If Yezhu really goes in to deliberately provoke Yechen, I don't know if he can. Don't let Yezhu in. Oppose her going in." But if Yezhu doesn't go in, then wasn't all of Zhang Ming's previous efforts in vain? What he wants most is to clear Yechen's name. If Yezhu goes in to provoke Yechen, or has ill intentions towards him, No, I firmly oppose letting Yejju in. The barrage had already split into two factions. In the hospital, the director had been silently observing the barrage in the live studio, so he saw all these comments. What's this about letting Yejju in or not? Can't Yejju come in? He wasn't the only one filming. He was filming Yechen in the ward, but outside, his colleagues were filming the four sisters. At this moment, the audience was discussing the situation of the four sisters outside. Yechen had already closed his eyes, feeling very tired. After hearing the director's words, he opened his eyes. What's happening? The person involved had already asked. The director naturally couldn't hide it, but he also didn't understand, so he just said what he had seen. Looking at the barrage, it seems they're discussing whether to let Yejju in or not. Yechen was such a clever person. He immediately understood why this discussion had come up. In the variety show, the fourth sister never thought she was wrong, and as always, she thought it was his fault. Can I see the barrage in the live studio? The director didn't think there was anything to hide, so he handed the phone to Yechen. The audience had been posting all sorts of nasty comments about Yejju. They had almost cursed her entire family. But when they saw Yechen take the phone, they all stopped posting those hateful comments. Stop, don't post anymore. Yechen has the phone and is watching the live studio. Don't post those kinds of comments. Don't get Yechen too worked up. Stop. Let's post some positive comments. Yechen, you have to hang in there. You can recover. Although they responded in a timely manner and brushed quickly, because there were always people brushing ahead, Yechen still saw it. So that's why they said whether to let Yejju in or not. Are they deliberately trying to provoke me first? Ahem. Yechen covered his mouth and coughed weakly a few times. Actually, I'm fine. I'm not some fragile doll. It's not that easy to provoke me. Let them all come in. When the director heard Yechen's words, he almost couldn't hold back. You're already coughing like this, your face is as pale as paper, and you still say you're fine. Then what would be considered not fine? Yechen saw that he didn't move. I really am fine. It's okay to let them all come in. After thinking it over, the director said, okay, I can go and tell them. But whether they want to come in or not is not something I can control. After all, it was the doctor's orders, and he couldn't let a group of people come in. He carried the camera and went out. When he went out, Zhang Ming and Yejju were still confronting each other. It seems that there is still no accurate result up to now. They also looked puzzled when they saw the director come out. Director, why did you come out? Did something happen? At this moment, Yejju suddenly had many bad premonitions. Just now, when she went out, she had already realized how exhausted Yechen's body was. Even his blood oxygen saturation was only at 90. Suddenly, a bad thought surged in her mind. Her body involuntarily trembled. Has something happened to Yechen? This sentence successfully made everyone look at the director. These eyes were filled with fear, sadness, and reluctance. It seemed that they had thought of something. Yilan directly covered her mouth, unable to make a sound. Yi Mei's body softened, almost falling to the ground. Yechen, brother, he couldn't. The director felt a great deal of pressure from being stared at. How could these people be so good at imagining things? No, you've misunderstood. Yechen is fine. Lei Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Director, you really scared us. The director thought to himself. You're the one scaring me. I'm the one who's about to be scared to death by you. Zhang Ming was also quite scared, and his voice had a sense of relief from escaping a disaster. Yechen is fine, so why did you come out? The director said, Yechen knew that you were discussing whether to let Yejju in or not outside. He said you don't need to discuss it, everyone can come in. Yi Mei said, but the doctor said that Yechen shouldn't have too much emotional fluctuation right now. If it weren't for this, they would have all gone in a long time ago. And what the doctor said was indeed correct. Earlier, she just wanted to call Yechen brother, and his heart rate fluctuated abnormally. So she disagreed. Yejju also disagreed. She was clearly aware that Yechen's condition had worsened. Yejju couldn't help but sneer on the side. It's not like he's a fragile doll, why be so careful? Yilan immediately glared at her. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Yejju still had the same attitude, and it would be even more infuriating for her to go in later. Yejju retorted, did I say something wrong? Yilan was about to continue speaking, but was interrupted by the director. She really didn't say anything wrong, because just now Yechen also said the same thing inside. He said he's not a fragile doll, there's no need to be so careful. Yejju sneered, see, even Yechen himself said so. Yi Mei was still conflicted in her heart, but, no need for any more buts, however, although, suddenly, a voice came from the side. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and found a person wearing gold-rimmed glasses whom they didn't recognize. The doctor initially didn't allow all of you to go in because you are all long-lost relatives of Yechen, and there were previous incidents. So the doctor was afraid that Yechen would have sudden emotional fluctuations when he saw all of you. But now that you have all gone in one by one, Yechen has a better understanding and won't be easily emotionally affected. So now, even if all of you go in, it's okay. Zhang Ming scrutinized the man and asked, who are you? Suddenly, the man who wore gold-rimmed glasses ran over and said, me? I am a professor of psychology at the highest institution of learning. You can call me Professor Su. Yes, the man in front of them was indeed a psychology professor. When Yimei saw the psychology professor, she felt familiar. When she heard his self-introduction, she immediately remembered. I remember now. Although she didn't major in psychology, Zhou Qiguang was her teacher, and she often went to the highest institution of learning. So, she had some impression of the teachers. Before she could continue speaking, Zhou Qiguang hurried over. Xiao Su is right, and Yi Chen himself said that you can all go in, which proves that he does have the psychological capacity to endure this. Yimei was even more shocked. Teacher. She didn't expect the teacher to come as well. Zhou Qiguang met her gaze. Mei, it's been a long time. Yimei replied, indeed, it has been a long time, teacher. How could the teacher come here? Could it be that the teacher also came to see Yi Chen? Zhou Qiguang did come to see Yi Chen. He had originally wanted to go in directly, but he didn't expect that they had all arrived. The matter between Yi Chen and the four sisters had not been completely resolved. The psychology professor was impatient with their hesitation. Are you going in or not? If you're not going in, President Zhou and I will go in first. His words acted as a catalyst. Zhang Ming and the others made a decision immediately. Of course, we're going in. When Yi Zhu heard this, she lowered her eyes, covering the fierce light in her eyes. She didn't expect 2 more big shots to come, but it didn't matter. After all, the more people who came, the better. Wait a moment. She will tell the whole world. Tell everyone. All of this is a scam. Zhang Ming stood at the front and pushed open the door of the ward. Yi Chen was still half lying on the bed, weakly closing his eyes and enduring the discomfort in his stomach. When he heard the voices, he opened his eyes. Zhang Ming, Lei Xiao, eldest sister, second sister, third sister, and the last one, fourth sister. He finally saw the fourth sister. Yi Zhu also looked at him, at the man with slightly white hair, rough skin like tree bark, and extremely weak mental state. Then, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yi Chen, long time no see. I really didn't expect that when we meet again, it would be in a place like this. It's much easier to send you to your death. Yi Zhu looked around the ward. Apart from the instruments, there was nothing else in the ward. Not to mention the familiar memory extraction machine she wore during the recording. None of it was here. Indeed, all of this is a scam. Yi Chen, you really slipped up. Do you think that by pretending to be pitiful, you can whitewash all the disgusting and despicable things you've done? It's a pity. She was very clear-headed and wouldn't be deceived. Yimei noticed his bad attitude and gave him a stern look. She spoke in a low voice, Yi Zhu, don't speak recklessly. Yi Zhu heard Yimei's warning and coldly smiled, closing her mouth. For now, let's make you all happy for a while. Let me see how deep your sibling bond really is. Yi Zhu's silence made Yimei mistakenly think that she had taken it in. She felt a slight sense of relief in her heart. It seemed that the fourth sister could still listen to reason. This also proved that, in fact, the fourth sister could still communicate and listen. However, no matter what, at least she was keeping silent now, not deliberately provoking Yechen. Yimei decided to stick to the plan she had thought of when she first entered. Yechen, I know you've been watching the show all along, and you must have seen all of the fourth sister's behavior. Don't take it to heart. You also know her personality. She's just having a hard time accepting the result for a moment. It'll be fine once she calms down. When Yeju heard this, a mocking curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. She actually thought she was wrong? Ridiculous. However, when the camera turned to her, she resumed her cold indifference. She was a qualified hunter. She could definitely wait for the best moment to strike. Yechen also looked at Yeju. He was very clear about the fourth sister's personality. It was precisely because he knew her too well that he knew everything Yimei had just said was just making up for it. The fourth sister had no remorse at all. Who knows, she might still be thinking about how to refute him. The reason the fourth sister had become like this was because he hadn't taught her well. He had pampered her too much in the past. Yechen sighed. Fourth sister, I'm sorry. You're sorry to me? Yeju suddenly burst into laughter as if she had heard something funny. No. Is there anything for you, Yechen, to be sorry to me about? Shouldn't I be the one to apologize? I raised you, and all my sons are plagiarized from you. I was able to become Wen Wu's disciple, all because of you. I have everything I have now, all because of you. Yeju said sorry, but her tone and expression were mocking. She was not apologizing at all, but rather mocking openly and secretly. Yimei wanted to say something, but she couldn't find any fault in her words. In the end, she could only say, Yeju, if you want to apologize, do it with a better attitude. Yeju replied, what? Is my attitude not good enough? That's right. After all, I'm standing here to apologize to him, not behind a layer of iron bars. No matter the environment or anything else, it really doesn't show my true feelings. Yelan suddenly heard her sarcasm. Yeju, what do you mean by saying these things? If you can't speak properly, then shut your mouth. Yeju looked very worried as she looked at the bedside cardiac monitor. Fortunately, the heart rate and blood oxygen saturation were normal. Yeju couldn't help but sneer at them. Yechen, why don't you say a word? Are you just going to hide behind them? Stop it, all of you. Yechen looked quietly at Yeju. I know you have a lot of grievances against me. I also know that what I did has caused you pain. I apologize for everything I've done that made you uncomfortable. You are sisters. There shouldn't be any gaps between sisters, so I don't want you to argue because of me. Yimei was the first to speak. Brother, I know. Yelan also spoke up, brother, I have never blamed the fourth sister. Yeju, after some confusion, became nervous and at a loss. I haven't either. Brother, we're not fighting. Zhang Ming, who was on the side, was directly scared by the three sisters calling him brother one after another. What did the three sisters and Yechen talk about just now? How did they all suddenly start calling him brother? However, after the doubt, Zhang Ming felt more happy for Yechen, because he knew that Yechen had been waiting for this moment for too long. And Yi Juchu had a completely different expression. Yes, that's right. At first, she was thinking, let them act out a few more times as loving siblings. But when she really saw this scene, she couldn't hold it in. It made her sick to her stomach. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Juchu applauded. What a great play of sibling love, misunderstanding resolved, and reconciliation. It really almost brought tears to my eyes. Just as she finished saying these two sentences, she immediately became the center of attention for everyone. The director immediately turned the camera towards her. There was a hint of excitement in the director's heart. He knew it. Yi Juchu definitely couldn't stand that atmosphere. She was definitely going to cause trouble. He just didn't know what kind of trouble she would cause. But no matter what trouble she caused, the ratings for this segment would definitely explode. Just as the director had thought. This scene was broadcast live, and as soon as it ended, the barrage of comments started flooding in. Damn! What does Yi Juchu mean by suddenly saying these things? Is she trying to cause trouble again? When I saw this scene in front of me, I felt incredibly calm inside. Maybe because I knew that this was definitely going to happen. After Yi Juchu was judged by the production team, she still doesn't accept Yi Chen. How could she suddenly become obedient after seeing him again? Exciting! Exciting! I wonder what Yi Juchu is up to. She wouldn't do something like pulling the plug, would she? The audience was very excited. They were eager to know what Yi Juchu would do next. But in the hearts of some people, they were still very concerned about Yi Chen. Yi Juchu, don't cause trouble. Yi Chen's body can't handle any more excitement. If anything happens to Yi Chen, the first person I won't let off the hook is Yi Juchu. In the hospital room, it seemed calm on the surface, but in reality, there was already a storm brewing. Yi Juchu finally made a move again, but someone was faster than her. Smack! A very loud slap resounded on Yi Juchu's face. Yi Juchu, you've gone too far. The person who slapped her was Zhang Ming. No one had expected that Zhang Ming would suddenly slap her. Even Yi Juchu herself hadn't expected it. She covered her face, looking at Zhang Ming in disbelief. Then she became hysterical. Zhang Ming, are you crazy? You hit me. Zhang Ming immediately answered without hesitation, I've wanted to hit you for a long time. If it wasn't for your older sister and second sister hitting you on the show earlier, I guarantee that there wouldn't be just one slap mark on your face. Because I would have stepped in. He had really been holding back for a long time. Originally, he thought that if Yi Juchu could just stay quiet and not cause any trouble, he would let her off for now. But now it was clear that Yi Juchu clearly wanted to cause trouble. How could Zhang Ming bear it? Xianggu! Yi Chen was the first to react besides them. After hesitating for a moment, his face quickly turned serious. Stop! Before Zhang Ming could say anything, Yi Juchu glared at him. Yi Chen! I don't need your fake concern here. Why didn't he step in when Zhang Ming made a move just now? Why didn't he tell him to stop? Now he's doing all this, ha! What's the point of seeking public sympathy? Zhang Ming heard this and felt the urge to hit her again. If it wasn't for Yi Chen telling him to stop just now, he might have slapped her again. Yi Chen, have you even seen how she's talking about you now? Does she look like she's admitting her mistake now? And she's being sarcastic. If I don't slap her now, I'll really be unable to contain my anger. He had been holding back for many years. Now he really couldn't bear it anymore. There was no need to hold back. Yi Juchu touched her face, her eyes filled with hatred. I'm being sarcastic? Isn't that right? In your eyes, I am indeed being sarcastic. But you have no right to hit me. Yechen, seeing the situation now, are you feeling happy inside? You must be feeling very pleased inside. Everyone is on your side. Everything you did to us four sisters in the past has now been whitewashed by you. Are you happy about that? Yechen did not feel very surprised when he heard these questions from Yechu. He even felt it was expected. After all, the character of the fourth sister was indeed like this. But even though he already knew in his heart what the result would be, when he really encountered it, Yechen still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. I didn't think so. Cough, cough, cough. Yechen's stomach was burning severely. He had wanted to endure it, but he couldn't help but cough when he spoke. His stomach was uncomfortable, twitching slightly, almost making him want to vomit. At the same time, Yeju noticed that his blood oxygen saturation suddenly dropped. Brother, are you okay? She hurriedly ran to Yechen's side, unable to hide her concern in her eyes. Should I call a doctor for you? Yechen grabbed her hand as she tried to press the button. I'm fine. It's just that my throat was a bit itchy earlier. Yelan also ran over. Brother, are you really okay? If you have a problem, you must speak up. Don't hold it in. Yeju looked at the blood oxygen saturation next to her, which had slightly risen again, and then listened to Yechen's words and let go of her hand. At this moment, she noticed that Yechen was holding her hand. The touch of those hands was not at all like that of a person in their 30s. It was too rough to an incredibly withered extent. Just touching those hands made her wonder if she was touching dry, wrinkled tree bark. Brother. Yeju couldn't help but reach out and hold his hand. There was a slight hint of red in her eyes. When no one else noticed, Yechen had already become so old. Yemei glared. Yechu, what did I tell you when you came in earlier? Did you just ignore what we said? You deliberately provoke Yechen. What benefit does it bring to you? Yechu took in everything that had just happened. Originally, when she heard the doctor say that Yechen's emotional fluctuations could be life-threatening, she had just scoffed at it. How could emotional fluctuations be life-threatening? It was ridiculous. But just now, she had just slightly provoked Yechen. Yechen's vital signs instantly deteriorated. The doctor was right after all. Yechen really couldn't have any emotional fluctuations. Thinking this in her heart, she retorted to Yemei's words. What do you mean I deliberately provoke him? It's his own inability to withstand it. I just spoke some harsh truths. Zhang Ming couldn't help it. You immediately get out of here. If Yechu continued to stay here, who knows what other nonsense she might say. Yechu suddenly laughed. Get out? Why should I leave? I haven't finished speaking, and you're in such a hurry to drive me away. Do you have something to hide? Zhang Ming's face was extremely gloomy. What do you mean by having something to hide? I think you're the one with something to hide. Yechu flicked her hair and revealed her delicate face. If I didn't want to expose the truth, do you think I would like to stay here? The air here exudes a disgusting stench. I would want to vomit if I stayed here for one more second. Lei Xiao had been silent all along, like a transparent person. But now he couldn't help it. In that case, you should leave quickly. Why do you insist on staying here with your stubbornness? Yechu raised her chin slightly. Didn't I say it? I want to expose your truth here. Oh, to be precise, it should be exposing the lies fabricated by the production team and Yi Chen together. She had had enough of the drama. It was time to reveal some explosive material. The director was puzzled. What nonsense are you talking about? What lies did I and Yi Chen fabricate? What is Yi Jiu talking about? What lies? What is she up to? She can't go a day without causing trouble, can she? I'm really fed up. When will she be taken off the air? The audience in the live broadcast room rolled their eyes. They were not at all happy to see Yi Jiu, but there were still people supporting Yi Jiu, like her brainless fans. Goddess Jiu must have some evidence. That's why she's saying this. Goddess Jiu, I will always support you. Hurry up and expose your material and make them all get lost. I can't stand seeing Yi Chen and these three women pretending to be affectionate. What a disgusting sight. It makes me want to vomit. Isn't it true? What did Yi Chen do? Just flatter them to death. A bunch of bootlickers. The fans in the live broadcast room were once again filled with resentment. In the hospital, Yi Jiu smiled slyly. What? Even now, do you still think your lies can be hidden? Stop pretending. Your so-called memory extraction of Yi Chen is fake. There is no such thing at all. The director waited for a long time, thinking she might say something insightful, or maybe find something else. But it was still the same old story, constantly saying that his memory extraction machine was fake. There was really no new idea at all. You keep harping on this, don't you find it annoying? The director was speechless. This memory extraction machine has long been certified, and it is nationally certified. And, this is not the first time I have hosted this program. Only you have been suspecting the content here is fake. How come the guests on my previous shows never doubted it? Always saying that Yi Chen's memory is fake. It's really enough. Zhang Ming was also fed up. Now that you can't find any flaws, you start to make baseless accusations, right? The other three sisters also looked disapprovingly at her. Fourth sister, this has been certified many times, it's all true. Moreover, it's not just us, there are also other people involved, and their memories match the memories we extracted. Fourth sister, don't be so stubborn. Yi Jiu listened to everyone speaking for the production team and Yi Chen, feeling truly isolated. But she would not be defeated by this difficulty. The reason why it was believed to be true before was because of these so-called corroborating witnesses. But now, I have found evidence more important than any other witness. The director looked at her speechlessly, with a dismissive tone. All right, then tell us, what is your evidence? He didn't believe she could find any evidence. Yi Jiu, the evidence is right here in this hospital. Zhang Ming, this hospital? Yi Jiu did not say everything at once. She had learned to keep a card up her sleeve. She looked at Jimei. Before I reveal the answer, I want to ask Jimei a few questions. She did not address her as the eldest sister, because at this moment, in her heart, these three sisters in front of her were no longer worthy of being her sisters. Jimei felt she was being unreasonable. Fine, since you insist on being unreasonable here, I'll indulge you. Ask. Yi Jiu sneered. Whether I am being unreasonable, you will find out soon. My first question is, when you went to find Yi Chen, did you find that he was not in that basement? Yemei nodded without hesitation. Yes, wasn't this broadcast live? With live verification, she had no way to lie. Yeju's mouth hooked slightly, slowly setting a trap. The second question, I remember you went out alone, right? After all, when Yelan went to find you, you came back alone. Yemei also nodded naturally. Yes, I went out alone at that time. What's the connection between these two? Yeju asked. Of course there's a connection. What I want to know now is, if you went out alone, why was the basement scene you found broadcast live with the program team following you? Lei Xiao felt that Yeju's questions were all nonsense and interjected, "Isn't that obvious? It's because the program team filmed it." Yeju's eyes were sinister, and she smiled strangely. "Yes, you're right. It was filmed by the team. That's why we have this footage. So, since you went out alone, why did the program team suddenly follow you?" When Yeju asked the third question, Yemei had a vague sense of what she wanted to ask. Sure enough, when Yeju asked the last question, she instantly understood. Her memory was rebooted. The doubts and suspicions buried in her heart at that time resurfaced. Yes, when she found the basement and encountered the program team, she had the same thought as Yeju, that the program team was lying. After all, the program team had previously claimed that Yechen was with them. It was because Yechen was with them that they were able to extract his memories and play them synchronously. But if that was the case, why did she encounter the program team when she went to the basement? Was it because the program team was also looking for Yechen? Were they all lying? Yemei was deeply shocked by this speculation, which she had initially considered. Later, after seeing the crude basement where Yechen was, as well as the diary and other evidence, she temporarily put this speculation aside. Then, as the scenes from the diary were gradually revealed, she completely forgot about this matter. Yeju had been observing Yemei all along. Seeing her sudden realization, she coldly smiled and said, "Yemei, have you figured it out now? What exactly is the question I want to ask?" Yeju loudly questioned, "When we participated in the program before, we raised doubts. Why were Yechen's memories mixed in with ours when they were played? I still remember the answer the program team gave us. It was because Yechen was with their team. If that's the case, can you give me an answer? Why were you also following Yemei when she went to find Yechen? Is it because you were also looking for Yechen?" Director. After Yeju's words, the director's face instantly turned pale. He had originally thought that Yeju was just talking nonsense without thinking, but he hadn't expected her to think of this. What should he do? How should he explain why their team had appeared there at that time? In the live broadcast room, Yeju's fans were already boiling with excitement. The director's team said Yechen was with them. Then why did they follow Yemei? It's because Yechen wasn't with the director's team at all. So they were also searching. That's it. Yeju is amazing. Her intelligence is invincible. Ah, I knew my goddess wouldn't be someone without a brain. Always love Yeju. The director's face has turned pale. It seems he can't explain either, because the director is a liar. He definitely can't explain it. The live broadcast room was filled with joy. In the hospital, Yi Chen's expression was inexplicable. He had watched the entire live broadcast and naturally knew the wording given by the production team. This wording was really untenable. The production team was probably also puzzled as to why their own memories were inexplicably mixed in. If it weren't for the system and his mind playing tricks, he doubted anyone would know about the things he had done. Yi Chen couldn't confess about the system. This matter was just too unbelievable. If the production team couldn't provide a reason, Yi Ju would definitely categorize this matter as fraud. It was a lie he had fabricated, and the purpose of doing so was to whitewash himself and bring down all four sisters from their peak. Yi Chen smiled lightly. If that was the case, it wasn't really a bad thing. After all, when he was doing these things, he never expected to be forgiven. Having such a brief moment of happiness, he was already content. Despite enduring stomach pain, Yi Chen was about to confess everything. But before he could, Zhang Ming spoke faster. "Yi Ju, do you really think that by saying this, you can prove that the production team and Yi Chen are in cahoots? Don't you find your words ridiculous?" He had expected Yi Ju to say something else. But this? "Yi Ju, what's so ridiculous? Your inability to explain is even more ridiculous than me." Zhang Ming's gaze was cold. "Because there's no need for an explanation. The reason the production team appeared there wasn't to find Yi Chen." He said this without any guilt, even though he actually shared Yi Ju's thoughts. He was the one who knew the whole truth. It was he who had taken the unconscious Yi Chen to the hospital. So, this verified that the production team had indeed lied. They had indeed come to find Yi Chen. But all of this was unimportant. After all, if he admitted to this, wouldn't he be falling into Yi Ju's trap? Can't the reason the production team appeared there be because they knew that Yi Mei wanted to find Yi Chen and went to film material? To film Yi Mei's reaction? Zhang Ming looked at the director as he spoke, clearly implying something. He had already paved the way for the production team. If the director wasn't foolish, he would know to follow the path Zhang Ming had laid out. At this moment, Zhang Ming was actually more worried than the production team about this matter being exposed. The director wasn't foolish. After receiving the hint from Zhang Ming, he immediately spoke up. "That's right, that's correct." He was even better at perfecting the story than Zhang Ming. "We received information that Yi Mei was going to find Yi Chen. Our production team knew that Yi Chen lived in a dirty place, so we immediately decided to go and film Yi Mei's reaction to this. So our team also appeared there, and we filmed the whole scene. Is there anything wrong with that?" The director was originally fabricating a story, but as he continued, he felt it was perfectly reasonable. Yes, that's how it was. They went there to film Yi Mei's reaction, not to find Yi Chen. Yi Chen hadn't expected Zhang Ming to lead this specious argument. Inwardly, he couldn't help but sigh. Knowing his fourth sister's temperament, she definitely wouldn't have just this to say. The faster they tried to whitewash themselves now, the more they feared that the evidence provided by the fourth sister later would make them lose face even more. It would be better to take responsibility for everything now, before it got more complicated. Zhang Ming had been observing Yi Chun from the corner of his eye all along. After knowing him for so many years, he knew exactly what kind of person Yi Chun was. He knew that Yi Chun wanted to confess. This absolutely couldn't happen. He did so much, never hoping that Yi Chun would be smeared with that dirty water. Yi Chun, you also saw this scene through the live broadcast at that time. Your sister is very heartbroken for you. They all know what you have done, and it's all in their hearts. Yi Chun, you won't be misunderstood by them anymore. The implication behind Zhang Ming's words is to stop Yi Chun. Yi Chun understood the meaning behind his words. Zhang Gu, cough, cough, cough. He was a little anxious and couldn't control his coughing. Zhang Ming had more reason to say, your health is not good now, so don't talk too much for the time being. The implication was to see how he could wriggle out of it. Yi Ju listened to their wrangling on the side, and the smile on her lips deepened. When she asked those questions, she had already thought about their responses. Sure enough, the reasons they gave were exactly as she had imagined. Yi Ju couldn't help but burst into laughter at the thought. Ha ha ha, it's ridiculous. When you were fabricating this story, did you even use your brains? Yi Ju laughed until tears came out of her eyes. The director said, we didn't fabricate anything. What's the need for using our brains? Yi Ju wiped away the tears from laughing. Then you are simply brainless. Because if you had used your brains even a little, you wouldn't have said such things. Because this whole hospital is evidence. You can lie and say that Yi Chun has always been with your program group. But the broadcast time won't lie. And Yi Chun's admission time won't lie either. Do you really think you can be perfect? Do you really think I'm stupid and wouldn't have investigated first? Yilan felt that something was wrong. Yi Ju, what do you mean by that? There was a smug look in Yi Ju's eyes and eyebrows. While each of you came in and played the deep sibling affection with Yi Chun, I was collecting evidence. And now I have all the evidence in my hands. She had been trying to collect evidence from the moment she entered this hospital. And the fact was just as she had expected. Yi Chun and the program group were lying. Yi Ju smiled eerily. Do you really think I wouldn't have thought of the excuses you would use to refute me? No, I have thought of them. The words you just said will become another piece of evidence for me. The director, looking at her confident appearance, felt a little anxious in his heart. What evidence has this Yi Ju really collected? Although he felt uneasy, the director couldn't show it. He could only endure the panic and force himself to speak. You keep saying you have evidence, then show it. Anyone can talk, who can't? Lei Xiao said, exactly. If you have evidence, show it. Even the audience in the live broadcast room was curious about what evidence Yi Ju could produce. Will Yi Ju really have any evidence? I don't think it's very likely. How could there really be any evidence? But she looks like she really has some kind of leverage. Stop teasing us. Show the evidence. Quickly. Everyone wanted to see the so-called evidence from Yi Ju. And Yi Ju didn't continue to drag it out. She took out her phone and opened the album. The evidence you want is in this picture. Yi Ju showed the picture to everyone. Yi Ju was the first to see clearly what was in the picture. This was a photo of Yi Chun's admission time. She didn't understand. What's wrong with this picture? Why didn't she understand? What evidence was there in this picture? Isn't this just Yi Chun's admission time? Yi Chun was far away in the hospital bed and naturally couldn't see the content of the photo. But he heard what Yi Ju said. In an instant, he understood Yi Ju's reasoning. This photo was indeed evidence. He turned to look at Zhang Ming, only to see that his face was a little pale. It seems that Zhang Gu also understands the purpose of this photo. Yi Ju handed the photo to the camera. Everyone can see clearly, this is the time when Yi Chun was admitted to the hospital. It was at 15:33 on the 21st at noon. After saying this, she looked at Yi Ju. You just asked me, what can this admission photo prove? I can tell you now. From 15:20 to 15:46 on the 21st at noon, Yi Chun's memory scene was being extracted and broadcasted. Yi Ju turned to the director, with a victorious smile on her lips. I would like to ask the director, how can Yi Chun be admitted to the hospital and have his memory extracted at the same time? The director was suddenly speechless. He hadn't thought of this. Zhang Ming's face was extremely gloomy. He had modified a lot of information, but he had forgotten about this. The atmosphere fell silent. Breaking the silence was Yilan. I thought it was something else. Can't Yi Chun wear a memory extraction machine while being hospitalized at that time? Yi Ju burst into laughter after hearing this. Yilan, why don't you guess why the director didn't dare to say this when I raised this question? Because all the medical staff here are witnesses. When Yi Chun was processing the admission procedures, he didn't wear any memory extraction machine on his head. Not only that, Yi Ju looked at Yi Chun, her eyes filled with excitement, satisfaction, and resentment. Yi Chun, since you entered this hospital, you have never worn a memory extraction machine on your head. I want to ask, how can you synchronize your memory to the program without wearing a memory extraction machine? Answer me. At this moment, Yi Ju's momentum reached its peak. She had been suppressed for so long, misunderstood by everyone for so long. Now, finally, she could clear the humiliation on her. These people, wanting to see her fall from the peak. Never possible. She will always stand at the peak, laughing at the world. These words from Yi Ju indeed hit the most painful spot. The director couldn't say anything at all. At this moment, he felt extremely wronged. At the beginning, when the program was broadcasted, he was also very puzzled. Clearly, it was just the memories of the four sisters being extracted. How could Yi Chen suddenly appear? In order to prevent the credibility of the program from being questioned, he could only discuss with the expert team, saying that Yi Chen was also wearing a memory extraction machine in their program group. That's why his memory scene could be integrated with the memories of the four sisters. Unexpectedly, telling one lie would lead to countless more lies. The director resented it. If the situation allowed, he also wanted to shout and question Yi Chen loudly. How could your memory appear in my program? And at this moment, the three sisters looked at each other, and Yi Mei spoke first. Yi Ju, how can you be sure that Yi Chen didn't wear a memory extraction machine on his head? He doesn't have it on now, but the program has ended. It's normal for him not to have it on now. Yi Ju sneered, your question makes me feel like you have been brainwashed by Yi Chen. There are so many medical staff here. You can just ask anyone casually to know whether I am lying or not. This is a very simple lie that can be easily exposed. If Yi Ju hadn't asked personally, how could she dare to boast like this? Yi Mei also seemed to understand this, so she didn't move. This lie was too easy to expose. Yi Ju didn't need to lie about this. The atmosphere fell silent once again. The smile on Yi Ju's lips grew bigger and bigger. What's wrong? Why is everyone silent? Is it because there's nothing to say, or are you thinking about how to make up for the lie after it's been exposed? Yi Chen, say something. Why are you acting like a mute now? Do you think not speaking will make this matter disappear? Yi Chen had nothing to say. He had known from the beginning that it would come to this. That's why he had wanted to stop Zhang Ming earlier. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. At this moment, Yi Ju felt like she had reached the peak of her life. You have nothing to say, you don't go find witnesses. I will. I will. I want all of you to acknowledge and accept the truth. Instead of trying to smear my name, saying I am mentally disabled, saying that I am making up stories here, Yi Ju really went to find the medical staff. When the nurse arrived, she thought something big had happened. But as soon as she entered the ward, she felt the strange atmosphere. She felt a bit uneasy and asked, what's wrong? Has something happened? Why is the atmosphere so strange with this group of people? Yi Ju put her hand on the nurse's shoulder, signaling her to relax. Nurse, I have a question for you, and I just need you to answer truthfully. The nurse replied, what question? As long as it's something I know, I can answer. Yi Ju asked, the question I want to ask is simple. Since Yi Chen came to your hospital, have you ever seen him wearing this kind of device on his head? She took out her phone. On the screen of the phone was a screenshot of the program recorded by the four sisters. They were wearing a memory extraction device that looked like a helmet. The nurse took a quick look and shook her head firmly. No. Yi Ju's smile became even brighter. Was it that he didn't have it when he was admitted, or has he never had it since being admitted? The nurse was very certain, he has never had it since being admitted. When the director heard this, he had only one thought in his mind, it's over. Everything is over. His mouth and throat felt dry, and he forced a smile. Nurse, do you want to think carefully again? Maybe he had this device on his head, and you didn't notice. The nurse was tempted. Why were they fixated on this? I really didn't see it. I have been on duty these days, and Yi Chen is my patient. I definitely know his condition. I remember very clearly, he has never worn this kind of helmet. After she finished speaking, she noticed that the atmosphere in the ward became even more strange. She hesitated and asked, what is this helmet? Is it something important? Has it been lost in this hospital? Yi Ju interrupted with a smile. No, it hasn't. Thank you, nurse, we have no other questions. You can go back to your duties. She quickly dismissed the nurse. After the nurse left, Yi Ju looked at everyone again. I have brought the witnesses for you. Do you have anything else to say now? The balance of victory had completely shifted in her favor. She was the one who could ultimately achieve victory. Yi Ju turned to look at Yi Chen. Her lips moved silently. Yi Chen, do you want me to die? Absolutely not. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Yi Chen, today is your deadline. The camera broadcasted the scene in the ward in its entirety. In the live broadcast room, many viewers who had originally supported Yi Chen suddenly turned against him. Could what Yi Ju said all be true? The evidence has been found. Could it be that Yi Chen and the production team really conspired to deceive us? Damn, what a shocking turn of events. I'm completely stunned. I'm also a nurse working at this hospital. I remember now. When I saw Yi Chen, he definitely didn't have a memory extraction device on his head. So how were his memories extracted? Damn, so this is really a scam. I knew it. Yi Chen is a scumbag. How could he possibly be the kind and bright person in my memories? Damn it, my values are shattered. What kind of disgusting thing is Yi Chen? The way he's trying to whitewash himself is too extreme. I've said it before, Yi Chen is a scumbag. He's a waste. You don't believe me. You insist on supporting him. You think he's really amazing. Sob sob sob. I knew it. I knew my goddess Jujube is innocent. She's been wrongly accused. If she hadn't found the evidence, who knows how she would be blackened now. Disgusting. Damn it. Yi Chen deceived my tears. I can't believe I actually thought he was good. I feel sick just thinking about it. I've never seen such a disgusting and greasy man like Yi Chen. Damn it. I think there must be some misunderstandings that haven't been resolved. I believe Yi Chen is not that kind of person. still believe it. The evidence has already been presented. How else do you want to whitewash it? Most people like to follow the crowd. The herd mentality is a human weakness. Once public opinion starts to lean in one direction, no one cares about what the truth really is. They just follow the public opinion and its rhythm. They are not willing to use their own brains to think about whether the situation is really as it seems. In the hospital, Yi Mei is the most calm. But precisely because she is calm, after thinking through the whole situation, she couldn't find where Yi Jujube lied. At this point, she was starting to feel uncertain. She wanted to say something, but couldn't. If all of Yi Chen's memory fragments are actually fake, fabricated by him and the production team to deceive them, then what should they do? How should they handle this? This is all too absurd. Yi Lan's mind is also in chaos, but she is more composed than Yi Mei. She wants to prove that what Yi Jujube said is false. After all, she had also doubted it before. So she immediately thought of the key point: if the memories are truly fabricated, how do we explain the testimonies of the bystanders? Yi Zhu nodded. Yes, the testimonies of the bystanders can't all be fake. If it really was a conspiracy by Yi Chen and the production team, then how could the testimonies of these bystanders all match up? Yi Jujube had already thought of the answer. Do you know what the most powerful deception in the world is? It's 7 parts truth, 3 parts lie. Yi Chen and the production team had already planned to carry out this deception, so it's impossible for them to expose such easily found loopholes. Just as Yi Jujube finished speaking, Jiang Ming coldly interrupted. So what you're saying is, those so-called bystanders have actually been bought off by us a long time ago, and all those perspectives from the bystanders are actually all fake. Yi Jujube also responded with a cold smile. I didn't say that, but there's a high probability that it might be like that. Jiang Ming was driven crazy by his speculation. Ridiculous. How could so many memory scenes be faked? They had been recording this program for a long time. If they were to tamper with all these memories, how much effort would that take? When Yi Jujube said this, it was truly laughable. Just look at how many memories there are. How much effort would that take? Why would the production team do this? The audience who were on the fence felt that what Jiang Ming said made some sense. Yeah, with so much work. If the production team really tampered with everything, they must have gone crazy. This live broadcast has been going on for so long. The amount of footage is already comparable to a series of a short TV drama. If the production team really wanted to do this, they would have gone crazy, right? Is there something going on here that we don't know about? Yi Zhou reasoned. In this world, everything is done for the sake of profit. As long as there is a benefit, people will do anything. Indeed, the scale of this project sounds huge, but the benefits involved can completely offset it. The thought of her memories being exposed, being questioned by everyone, and being looked down upon, as well as risking all her assets, fueled a fire inside Yi Zhou. Why can't Yi Chen do this? Why wouldn't he? Everyone knows. The 4 of us sisters have achieved so much in our respective fields, and if we were to be pulled down from the peak of our fields, how much of the pie could be divided? Just this alone, many people are eager for us sisters to die and fall from this peak. Yi Zhou's speculation must have some basis. Just as she said, the 4 sisters are at the peak of their respective fields. If something were to happen to them, the portion of the pie they possess would immediately become ownerless. Anyone could come forward and take a bite. The benefits involved are enough for Yi Chen and the production team to do such a thing. Yi Zhou suddenly looked meaningfully at Jiang Ming. Actually, I found it strange from the beginning. Are you so concerned about Yi Chen because you are also involved in this matter? You are talking nonsense. Jiang Ming couldn't hold back and cursed. Having been in the business world for so many years, he had seen all kinds of villains and shameless people. But encountering someone like Yi Zhou, who was so shameless, was truly a first for him. When you say these things, you have no evidence at all. It's all based on your subjective imagination. Yi Zhou threw the ball back directly. Do you have evidence to prove that what I said is false? In the end, neither side could prove anything. Jiang Ming suddenly came to his senses as he looked at Yi Zhou. He had underestimated her. In any case, the 4 sisters were all trained by Yi Chen and had reached such a peak position. So, they were not just mere decorations. Now, Jiang Ming truly couldn't find any way to refute what she said, because no one would be clearer than him. When he went to find Yi Chen, he indeed didn't see any memory extraction machine on him. So he couldn't explain why Yi Chen's memories were being extracted and played in real time. With Jiang Ming's silence, the atmosphere in the ward became increasingly eerie. The 3 sisters were confused by one piece of news after another. Who was telling the truth? Yi Zhou or Yi Chen? Yi Lan was the first to be unable to bear this atmosphere. She turned directly to Yi Chen, speaking with a somewhat cautious tone. Brother, what's really going on with this matter? Can you explain? She seemed afraid that Yi Chen would misunderstand and quickly added, Brother, please don't misunderstand. I just don't want any more mud to be thrown at you. Yi Mei also chimed in. Yes, brother, what's really going on? Did you really not wear that memory extraction machine? Yi Zhu looked at him with teary eyes. Brother, clarify it. Lei Xiao, listening to their tone, felt something was off. You're not starting to doubt President Yi again, are you? Just because of what Yi Zhou said. Stop it. I am one of the people who knows about it. These memories are all real. I have experienced them all myself. No slightest change at all. Lei Xiao was really amused by this. If these memory scenes were different from what I experienced, I would have noticed it long ago. This is simply a groundless accusation. Yi Ju felt that she had the upper hand, and her tone was filled with a mocking tone as if she was watching a good show. You and Yi Chen are in cahoots, of course you would speak up for him. So what you say can't be used as any useful clue, nor can it be used as evidence. Her smile became more and more brilliant. Besides, you don't need to be so eager to speak up. Haven't you noticed it yet? None of them dare to speak. Yi Chen. Yi Ju turned to look at him. Why have you been silent? Weren't you quite talkative before? Saying that we, the four sisters, are unworthy of you, saying that everything you did was for our own good. Now, continue speaking. Keeping silent all the time, is it because of guilt? Yi Chen did not intentionally remain silent. It's just that since a while ago, he has been feeling increasingly uncomfortable. The burning pain in his stomach has become unbearable. His temples are pounding. The scenery in front of him suddenly began to blur. He tried to speak several times, but he only felt breathless. He opened his mouth several times, but couldn't utter a word. Facing Yi Ju at this moment, he struggled to speak, but ultimately couldn't withstand the pathological pain. He felt dizzy and passed out directly. Unaware that he had fainted, the system, which had appeared no more than 3 times, suddenly appeared. Its slightly mechanical electronic voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. This Yi Ju is really annoying. She's always clinging to me. You want evidence? Well, I'll give you evidence right away. The system flashed white light. Suddenly, a silver chip appeared on the inside of Yi Chen's arm. However, at this time, no one knew about it. As Yi Yun fainted, the nearby instruments began to sound frantic alarms. Zhang Ming was the first to react. He rushed up in 3 steps and grabbed the emergency bell on the bed, his hands trembling uncontrollably. What's happening? How did this happen all of a sudden? Yi Ju's reaction was the second largest. She rushed up and held Yi Chen's hand, tears of worry streaming down her face. Yi Chen, brother! At this moment, she felt extremely panicked. I'm sorry. I should have stopped it earlier. I shouldn't have let Yi Ju in. Yi Lan was equally panicked, but she also heard Yi Ju's words clearly. What do you mean you should have stopped it earlier? Yi Ju wiped her tears and choked out. When I went out just now, I actually noticed that Yi Chen was not in a good state. Although he has been enduring it, the data displayed by the machines has already exposed him. But I always felt that he could hold on a little longer, so I didn't stop it. At this time, the medical staff had already rushed over. They quickly assessed Yi Chen's current condition. Family members, please leave. We need to rescue Yi Chen now. Please don't stand here. Go outside and wait. Cooperate with our work. They all were ushered out. At this moment, the 3 sisters had no more thoughts to question what was true or false. They all clasped their hands together, praying that Yi Chen could survive this time. When Yi Ju was driven out, she was furious. Clearly, she was about to expose Yi Chen at the end. But now, Yi Chen had actually resorted to this trick. Fine. Pretending to faint. Does Yi Chen think he can escape like this? Lei Xiao really couldn't control himself and wanted to slap her. Yi Ju, can you be a little more virtuous with your mouth? Yi Chen is already in the middle of being rescued. What more do you want? Yi Ju narrowed her eyes. What more do I want? I seriously suspect that Yi Chen fainted on purpose because he couldn't answer my question. Because this whole thing is fake. He can't explain it at all. So he had to resort to fainting, trying to escape from it. The situation has already progressed to this point. Can't you all tell who is standing on the side of truth? The brainwashed fans in the live broadcast room have started to go crazy. Goddess Ju is right. If Yi Chen didn't have something to hide, why would he suddenly faint? I think it's just like the goddess said. This so-called program is actually a complete scam from start to finish. The production team can't explain it at all. It's definitely a scam. It has to be said that because of Yi Chen's fainting, all the audience gradually started to believe what Yi Ju was saying. No way, after teetering on the edge of being proven wrong, am I going to be proven wrong again? Who can tell me the truth? My head is about to explode. Who can tell me the truth? I'm starting to feel like what Yi Ju said is becoming more and more true. Why else would Yi Chen suddenly faint when she questioned him? Is the production team dead? They still haven't come to explain. Explain my foot. It's obvious they can't explain it. So Yi Chen really is a fraud. Yi Chen really has played everyone like a fiddle. Just based on this, he's not a lost cause. Public opinion has already started to lean towards Yi Ju. Zhou Qiguang and the psychology professor are also paying attention to the live broadcast. So the two of them are very clear about what really happened. This is absolutely impossible. Zhou Qiguang was the first to refute. All of my memories are real. They haven't been altered in any way. Yi Chen is a genius beyond the reach of ordinary people. Yi Ju really didn't expect it to come to this. There are still so many people standing with Yi Chen. At this point, she already has the mentality of a victor. So her tone of voice is no longer as sharp as before. She can speak calmly now. Dean Zhou, I admire you, so I'll call you Dean Zhou. But after watching the live broadcast, you also know what happened inside. 3 parts fake and 7 parts real. Maybe those parts of yours are real, but you can't just blindly believe that all the other memories are real. Zhou Qiguang's eyes were cold. Exactly because of this, I say everything you're saying is nonsense. Yi Chen is the most talented genius I've ever seen. If he really wanted to, as you said, to become famous, to gain huge benefits, then why didn't he start self-promoting at a young age? The game companies he started can't be fake. Those real achievements can't be fake. The amount on that galaxy card can't be fake. He can become a god on his own. So why would he need to steal the credit from you four sisters? Zhou Qiguang is indeed a dean. He immediately hit the key point. Yi Ju stiffened. She had deliberately ignored this point before, but she quickly thought of a counterpoint. Why not? A person's state of mind can't stay the same every moment. His current thoughts don't mean he'll still have the same thoughts in the future. It's very possible that Yi Chen regrets it now. Regrets transferring so much money to us. So he came up with this trick, trying to drag us into hell. To accompany him, the psychology professor uttered 4 words of truth. Nonsense. If he really regrets what he has done and wants to drag you all to hell, as you think, then he wouldn't be behaving like this. Moreover, you keep saying he's faking it, but why haven't the doctors and nurses inside come out? Although we can't see what they're doing behind the door, they must be able to see, as they are using the medicine from the ambulance. If he's really faking it, why are they still using medicine? Several questions successfully cleared the suspicion of faking it that was mentioned by Yi Ju earlier. Yi Ju couldn't continue to hold on to this point, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, she is now in an unbeatable position. After all, Yi Chen has no way to explain how he, who did not wear a memory extraction device, could play back his memories in sync. So Yi Ju generously took a step back. Okay, even if he didn't fake it and really fainted, so what? He didn't wear a memory extraction device. Just this point alone, you can't easily clear the suspicion. Let's skip over this matter. It's been almost 10 minutes since I raised the question. You still can't produce any evidence. Director, if you can't produce it, you better admit it sooner. Perhaps the judge and the police will forgive you, and admitting it in time will lighten your punishment. The director's face turned pale. He was truly speechless at this moment. He was extremely angry. Which one of his subordinates colluded with Yi Chen? Or was it a problem on the side of the expert group? How dare they do these things behind his back? This is bad. The reputation and credibility of their program group are completely ruined, and that's not all. If they get involved in legal trouble because of this, it would be extremely unfair. To admit or not to admit? The director looked at Yi Ju's confident expression, and one of the two choices gradually gained the upper hand. At this point, apart from admitting it, there is simply no other way to go. Confess. Perhaps after confessing, they could still try to reduce the sentence. The director took a deep breath and said, I admit it. As soon as these 3 words were spoken, the 3 sisters and Zhang Ming all looked at him. They were shocked. In unison, they exclaimed, what? The director quickly replied, that's right. Everything is just as Yi Ju said. Yi Chen's memory has indeed been tampered with. When Yi Ju heard this, she was as happy as if she had won a championship. She laughed wildly, ha ha ha. You admitted it. You finally admitted it. So the one who's wrong is not us at all. What plagiarism? What genius? What monster? They're all fake. Yi Chen is not real at all. The person presented in his memories is not real. He is a demon and scum. He wants to drag us 4 sisters from the peak to hell. Yi Ju had never felt as clear-minded and relieved as she did at this moment. She had been suppressed for so long, slandered for so long. Finally, she can clear her name. Compared to Yi Ju's exhilaration, the 3 sisters at this moment had widened their eyes, feeling their minds in chaos. The director admitted it. This also means that Yi Chen's memories have indeed been fabricated by them. The impact of this statement was too great for the 3 sisters to know how to react. How could this be? So Yi Chen was not really good to us 4 sisters? It was all just a whitewash? So everything was just a setup? Seeing the 3 sisters, whose faith seemed to be collapsing, Yi Ju was now full of confidence. At this moment, she finally dared to call her sister back. Sisters, I've said it before, Yi Chen is really not the kind of good person you imagine him to be. We have lived with Yi Chen for so many years. I've known him for over 20 years. What kind of person is Yi Chen really? Do we have no sense at all in our hearts? Do you believe that a person can change so easily for the better? She emphasized, the landscape may change, but one's nature is hard to change. The last sentence hit them like a hammer, heavily pounding on their hearts. Yi Ju tightly held onto her phone. Inside the phone were the photos she took with Yi Chen. She remembered the bright, determined, and pure look in Yi Chen's eyes. Biting her lip, she shook her head and said, it's impossible. The eyes are the window to the soul, they don't lie. Yi Chen's eyes tell me that he is definitely not that kind of person. How could someone with such bright and pure eyes be a liar? Yi Ju sneered when she heard this. Third sister, when you say this, don't forget that even when the memories were played back, you didn't recognize that the clown was Yi Chen. When second sister asked you, you were just as confident. Yi Ju couldn't say anything. So, she was deceived again, right? Yilan pressed her temples, also doubting life. But the clown did appear in my memories. The clown is definitely not fictional, he is a real person. Yi Ju replied, second sister, the clown is a real person, that's for sure. But whether the clown is Yi Chen is still doubtful. After all, memories that indicate the clown is Yi Chen do not belong to any of us 4 sisters. In other words, the production team could have completely fabricated this. This is what I said earlier, the most real lies are 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood. Yilan was speechless. So, all of this was actually false? Did Yi Chen deceive them again? Yi Mei sat down on a nearby chair, her gaze vacant. Her mind was in chaos, unable to think. In other words, it's very likely that Dust Grandpa is not Yi Chen either. This is also a false memory created by him and the production team. How could this be? But even if they didn't want to believe it, the naked evidence was already in front of them. The director had already admitted it and acknowledged it. Yi Chen is such a despicable and dirty person. Yi Ju smiled and nodded. Yes, that's right. Yi Chen colluded with the production team, deceived us, and deceived the public. Yi Chen is a true, unforgivable sinner. There's no need to doubt this. This extreme reversal scene exploded for all the audience. Damn, the director admitted it. So all of this is fake. Damn it. Yi Chen is really disgusting. I can't believe I used to speak up for him. I'm literally exploding with anger. Trying to save a piece of shit? Yi Chen should just die. Living is a waste of air, dying is a waste of land. I never expected this. Everything suddenly turned around. I'm literally speechless. Yi Chen, go die. I'm sorry, I raised my voice at Yi Ju earlier, I apologize. I never expected that Yi Ju was the one with real intelligence in the end. Goddess Ju, I misjudged you. It's really full of twists and turns. I never expected the ending to be like this. Just thinking about how I used to speak up for Yi Chen makes me feel sick. Yi Chen is truly scum. There's no way to whitewash this. Zhang Ming's diary must be fake too. They are all in cahoots. If they weren't separated by a screen right now, they would really go and beat someone up. They were deceived. This is simply a great humiliation. In the hospital, Zhang Ming's face turned extremely pale. You're talking nonsense. He didn't expect the director to suddenly turn the tables. The director had already admitted it, so naturally, he had a dead pig not afraid of boiling water look. I didn't make it up. I've already made it clear. I didn't give Yi Chen any memory extraction device to wear. But, as for the expert group, I really don't know what's going on over there. At this point, the director naturally wanted to do his best to clear himself. In this way, of course, the responsibility had to be shifted to someone else. It's time for the expert group to take the blame. Anyway, none of the people in the expert group are around now, so he can say whatever he wants. With this in mind, the director became more and more emboldened in his speech. It's very likely that the expert group and Yi Chen reached some kind of agreement, then deliberately caused trouble. This has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. Zhang Ming was so angry that his head was spinning. He had known Yi Chen for so long. How could he not understand what kind of person Yi Chen was? Everything Yi Chen did was for the sake of the four sisters, so those memories couldn't possibly be fake. Although he didn't understand how Yi Chen, without wearing a memory extraction device, could synchronize those memories to the live broadcast, but he had never doubted that some of the memories were fake. Yi Ju didn't care about all this. Everything was developing according to her wishes, so she was the happiest person. But when she heard the director trying to clear himself, she was also very unhappy. As the chief director of this program, how can you not know anything? The director quickly spoke up. Why can't I? First of all, I'm not in this program group 24 hours a day. Isn't it normal for things to happen that I don't know about? Secondly, the expert group is not in the same group as our program group. If they want to do something behind the scenes, I simply can't know. Thirdly, and most importantly, these memory images and the memory extraction device were all done by the expert group. So those fake images must also be their doing. In conclusion, I really don't know anything. Don't blame me for anything. The director had completely cleared all his relationships. After completely clearing himself, he was very pleased with himself. Now, no matter what, if it really came to court, he would be the least responsible. After all, he really didn't know anything, and that was the reality. On the other side, the people from the expert group were also watching the live broadcast. Seeing the director shamelessly pushing all the blame onto them, they were furious. I have never seen such shameless person. He actually pushed all the blame onto us. We didn't do any of these things at all. He's just talking nonsense. I wish we hadn't cooperated with this program group. This director is simply disgusting. Professor, what should we do? Now everyone thinks we have reached some dark deal with Yi Chen, but we clearly haven't done anything. Lu Zhua, this despicable person. We can't let him destroy our reputation. I'm going to the hospital right away. I'll explain the whole story of this matter. The people from the expert group set off in a huff and rushed to the hospital. And in the hospital, the atmosphere was completely different from before. Even their mindset was completely different. When the three sisters came to this hospital, they were full of guilt towards Yi Chen and had been thinking about how to compensate him. But now, after the director's apologies and attempts to clear the relationship, their mindset had changed. So we really were deceived by Yi Chen. So Yi Chen is really a despicable person. We shouldn't have believed him based on memories. They gritted their teeth and looked fierce. They were now filled with resentment, which was as strong as their previous guilt. They were actually deceived again. Yi Chen, unforgivable crime. Yi Ju was inciting on the side. Sisters, it's not your fault at all. It's all Yi Chen and that expert group's fault. They are confusing right and wrong. They deliberately want to drag us from heaven to hell. Yi Mei didn't know what expression to use at this time. She was already furious. I even called him brother. I didn't expect. Yi Lan sneered. I also doubted before. Yi Chen was not there. How did these memory images come about? I believed what the program team said. What a load of nonsense, brother. Ah, just the thought of calling him that way makes me sick. Only Yiju remained silent. Although she was also very angry, she had always remained silent. When Yiju saw that she was not speaking, she asked, "Third sister, why have you been silent all this time? Do you still want to believe him now?" Yiju finally spoke. "I want to wait until Yi-chen wakes up and personally hear what really happened. I just want to hear it from him, not from someone else." Yiju was actually very confused inside. She felt that the things that had happened in the past few days had turned her whole life upside down. She didn't know who to believe. She didn't know what to do this time. But there was a voice in her heart, faintly telling her, "Believe in Yi-chen. You must believe in him." When Yiju heard Yiju's words, she felt that she was being stubborn. Third sister has come to this point, and you still want to believe him? The director has already admitted. What's there to explain? Yiju bit her lip tightly. So what? I know the director has already admitted, and I know what you said is very realistic, but I just want to hear Yi-chen say it himself. Yiju had been holding onto her phone tightly. Now only the photo inside the phone could give her all the courage. I have heard others say it too many times. Yiju lowered her eyes, tears glistening in them, but I have never heard Yi-chen say it. I just want to hear him say it. If the truth turns out to be as you said, then I can blame him later. What's wrong with that? Yilan did not expect Yiju to be in this state, with such thoughts. Third sister. Yiju looked into the ward, as if she could see the pale face of Yi-chen through that door. Yi-chen is now undergoing rescue. He didn't faint on purpose, because when I came out, his physical condition was already not good. So if he can wake up, he will definitely say what happened himself. Yiju paused for a moment, her eyes gradually becoming extremely firm, and no matter what, just as Director Joe said, the bank card he gave us cannot be fake. Taking so much money, it's just to drag us down from the peak. Forgive me for being blunt, I just can't accept this logic. Yimei looked at her third sister in a daze. What she had just said was very rational. She set aside everyone's prejudices and stood completely neutral. And what she said made Yimei's collapsing emotions come back a little. Yes, the numbers in that sky-high bank card were so huge. What kind of mentality would Yi-chen have if he really wanted to set up this situation? She restrained her collapsing emotions and forced herself to be rational. I take back what I said before. I want to wait for Yi-chen to wake up and personally hear what really happened. Yiju looked at this another turnaround, and was speechless and choked up. You guys are simply unreasonable. All the physical evidence is there. These people are still blindly following like they've been bewitched, standing on Yi-chen's side. It's as if they've been poisoned by him. You will definitely regret this. She just couldn't believe that Yi-chen could still stir up more trouble. Fine, then I want to see it too. Can Yi-chen really wake up and personally explain what's going on? Inside the ward, doctors are desperately trying to save him. All of Yi-chen's vital signs are very weak, like a candle that could be extinguished by a gust of wind. The medical team feels the same kind of difficult problem as before in trying to save him. They are worried that Yi-chen could pass away at any moment. However, Yi-chen is very tenacious. The flame of his life looks very weak, but it still burns on. Yi-chen wakes up again. His mind is still very confused, but he remembers the feeling of being on the brink of death this time, which is different from the last time. This time, he clearly feels as if someone is inputting energy into his body. This is obvious. Without me, you would have died long ago. The sudden mechanical voice makes Yi-chen's mind suddenly clear. System? Although this system in his mind doesn't have much presence, it only appeared once at the beginning of the show and never appeared again. But Yi-chen has never forgotten its existence. It's me. Did you save me? Yes. Until I restore my reputation, you cannot die. Yi-chen's mind is in chaos, but he quickly grasps the point. Reputation? Is it Yiju's doubt? Exactly. Enough chit-chat, let's talk business. I have implanted a memory extraction chip in your inner arm. Next, you know what to say. A memory extraction chip? Yi-chen really wants to raise his hand and turn to look. But before he can do so, a group of doctors has already surrounded him, asking if he feels uncomfortable anywhere. Yi-chen shakes his head one by one. After various admonitions from the medical staff, they finally leave. When the door opens, Zhang Ming and the others all gather around. Has Yi-chen woken up? Is he okay now? After the doctor closes the door, he speaks frankly. He has been saved, but his physical condition is very poor now. If it happens again, I'm afraid. The doctor's unfinished words have already indicated everything. Zhang Ming repeatedly thanks them and watches the doctor leave with the rest of the medical staff. Yi Ju stands up directly and is about to open the ward door. She doesn't care about what the doctor said. The truth is just a step away now. Her beautiful life is about to start again. No one can stop her from reclaiming her chance for reputation. Zhang Ming stops her. Yi Ju, haven't you heard what the doctor said? Yi Chen's emotions cannot fluctuate anymore. Yi Ju sneers. Is it his emotions that cannot fluctuate, or is it that he dares not face us and speak the truth? Mr. Zhang, you have repeatedly obstructed me. It seems that in this matter, you have gained quite a bit of benefit. Zhang Ming's face darkens. You are completely talking nonsense. Yi Ju says, am I talking nonsense? Let me in, let Yi Chen tell the truth, and it will be over. This matter is extremely important to her. Zhang Ming cannot stop her. Moreover, this matter is not just about Yi Ju wanting to clear her name. Everyone wants to know the truth. Everyone wants to hear what Yi Chen has to say. So Zhang Ming has no way to stop them. They all rush in. Yi Chen's complexion is actually not good. When the camera captures him, all you can see is his pale face, like a piece of paper. Yi Ju couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart when she saw his pale face. Yi Chen's complexion was extremely pale, even paler than when she first noticed something was wrong with him. She couldn't help but speak up. Yi Chen, are you okay? Do you need to rest for a while? Whether there's an explanation or not doesn't matter. You need to take care of your health first. Yi Ju's words made Yi Ju the first to get angry. Rest? Not until this matter is completely explained. Yi Chen, don't even think about resting. She turned directly to Yi Chen. It's already at this point. You're already awake. Before you faint and can't wake up again, hurry up and tell the truth. Her words were very impolite, almost cursing Yi Chen. Zhang Ming was furious. Yi Ju, if you can't speak, then don't. Cough, cough, don't say anything. Although Yi Chen had been rescued, his mental state was not very good. That's why he hadn't spoken earlier, because he wasn't fully awake. Now that he could speak, he naturally stopped Zhang Ming. Yi Ju, seeing that he finally spoke, began to press him, then hurry up and speak. But she suddenly changed her tone and became smug. Even if you deny it, it's useless, because the director has already admitted it. He has told everyone that you are faking it. Yi Chen coughed painfully. He didn't quite understand what Yi Ju was saying. The director admitted it? Admitted what? His confusion was too obvious, and Lei Xiao saw it, so she began to explain to him. Yi Ju said that you didn't wear the memory extraction device, but you were able to play your memories because you colluded with the production team. We don't believe what she said, but the director suddenly admitted it. So, your memories are indeed fabricated. After Lei Xiao briefly explained the situation, Yi Chen understood why Yi Ju was so smug. He also understood why their expressions were completely different from before when they came in again. Yi Mei and Yi Lan seemed to deliberately avoid his gaze, except for the third sister, who was still supporting him. The director had originally wanted to play dead, but now he couldn't. He took this opportunity to quickly clear his name. Yi Chen, let me tell you in advance, there is no connection between us. I have no idea why you can play your memories without the memory extraction device, so even if you want to blame me, it's not possible. The idiom, Mingjia Baoshan, means to protect oneself wisely. The director had already figured it out. The situation had reached this point. Yi Mei naturally couldn't continue to play dumb. Yi Chen, just tell us the truth about this matter. We want to hear it from you. Yi Lan was still feeling sick in her heart, so she remained very quiet at this time. Yi Chen had wanted to speak out about the truth when he was not unconscious. He wanted to take all the blame, but he didn't expect that after he woke up from his coma, the system had secretly fixed this loophole. Yi Chen couldn't expose the system. The situation had already reached this point. Obviously, the director wanted to push all the blame onto the expert group. If this matter is not thoroughly explained, the reputation of the expert group will definitely be damaged. Yi Chen quickly came up with a wording. I did not collude with the production team, nor did I have any dealings with the panel of experts. Just as Yi Chen finished speaking, the experts arrived outside the door. They heard what he said. Ha, seems like things have changed? Upon hearing this, Yi Ju sneered. Yi Chen, what do you mean by that? You didn't collude with anyone? Then how do you explain your memories? Were they just made up out of thin air? You can't even tell a lie. Yi Chen remained calm. His face was pale, and he spoke very slowly, but his words were clear. You've been arguing with me, saying that I didn't wear a memory extraction device, right? Yi Ju nodded. Yes, that's right. Yi Chen calmly uttered 4 words, but I did. Everyone's pupils dilated. Yi Ju immediately retorted, that's impossible. She glared at Yi Chen. I've asked the nurses at this hospital. From the moment you were admitted to when you were rushed into the operating room for resuscitation, you didn't have a memory extraction device on your head, and now you're saying you do. Even if you want to lie, at least come up with a better story. Don't make baseless accusations. Compared to Yi Ju's anger, Yi Ju's eyes, which had been downcast, suddenly lit up. It was like a spark flickering in the dark night. Yi Chen, is what you just said true? Do you really have a memory extraction device? So she didn't misjudge him. Yi Chen wasn't as described by his 4th sister. This is great. Yi Ju tightly held her phone. She was so overwhelmed that she didn't know how to express herself. Yi Mei and Yi Lan were equally shocked. They felt that in just a few hours, so much had happened. It was as thrilling as riding a roller coaster. You wore it? Where is it? Why didn't we see it? This was not only their question, but also the question of the audience watching the live broadcast. What lies is Yi Chen telling? So many people saw that he wasn't wearing that device, and now he's saying he was. Ridiculous. Did Yi Chen lose his mind after being resuscitated? How could he say something so illogical? I want to see what this waste can come up with next. Yi Ju simply didn't believe that, at this point, Yi Chen could provide any evidence. It was just the last struggle of a dying man. Anyway, the victory was in her hands now, and she didn't mind seeing if Yi Chen had any tricks left. After thinking it through, she generously said, if you have that so-called evidence, then show it. Let me see what your so-called evidence is. With all eyes on him, Yi Chen spoke, the evidence is on the inside of my left arm. Zhang Ming immediately rolled up his hospital gown sleeve. There was a small chip on the inside of Yi Chen's left arm, tightly attached. What is this? Zhang Ming had never seen such a chip before. It was no bigger than a thumbnail and looked very high-tech. Yi Ju immediately thought of what it was and couldn't help but laugh. Yi Chen, don't tell me this chip is your so-called memory extraction device. Before Yi Chen could speak, Zhang Ming's eyes lit up. He couldn't contain his excitement. Because if it was confirmed that this chip was a memory extraction device, then everything Yi Ju had said before would be meaningless. Is that so? Yi Chen, is this chip your memory extraction device? Everyone waited for Yi Chen's answer. Yes, Yi Chen nodded. It is the memory extraction device. Yi Ju, you're talking nonsense. Our memory extraction machines are as clumsy as helmets. How can you just be a small chip? And the director has already said it before. He doesn't know anything about it. You can't just casually mention a chip and think you can get away with it. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. When Yi Ju stood in front of him, he realized how much he had indulged her in the past. Indulged her to become what she is now. Arrogant and conceited. Unable to tolerate any questions from others. She is never wrong. If she makes a mistake, she will definitely find every possible way to find another excuse and blame it on that excuse. Ahem. Yi Chen's stomach was in excruciating pain, but his gaze became firm. He couldn't let his fourth sister continue with this attitude. The first question, whether this chip is really a memory extraction machine, the testing method is very simple. He weakly spoke. Just wear it on anyone and see if it can retrieve their memories, then you'll know. Yi Chen was out of breath when speaking. After pausing for a while, he continued, as for your second question, why the director admitted it, they didn't know. Because the expert group made me wear this chip. Apart from the members of the expert group, no one else knows. The expert group was also watching the live broadcast outside. When they heard Yi Chen's words, they looked at each other, especially the leading professors. Although they didn't speak to each other, their eyes clearly said, did you make this chip? No, I have never seen this thing before. Then what is Yi Chen talking about? They were puzzled, but their intelligence and reason told them that it was best to remain silent at this time. Watch and wait. Inside the ward, Yi Ju was in a terrible state. She couldn't accept this result. The balance of victory had completely tilted in her favor. How could she allow this balance to tilt again? Absolutely impossible. If they have such a thing, why are we wearing helmets? Yi Chen, ahem. Because this is their latest research. The program team has always used the previous version. This show is not the first to be broadcast. Several episodes have been successfully aired before. So the program team still used the old machine, not the latest version, which makes sense. Yi Ju interrupted the stalemate and directly proposed a solution. It's useless to keep arguing. Let's just do it Yi Chen's way. Whether this chip is a memory extraction machine, we'll know once we try it. This is more effective than saying it 100 or 1,000 times. Yi Mei couldn't help but speak. But how do we use it? Does anyone know? Yilan, only the members of the expert group would know. Call them over. As soon as they finished speaking, the door of the ward suddenly opened. The expert group, who had been waiting outside the door, walked in. No need to call us. We are already here. The director was extremely surprised. How did you come here? The expert sneered. If we didn't come, who knows how much dirt you would have thrown at us. They had appeared on the program team before. They were genuine experts and couldn't be disguised. The director's face looked very ugly. So this chip is really your latest memory extraction machine? If it was true, then the things he had said earlier were simply self-sabotage. The professors had already communicated through eye contact outside the door. Since Yi Chen claimed to have a memory extraction machine, they would acknowledge it. After all, the situation had already reached this point. Even if they try to distance themselves like the director, it probably won't work. The memory extraction machine is what they have researched. No matter how they try to distance themselves, they will be criticized. It's better to admit it. Besides, several professors discreetly looked at the small chip on Yi Chen's arm. There was an unstoppable fervor in their eyes. If this is really a memory extraction machine, then they hit the jackpot. Such a small chip, yet it contains such powerful technology. It must have great research value. They acknowledged it, and after it's over, they can naturally take it back. But all of this depends on whether Yi Chen is lying or not. So, taking everything into account, the expert groups chose to acknowledge. They chose to gamble. They firmly answered the director's question. Of course it's true. This is the new generation memory extraction machine that we have developed, incorporating all cutting-edge technologies. You can bring anyone to verify. Yi Ju always had a bad premonition in her heart. Wait a minute. How do I know if the person you find is not colluding with you? I demand to be the one to find them. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't refuse, sure. Seeing Yi Chen being so straightforward and decisive, Yi Ju became even more worried. But since the words had already been spoken, she couldn't change them. She must find someone randomly. She absolutely cannot allow Yi Chen the opportunity to cheat. I'll go find someone right now. 5 minutes later, she brought back a couple from the crowd at the hospital. The memory to be extracted was a segment of their proposal. The reason why Yi Ju chose them was because she saw the recording video of their proposal on their phones. This video was the evidence. She also mentioned this, there's a vlog of their proposal on their phones, so don't think you can fool us. The experts, we have no need to deceive. Yi Ju, good. Then I demand that when their proposal memory is played, their phone's video, the vlog, should also be played at the same time. Let's compare the two synchronously. Do you agree? This way, it would be clear whether there was any cheating. The progress of the matter had reached this point. The experts definitely couldn't refuse. They could only agree, of course. Yi Ju had already requested everything she could think of. She tried hard to ignore the sweat in her palms. Okay, since that's the case, you may begin. The experts rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Although they were seeing this chip for the first time, somehow, as soon as they got their hands on it, they immediately knew how to use it. The young couple had already signed a contract agreeing to this. So the expert group, without any hesitation, connected the chip to the man. After some operations on the computer, the expert said, it's all set. His memories can be displayed on the big screen. The woman from the young couple also took out her phone. The video of his proposal to me is saved on my phone. The expert said, then let's open them at the same time. At that moment, everyone was nervously watching them. Whether Yi Chen was telling the truth or lying would be determined in that moment. Even these experts, who had seen many storms, felt their palms sweating at that moment. Finally, he pressed the enter key. At the same time, the young couple also opened the video on their phones. Click. Both screens started playing at the same time. Ah, I'm so nervous. It all comes down to this moment. At this moment, I don't know who I should support. Don't support anyone, we only stand on the side of truth and reality. Everyone quiet. It's starting, it's starting. The audience in the live broadcast room was extremely eager. Click click. As time passed and the video played, Yi Ju's face became increasingly pale. Because it has been playing until now, the extracted memories and the video footage completely overlap. It's just identical. But the images extracted from the memories are even more detailed. After all, in the video, they have edited it slightly. Except for those edited parts, there is no mistake in any of the images. When the entire video finished playing, Yi Ju already felt her body go soft, unable to stand any longer. It's the same. It's all exactly the same. How is this possible? How can this be? Yi Ju's head was in a mess, feeling dizzy and unable to breathe. This small chip is actually a memory extraction machine. So Yi Chen did not lie. The experts did not lie either. Those memories are not made up out of thin air. They were actually extracted. From start to finish, she felt like a clown, ridiculous in her performance. Compared to Yi Ju feeling weak all over, the expert team was simply ecstatic. They were right. This chip is really a memory extraction machine. They were even more confident. What else do you want to say now? We have never cheated, nor have we faked anything. What's playing on the big screen is Yi Chen's real memories. This point, there's no arguing about it. Yi Ju was the first to react. She tightly held her phone, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't control herself anymore and rushed towards Yi Chen. Then she hugged him tightly. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that you are innocent, brother. I didn't believe the wrong person. Yi Ju held onto Yi Chen tightly, burying her face in his embrace. Her delicate body kept trembling gently. No one knew the torment she had just experienced in her heart. She was so afraid that reality would suddenly slap her hard and tell her that she had trusted the wrong person. But no, Yi Chen is really innocent. Brother. Sob. That's amazing. Yi Ju cried in sorrow, her face, like that of a goddess in first love, now tear-streaked. Even more endearing. Yi Chen was completely stunned. Even though the three sisters had said they forgave him before, at most, they had just held his hand. They had never hugged him like this. After raising the sisters for so many years, he had only hugged them when they were young. And even then, it was a countable number of hugs. A strong sense of familial affection spread in his heart. Yi Chen slowly hugged her back, patting her gently on the back. Don't cry. Yi Mei and Yi Lan's faces were also very pale at this time. They couldn't even look at Yi Chen. Earlier, they had actually followed Yi Ju in questioning him. Yi Lan slapped herself on the spot, then knelt down with a thud. Yi Chen, I'm sorry. I actually doubted you just now. I even continued to scold you. I don't deserve to be your sister. Why was she so despicable? At the slightest hint of trouble, she chose not to believe Yi Chen. She was far inferior to her third sister. From start to finish, she had always believed that Yi Chen was innocent. She was even more ashamed than before. The same goes for Yi Mei. Although she later stood on Yi Ju's side and said she wanted to wait for Yi Chen to wake up and hear what he had to say before making a judgment. But in reality, before that, she had already lost some faith in Yi Chen. She clenched her fists, slapped herself, and then knelt down as well. Her face was flushed with shame. She really wanted to find a hole to bury herself in. Me too. I kept saying I believed in you. But, once someone questioned you, I also started to doubt you. Those viewers were right. I'm just a hypocrite. Looking back from start to finish, Yi Mei felt that she was simply terrifying and extremely hypocritical. Saying she forgave Yi Chen, apologizing to Yi Chen. However, what did she actually do? At this moment, Yi Mei really wished she could die to atone for her sins. Zhang Ming and Lei Xiao have always been on Yi Chen's side. At this moment, they felt extremely relieved. Especially Lei Xiao, who was so excited that he almost danced with joy. President Yi, I knew it. You will definitely be able to clear yourself of the injustice. It's despicable and shameless of them. They want to drag you into the endless abyss in this way. There was a hint of relief in Jiang Ming's eyes. In fact, before Yechen spoke, he was a little afraid in his heart. Not for anything else. Just because he was worried that Yechen's protective feelings for his sister would resurface. He didn't want to expose everything and silently swallow all the pain and grievances. Let the whole world continue to misunderstand him. Anyway, he was already a dying man. No amount of mudslinging could hurt him. This was what Jiang Ming was afraid of. But the result was unexpected. Perhaps it was Yiju's actions that made Yechen feel too cold. He finally didn't continue to bear everything as he used to. No matter what mistakes they made, he tried to shoulder everything himself. He didn't want to see any flaws in them. Jiang Ming had never doubted Yechen and thought he was fabricating lies. Yechen, fortunately you didn't keep this matter to yourself and swallow this pain. At this time, the director next to him looked extremely unpleasant, almost on the verge of collapse, as if he could fall down at any moment. He didn't expect that. He originally thought that Yechen and the expert team were deliberately hiding things from him, just to bring all four sisters down from the clouds and directly into hell. So he had to clean up everything as soon as possible. Only in this way could he protect himself. But the result was unexpected. After Yechen woke up, public opinion was directly reversed. Yechen didn't collude with the expert team at all. It was the experts who upgraded the memory extraction machine without telling him or the program team. That's why such a big mistake happened. He was originally on Yechen's side. But now, no matter what, he couldn't lose first. The director quickly regained his composure. A pleasing smile appeared on his face. So it was all a misunderstanding. I was confused. I didn't communicate well with the expert team. I didn't know the machine had been upgraded. I was just talking nonsense here, saying that you were colluding in secret. I was foolish. Jiang Ming couldn't help but sarcastically say, weren't you just swearing that Yechen and the expert team were colluding? Why the change in tone now? The director felt a burning sensation on his face. He couldn't continue to lower his head and said, it's just my dull mind. There was a little problem in my communication with the expert professors. The expert professor snorted, when you were smearing us, why didn't you realize that you should communicate with us first? Exchange ideas? The director had nothing to say and could only continue to smile. And this scene was also broadcast live. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers who didn't believe in Yechen and insulted him collectively fell silent. The originally lively live broadcast room was now extremely quiet. The densely packed barrage now only had a few sporadic ones. If it weren't for the fact that the number of viewers still exceeded 1 billion, someone who didn't know would think that this was a live broadcast room with only a few dozen viewers. This strange situation lasted for who knows how long until finally, a tentative barrage was sent out. Where did everyone go? Is it my internet lagging? Why can't I see the barrage? This barrage was like a stone thrown into the water, causing ripples on the comm surface. Network card ghost. I guess these people are too scared to speak now. Before, they were so happy and excited to scold Yechen, but now the truth is exposed. Aren't these people just hiding like turtles? Those who scolded Yechen, come out. You had the guts to scold before, why don't you have the guts now? I'm glad I'm smart. I realized that Yechen is a bit weird, easily slapping others in the face, so I've always believed that he's not like what Yiju slandered. Now it seems my intuition was right. So those who scolded Yechen, are you still hiding like turtles, afraid to come out? These people who popped up to post barrage comments did not insult Yechen when the reversal started. They didn't believe in Yechen. They remained neutral, remained skeptical. Like Yiju, they wanted to hear what Yechen had to say. In the end, their persistence was right. After thousands of sarcastic comments scolding Yechen, the people who repeatedly jumped to scold Yechen finally met their end. Stop pretending. Now people are very regretful. How did I suddenly lose my mind before and think that Yiju was right? What have I done? Don't ask. I went to the hospital to see a doctor. What illness? Mental illness. Otherwise, why am I jumping back and forth like this? I'm lying in bed thinking about life. In the previous memories that were exposed, Yechen was clearly someone who loved his sister very much. How could he be the despicable person that Yiju described? I actually believed in that evil. My face is swollen. I admit that I was a little too loud towards Yechen before. Okay, I was very loud. I'm like Hime, I slapped myself hard. I'm sorry Yechen. Yechen, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have repeatedly doubted and questioned you. Yechen, I'm sorry too, I deserve to die. When the truth was revealed, all those who had doubted and suspected Yechen before began to apologize on the barrage. In an instant, all the barrage in the live broadcast room turned into Yechen, I'm sorry. They were apologizing for their ignorance and hypocrisy. They were apologizing for their repeated jumping. Clearly, Yechen was already in the hospital. Clearly, he had fainted twice due to emotional excitement. He was almost not rescued, but they still continued to insult him madly. And this time, the insults were based on their previous belief that Yechen was a good person. If the rumors attacking people on the internet are like snowflakes, then all the rumors they have now added up to enough to cause an avalanche. At this moment, they truly feel that they were wrong. At the hospital entrance, Zhou Qiguang finished watching the live broadcast content. A man in his 60s couldn't help but tear up. Yechen is really suffering. Clearly, everyone had already believed in him before. But just because of Yi Ju's instigation, everyone stopped listening to him. Those who originally supported Yi Chen immediately changed their attitude and turned to various attacks. If Yi Chen hadn't fainted at that time, if he had also been watching the live broadcast, how sad would he have been to see some of the barrage? A psychology professor sighed, the human heart is unpredictable. It's just because of the mass effect and the primacy effect, both effects are at work. Because the first impression of seeing Yi Chen was that he was a bad person. So when everyone started to question him, they would subconsciously follow suit. In the hospital room, Yi Zhu had already finished crying and realized that she had been lying in Yi Chen's arms all this time. Her face immediately turned red without a sound. I was too excited just now. What was she thinking before? She actually went straight to hug Yi Chen. Now thinking back, her face was still red. However, compared to embarrassment, what she was more worried about was another matter. I didn't crush you just now, did I? She looked worried. She had just rushed over directly. She didn't know how much force she had used. Hopefully, she didn't collide with Yi Chen. I'm fine. You didn't crush me. Yi Chen felt a bit of discomfort in his lungs, and he didn't know if it was due to the burning pain in his stomach. He struggled to suppress the cough. He smiled at Yi Zhu and then looked at Yi Mei and Yi Lan, who were still kneeling on the ground. Get up! Don't kneel! The two sisters were unwilling to get up. We are guilty. Yi Chen shook his head. You just don't know the truth. Yi Mei couldn't stop her tears when she heard this. At this point, Yi Chen was still trying to find a way out and an excuse for them. They had countless things they wanted to say in their hearts, but compared to their previous actions, all these words seemed like a joke, because when they first came over, they said the same thing. They also apologized to Yi Chen in the same way. But what was the result? The result was that they still believed Yi Zhu's words. So at this moment, they felt that only by continuing to kneel could they feel a little better in their hearts. Yi Chen realized that they were unwilling to get up. Just as he was about to speak, he couldn't suppress the cough anymore. Cough, cough, cough. The burning pain in his stomach couldn't be relieved even with medication. And now he felt it was increasingly difficult to breathe. Even though he was still inhaling oxygen, it didn't alleviate the slightest bit. The first person to notice that something was wrong was Yi Zhu. She saw the drop in blood oxygen levels and immediately increased the oxygen, then put the oxygen mask next to Yi Chen on him. She sounded extremely worried and anxious. Brother, put on this mask first. Don't speak. She had played a nurse for a while before, so she knew the purpose of these supplies. After Yi Chen put on the oxygen mask, he did feel better than using the oxygen tube, but he still couldn't speak. The two sisters kneeling on the ground were also panicking. Brother, are you okay? Brother, don't speak anymore. I'll call the doctor. Although Yi Chen couldn't speak, he still shook his head laboriously, indicating that there was no need to call the doctor. He was clear about his own physical condition. It had already reached this point. His body was already riddled with holes. At this point, it was not a matter of whether the doctor would come or not, because even if the doctor came, it wouldn't solve anything. Yi Zhu was a sensitive and thoughtful person. She immediately understood where the problem lay. Elder sister, second sister, you don't need to kneel. Get up quickly. The two sisters were unwilling. Yi Zhu's tone became a little heavier. If you don't get up, do you want to continue to upset brother? The two sisters were not stupid. After Yi Zhu's reminder, they finally understood that Yi Chen's emotional outburst just now was definitely because of them. They dared not continue kneeling. Brother, we won't kneel anymore. Don't get upset. Yes, we won't kneel anymore. Seeing them get up from the ground, Yi Chen's expression finally improved a lot. This scene fell into the eyes of Yi Zhu, who had already realized the truth, and she knew that her situation was hopeless. No one would continue to believe her. She had completely turned around from her previous position, just like Yi Chen. And at this moment, all her sisters, who had once doted on her, were now showing concern for Yi Chen. Yi Chen successfully cleared all the accusations she had thrown at him. He had once again become a good brother who cared for his sisters. Now, in the live broadcast room, probably everyone was cursing at her, right? Definitely. Her situation was hopeless, and no one would be willing to believe her again. She had been completely pushed into the abyss by Yi Chen. How could she accept this? How could she accept this? At this moment, a very terrifying thought appeared in her mind. Go forward. Kill Yi Chen. The reason she has fallen to this point is all because of Yi Chen. She fell from the peak, and she absolutely cannot allow Yi Chen to be better than her. Yi Zhu is completely paranoid. This is what she thinks in her mind, and her actions indeed reflect this. Yi Chen, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Yi Zhu got up from the ground, with a fierce expression on her face, and charged towards Yi Chen. This sudden change happened too quickly. Most people didn't have time to react, except for Zhang Ming. He had been watching Yi Zhu all along, afraid that she would do something, provoking Yi Chen again. Seeing her charging towards Yi Chen at this moment, he immediately took the lead and subdued her. Yi Zhu, what do you want to do? Yi Zhu was directly held down by him, pressed to the ground. She struggled desperately, her face contorted. Where was the appearance of a goddess? I'm going to kill you. Yi Chen. If it weren't for Yi Chen, she wouldn't have ended up like this at all. Yi Zhu's face contorted, and Yi Chen was actually not feeling good at all. He tried to calm his breathing and finally managed to say, cough. It's me. Who didn't teach you well? It's like the saying a father's fault for not teaching his son. Yi Ju has become what she is now, perhaps because he spoiled her too much when she was young. So, she developed this arrogant and self-confident appearance. She couldn't stand anyone saying anything bad about her. Guilty, Yi Chen's emotions fluctuated. The nearby instruments also started to alarm. Yi Ju immediately guessed what Yi Chen was thinking. Brother, this has nothing to do with you. You don't need to take this as your burden. Brother, you've done very well. You must stay calm. Yi Mei also realized the situation and said, yes, brother, this is not your fault. If there's any fault, it's mine too. I'm also one of those who spoiled our youngest sister. The youngest sister is really too young. Yi Mei felt very sorry for her. She never had the love of her parents when she was so young. At least she could enjoy their love for a few years. But the youngest sister never had that. So when facing the youngest sister's problems, she always couldn't help but lower her expectations and indulge her. Yi Chen wanted to say something, but he felt his chest getting tighter. He had his eyes open, but now he felt extremely tired and involuntarily closed his eyes. Yi Ju, seeing this, was extremely afraid. Brother, don't fall asleep. She was afraid that if Yi Chen closed his eyes, he would never open them again. Yi Mei and Yi Lan were also very nervous. Brother, don't you want to continue to see us? Brother, please don't fall asleep. Only Yi Ju saw this scene and laughed with a contorted face. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, even if I don't kill you, you will die. Yi Ju. Zheng Ming couldn't stand her anymore and directly pressed her out of the ward. Yi Ju couldn't break free and could only stare at Yi Chen with her eyes. Yi Chen, if there's another life, I will definitely kill you when I see you again. I will definitely kill you. Yi Ju was pressed out of the ward by Zheng Ming. Her hysterical appearance was directly broadcasted to the entire internet. The audience in the live broadcast room thought she had gone crazy. Is Yi Ju really crazy? How can she say such things? She used to be high and mighty, with over 1 billion fans, but now she has been thrown into the abyss, with nothing left. Can she not go crazy? Doesn't Yi Ju think about it? What she has now was originally given to her by Yi Chen. She's gone mad. When are they going to send her to a mental hospital? That place is more suitable for her. No one in the live broadcast room spoke up for her anymore. Even those die-hard fans, seeing Yi Ju like this, began to unfollow her. How could they be fans of a lunatic? Yi Chen was almost at his limit. As long as you look at his current appearance, it is enough to judge. Yi Ju didn't want to see him close his eyes. Suddenly thinking of Zhou Qiguang outside the door, she brought him out. Brother, do you want to see President Zhou? He is outside the door now. Yi Chen originally felt extremely tired and wanted to close his eyes completely. But after hearing this sentence, he couldn't help but struggle to open his eyes. President Zhou? Is it the President Zhou he was thinking of? Yi Mei's next words confirmed his thoughts. Yes, brother, President Zhou Qiguang is also outside. He really wants to see you. Don't sleep. I'll call him in now. Although she knew that Yi Chen was struggling, it might be particularly painful, but she really wanted to see him a little longer. She, indeed, is a selfish person. After hearing this sentence, Yi Chen indeed struggled to keep his eyes open. President Zhou. He really hasn't seen him in a long time. Seeing him mentally strong again, Yi Mei knew that Yi Chen was looking forward to and agreeing with the proposal she had just made. Without saying a word, she went straight out of the ward door. President Zhou Qiguang had been watching the live broadcast outside. There was no delay in the live broadcast, so he saw it too. When Yi Mei came out, he was already straightening his clothes. President Zhou. She had just opened her mouth to call his name, and Zhou Qiguang interrupted. Can I bring my student in with me? That psychology professor was his student. Yi Mei, of course. The three of them went in together. Zhou Qiguang had already seen Yi Chen's current appearance in the live broadcast, but seeing it through a screen and seeing it with his own eyes was still different. Yi Chen looked even paler than the image on the screen. His expression was even more haggard. Zhou Qiguang couldn't help but feel that the outstanding young man he remembered from his memory couldn't be overlapped with the one in front of him. Yi Chen. How did that outstanding young man become like this? Yi Chen struggled to raise his eyes and indeed saw Zhou Qiguang. He still remembered him. After all, at that time, he had also spent a lot of effort for the sake of his younger sister. He struggled to speak. President Zhou. Long time no see. Zhou Qiguang was the president of the top university. He was well-read and knowledgeable. When he came, he had prepared countless things he wanted to say to Yi Chen. But when he really saw Yi Chen in that moment, all the prepared words couldn't be spoken. He could only follow Yi Chen's lead. Indeed, long time no see. All the words were stuck in his throat. The psychology professor timely spoke. Yi Chen, hello, I am the psychology teacher of the top university. Yi Chen looked at him and nodded lightly. What is this person coming over for? He didn't know him. The psychology professor saw Yi Chen's confusion. I'm sorry for the intrusion. It's just that I admire you too much. So I wanted to come and see you. He looked at the president's speechless appearance and acted as his mouthpiece, directly asking the question he originally wanted to ask. Although my question is very presumptuous, I still can't help but want to ask. Yi Chen, until now, do you still have no regrets? This question is too direct, too untimely. Yi Chen is already like this. How can he still ask that? The sisters all stared at him with displeasure. Yilan was even more straightforward. If you're not here to visit the patient, please leave immediately. What kind of question is that? Yi Chen, however, had no expression. This question of his caused him to think deeply. At this point, do I regret it? Perhaps. After all, the fact that the fourth sister has become like this is a testament to his failure in education. But if it's about whether he would regret doing these things, that should be a no. Yi Chen struggled to gather his spirits and intermittently expressed his thoughts, ending with, I'm the one who caused her harm. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the three sisters immediately responded, it's not your fault. Brother, please don't think that way. Despite the current situation, Yi Chen continued to do everything for them. Zhou Qiguang had already organized his thoughts at this point. I thought I would never see you again. Yi Chen, you are truly the most talented person I have ever met. It was precisely because of this that he felt even more regret for Yi Chen. The expressions on the faces of the three sisters all turned desolate. It was all their fault. If it weren't for them, how could Yi Chen have? Yi Mei couldn't help but self-criticize. It's all my fault. I was not good enough. Brother did everything for me. Yi Zhu bit her lip. No, brother did it for us. It's because of us that we burdened brother. Yilan covered her face, too sorrowful to speak. Yi Chen struggled to speak. It's not your fault. The three sisters cried in sorrow at the same time. However, Yi Chen did not continue speaking. He was truly too exhausted. He had already exerted all his efforts in the conversation with Zhou Qiguang. Now, he mustered the last bit of strength. I have never regretted. After saying this last sentence, Yi Chen could no longer hold on. He was so tired. Let him sleep well. Yi Chen slowly closed his eyes. The three sisters panicked. Brother, don't sleep, hold on a little longer, please? Brother. The machine beside them had already started beeping. The blood oxygen saturation was decreasing. At this moment, they knew that Yi Chen was truly leaving. Just as they realized their mistake, he was about to leave. Brother! They desperately called out, but it was in vain. Yi Chen could no longer open his eyes. He had held on for too long. He was already at the end of his life. Being able to hold on until now was already a miracle. In the live broadcast room, the audience began to wail and express their reluctance. No! Can't Yi Chen die like this? I really hope Yi Chen doesn't die. Yi Chen has been through so much. He finally cleared his name, but now he's about to leave. Is there really no miracle left? Sai, I just want to say, if there's another life, let Yi Chen stay away from these four sisters. It's best to never meet them at all. Let Yi Chen live his own life. Women only slow down the speed of drawing the sword. Let's mourn for Yi Chen. In the hospital, despite their reluctance, Yi Chen had already closed his eyes. On the monitor next to him, all vital signs were declining. The doctor came over. The three sisters pleaded at the same time, Doctor, you must save him, please. We haven't had the chance to repay Yi Chen. He can't die. Doctor, you have to save him. They stood outside the ward, praying continuously with clasped hands. Yi Chen, you must survive. You must live. At least let them clear the sins they have committed. The hospital corridor was extremely cold, and the smell of disinfectant was pungent. Everyone stood anxiously in the hospital corridor, praying for Yi Chen to wake up again. After all, miracles had happened several times before. It wouldn't be impossible for it to happen again. Time passed bit by bit. Every second was agonizing for them. They didn't know how long had passed. The tightly closed ward door finally opened. A doctor in a white coat walked out from inside. Everyone rushed over. Yi Zhu looked extremely nervous and anxious. Doctor, how is my brother? Has he woken up? My brother will definitely wake up, right? Doctor, I believe you can save my brother. My brother will be fine, right? The doctor looked at the three sisters in front of him, their eyes filled with hope and anticipation, and found himself unable to speak. How could he tell them about Yi Chen? The doctor's silence made the light in the eyes of the three sisters dimmer and dimmer. They had a bad feeling. Yi Zhu felt weak all over and couldn't help but lean against the wall. Doctor, why aren't you saying anything? It can't be my brother. Yi Lan also refused to believe. It's impossible. He had been holding on before. How could he not hold on now? You may try to suppress her inner anxiety. Doctor, please speak. What happened to Yi Chen? The doctor sighed deeply and finally said, I'm sorry, we have done our best. They had really done their best. Yi Chen's condition was already very, very bad. Being able to save him before was considered a miracle. But now, that miracle would never happen again. Please accept our condolences. The three sisters' bodies went weak at the same time. They all denied it. No, it's impossible. How could Yi Chen die? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yi Mei pushed the doctor aside and rushed into the ward. In the ward, the doctors and nurses who had been trying to save him had stopped their work. They made way for the three sisters to approach. Yi Zhu saw that on the nearby electrocardiogram monitor, Yi Chen's vital signs had disappeared. Yi Chen, brother, no, no. Yi Lan also refused to believe. It's not possible. How could Yi Chen die so easily? He had been able to hold on for so long before. Yi Mei knelt on the ground. How could this happen? Yi Chen, we just found out the truth. We just wanted to make amends. But it was too late. They could no longer make amends, and they could no longer see Yi Chen. The three sisters sobbed. Woo woo woo. If life could start over. Yi Chen, I will definitely not let you worry about us again. If I could start over, I would definitely protect you, brother. Unfortunately, it was too late. There is no second chance in life. Ding, the system in Yi Chen's mind suddenly made a sound. Life playback mission completed. Entering the final stage. Life review. TSK TSK TSK. Yi Chen, seeing how miserable you have been in this life, I'll give you a little gift. Yi Chen couldn't hear what the system said. His consciousness had completely faded. He didn't know that the system had given him a big gift. On the crowded bus, people were packed in like sardines, the heat rising, like a steamer. Various odors mixed together. Yi Chen closed his eyes, holding onto the handrail, his body swaying with the rhythm of the carriage, looking as if he were asleep. A sleeping person is the least vigilant. So if you want to steal something, this is the best time to do it. Yi Chen felt something unusual in his pocket. But this feeling didn't seem like theft. Yi Chen opened his eyes and saw what was going on. Standing next to him was a girl in her teens. She was wearing a blue and white school uniform, with short hair and a well-developed figure. Behind this girl stood a man of medium build, wearing a suit. Like Yi Chen, his body swayed with the carriage, but from Yi Chen's angle, it was very clear that he was deliberately rubbing against the girl and his hands were very dishonest. Taking advantage of the swaying carriage, he kept reaching out to touch the girl's buttocks. It was because Yi Chen was next to him that he was able to touch her. From Yi Chen's perspective, he could only see the girl bowing her head. Her hair covered her expression and all her emotions. This scene fell into Yi Chen's eyes. Naturally, it translated into the fact that this girl had already felt a man constantly touching her from behind. But she didn't dare to resist at all. She just silently lowered her head and accepted it. The man in the suit also noticed that the girl didn't dare to resist, so he became bolder in his actions. It started with just brushing against her, but now he was getting more aggressive. Just as the man made his move, Yi Chen grabbed his hand and twisted it back. The school uniform the girl was wearing was from the same school as his. Since they were from the same school, he felt the need to help her. Ah! A sharp pain shot through the man's wrist, and he cried out in agony. What are you doing? Let go! The girl, who had been keeping her head down, seemed to be startled and finally lifted her head. In that moment, Yi Chen finally saw what this girl looked like. She was incredibly beautiful. Her eyes were big and black, like black grapes, and her short bangs made her look even more pure. But her demeanor leaned towards being aloof. Her youthful face mixed with an air of aloofness gave off a different kind of allure. She was a natural beauty. Even if she were thrown into the entertainment industry, she could be considered a goddess. However, Yi Chen showed no reaction to her face, not even a hint of amazement. He shifted his gaze from the girl's face to the man in the suit and sneered, "Instead of asking me what I'm doing, why don't you first ask yourself what you've done to this girl?" The man's face changed, and he immediately retorted, "What do you want to do? Where are you touching in broad daylight? You've been touching this girl's butt all along. Are you not disgusted with yourself? I caught you red-handed, and you still want to turn the tables on me?" These words directly shifted all the blame onto Yi Chen. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. At this moment, everyone in the carriage also looked over. Yi Chen said, "Who's turning the tables here?" Since the man spoke those words, he had been keeping an eye on the girl next to him. The girl seemed to be still very panicked, and she didn't dare to look at the two men. She just kept her head down, tightly gripping her clothes. She looked like she was at a loss and didn't know what to do. The man in the suit immediately caught on. This girl clearly didn't dare to speak out, so he could say whatever he wanted. He straightened his back and said, "As a social elite, do I need to touch a girl's butt? It's you! You, with your cheap outfit. Have you ever seen or touched a few women? Now you're getting anxious. It's not impossible." Yi Chen was wearing a white sports suit that cost a dozen or 20 yuan at a street stall. The man, on the other hand, was wearing a suit. When the two were compared, the people in the carriage quickly started looking at Yi Chen with strange eyes and whispering to each other, "How can this young man go and touch a girl? So young and yet so shameless. It's really disgraceful." I felt something was off about this young man as soon as he got on the bus. He kept staring at the girl. It's despicable. People always tend to judge the clothes before the person. Because of this clothing issue, everyone sided with the man in the suit and blamed Yi Chen. The man in the suit became more and more smug. Just then, the bus announced that the next stop was approaching. Although the man in the suit had the upper hand in public opinion, he didn't dare to stay for long. But getting off the bus directly would also be very embarrassing. "Young man, I'll let you off this time because you're young. I won't take you to the police this time. Don't let me catch you harassing a girl again." The people in the carriage all cheered and praised the man in the suit for being kind and considerate. Yi Chen didn't say anything and looked at the little beauty beside him. She still had her head down, tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. It seemed like she was too scared to speak. Just as Yi Chen thought she would never tell the truth, she finally spoke up. "It wasn't like that." The little beauty seemed to have just come to her senses and shouted excitedly, "It wasn't this young man who touched me." Her expression was extremely calm, and she pointed directly at the man in the suit. "It was clearly him who touched me. This young man was just trying to help." Public opinion instantly reversed. "What's going on? Wasn't it this young man who touched the girl?" The girl explained it herself. "It wasn't this young man who touched her." The man in the suit became anxious. "Girl, don't make up stories. I was the one who saved you." "No, At this moment, the little beauty's expression was calm and logical. He was standing next to me and couldn't have touched me from behind. You were the one standing behind me. Only you could have touched me. And you did. After a pause, she continued in a composed manner, there are surveillance cameras in the bus. If you think I'm accusing you wrongly, we can go to the police station together to watch the footage. The man in the suit realized something was wrong and tried to run. Just then, the bus stopped at a station and the rear door opened. Without a word, he rushed off the bus. His speed was astonishing. No one managed to stop him, not even Yechen, who was being held back by the little beauty. When he turned to look at her, he saw tears in her eyes and a complex expression. Yechen felt very strange in his heart. If you look at me like that, someone who doesn't know might think I deliberately forced you to say those things. The little beauty immediately wiped away her tears and suppressed her surging emotions. Then she spoke, don't go after him, I'm fine. Even if this matter escalated to the police station, at most it would result in a verbal warning. It was better for her to handle it herself. At this moment, the passengers on the bus realized they had wrongly accused Yechen. They were immediately filled with shame and apologized profusely. Yechen didn't mind. After the bus stopped at the next station, he got off as well. After walking a few steps, he realized there was someone following him. It was the little beauty from the bus, staying within 10 meters behind him. Yechen didn't pay much attention to it. After all, her school uniform was enough to prove that they were from the same school, and she was his senior. He was on his way to the school for new student registration, so it was normal for them to be on the same road. Yechen originally thought she was just heading to the school as well, but he didn't expect her to follow him. She had a slight blush on her face, looking somewhat shy and scared. Thank you for saving me on the bus just now. It was a thank you. Yechen didn't think much of it. It's nothing. Out of justice, anyone would do the same. The little beauty's eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing this. It was unclear what about Yechen's words made her so happy. The little beauty remembered the incident earlier. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stay silent earlier, nor did I want them to wrongly accuse you. She was just too excited. That's why she didn't take any action at the time. Although that was her thought at the time, she couldn't say it that way. She thought for a moment and told a little lie. I was just too panicked because it was the first time I encountered such a thing. I didn't know what to do, so I didn't speak earlier. Yechen smiled. You bravely stood up in the end, proving that you are a courageous little girl. The little beauty in front of him became even happier. Do you really think so? Do you think I'm brave? Yechen didn't know what he had said to make the little beauty look so happy, but he nodded, yes. She smiled even more happily. We are from the same school, right? Then we are classmates from now on. Can you tell me your name? Yechen. After Yechen said his name, he glanced at the time. If he didn't hurry, he would be late for the new student registration. I have to go register, so I'll leave first. He turned and hurriedly walked away. He didn't hear the little girl say her name at all. The little girl stomped her foot in place. Didn't Yechen hear my name? Unbelievable. The little girl looked at his departing figure, pouting and looking very unhappy and unwilling. However, after a while, a blush appeared on her face unconsciously, and even her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Yechen hasn't changed at all. He's still so just and righteous. She clenched her fists tightly, as if making a vow. Yechen, in this life, I will protect you. But when she thought of what she had just experienced, her face became extremely ugly. She took out her phone directly and made a call. Hello, help me deal with someone. Yechen didn't know who he had just saved. He didn't care either. The time for new student registration was almost up, and he had to hurry. Just as he arrived at the new student registration area, he saw two senior students in charge of filling out the forms, looking at him with a particularly strange look. Brother, you're amazing. Aren't you a new student? You actually know Yida's campus flower. Yida's goddess. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen Yida's campus flower look so radiant. Isn't Yida's campus flower always so cold? I've never seen her smile before. Yeah, Yida's campus flower has always been called the iceberg goddess, but she actually smiled just now. Junior. No. Brother. How are you so familiar with Yida's campus flower? Yechen didn't understand what the two seniors were saying at all. What Yida's campus flower? Goddess? Although he didn't understand what they were saying, Yechen felt that their eyes were sharp enough. From such a distance, they could see the so-called Yida's campus flower, Yida's goddess, smiling. The senior in front of him was shocked. Brother, where did you find this weirdo? Don't you know RB University's Yida's goddess? Yechen really didn't know. He had too many things to do and no extra time to bother with such boring matters. The senior was exasperated. It's the one who was standing next to you just now. Yi Mei. Yida's campus flower. You must know who Yi Mei is now, right? The current head of the Yi group. Yi Mei? Yechen had heard his subordinates mention this name. It was said that this Yi Mei was only 16 years old, but she had already become the president of the Yi group. It was also said that she was particularly decisive and sophisticated. From her methods, it was impossible to tell that she was only 16. His subordinates also said that there was a recent project collaborating with her. All Yechen knew was just these. As for the so-called campus flower goddess and the like, he had no idea. Oh, I see. He had no expression on his face, and his voice was very cold. So, seniors, can you help me with the new student registration now? What kind of person is this Yi Mei and what does she have to do with him? The senior looked at him with a very strange look, as if thinking that not knowing Yi Mei was a huge sin. He quickly helped Yi Chen with the formalities. Although you said you have nothing to do with the school flower of Yide, I still advise you to stay away from her. Xin Xiao really likes her. After hearing this, Yi Chen just took the things and left expressionlessly. It had nothing to do with him, whatever Xiao or school flower. He didn't know that after he left, Yi Mei hurried over. She had already finished her business and hurried over, hoping to help Yi Chen with something else. She didn't expect him to disappear so suddenly. She knew she was late. She decided to ask two senior students, "Hello, I want to ask, where is Yi Chen? The person who just came to register as a new student. Where is his dormitory?" The two senior students couldn't believe Yi Mei suddenly asking them a question. After nervously finishing, they received a thank you and a beautiful figure from Yi Mei. Damn, that guy just said he didn't know the school flower of Yide. Then why did the school flower of Yide specifically look for him? Did I just talk to the goddess Yi? Help! I want to forever remember this scene in my mind. Yi Mei couldn't find Yi Chen in the end, because the new student enrollment ceremony started soon. She had to go on stage as an outstanding student to give a speech, so when the two met again, it was at the ceremony. But the real encounter was after the ceremony ended. Yi Chen had just finished dealing with his matters, and when he looked up from his phone, he saw a boy and a girl arguing in front of him. The girl was the Yi Mei he had met this morning. She looked expressionless at the boy in front of her, who I talk to is none of your business. Xinji, stay away from me. I don't want to see you at all. Xinji's face turned dark. I heard that you both got off the same bus. Never mind why you didn't take your own car and went on the bus. Just the fact that he took the bus is enough to prove that he's just a poor boy. He's not worthy of you at all. Yi Mei was originally just impatient and didn't speak with a heavy tone. But when she heard Xinji say that Yi Chen wasn't worthy of her, her expression immediately changed. Shut up. She looked cold and indifferent. Her temperament is cold as an iceberg. If we're talking about worthiness, it's not that he's not worthy of me. It's that I'm not worthy of him. Yi Chen is the best person in the world to me. In the previous life, I was blind. I thought Yi Chen was always at fault to us four sisters. I even called Yi Chen all sorts of names, like waste, scum, and trash. It's me who's not worthy. When the truth was finally revealed, we four sisters realized how wrong we were. We wanted to desperately repent, but it was all too late. Yi Chen had already reached the end of his life. Fortunately, heaven took pity on us. It allowed us four sisters to be reborn. Reborn before Yi Chen was adopted into our family by our parents, my second and third sisters, and I quickly made a decision. In this life, we won't let Yi Chen be our brother. Although this decision will cause us a lot of pain, but we don't want to see Yi Chen laboring for us again and enduring those demonic parents. We've made up our minds to grow stronger and then repay him. In this life, we'll protect Yi Chen. Yi Chen is equivalent to our lifeline. No one can say anything bad about him. As Yi Mei spoke, Yi Chen silently touched his chin. Hiss, could it be that he's so handsome that this little beauty fell in love with him at first sight after he saved her? Xinji's eyes widened. Yi Mei, have you been bewitched by him? Otherwise, how could you say such things? What's there to like about such a poor boy? I heard he's short, fat, and ugly. Full of acne. What do you see in him? Yi Chen couldn't help it. His net worth was only a few $100 billion, indeed very poor. But to say he's short, fat, and ugly, that's disrespectful to his face. Sorry, are you blind? Xinji frowned at him. Who are you? You're the blind one. Yi Chen, oh, I'm not blind. I must be sick in the head. Otherwise, how could you say such things? I'm short, ugly, and fat, with pimples all over my face. Yi Mei's eyes lit up uncontrollably the moment she saw Yi Chen come out. Upon hearing his words, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her smile was like melting ice and the snow lotus blooming on the glacier, making the whole world suddenly bright. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder she's called the school's goddess. Yi Mei indeed has the looks for it. Xinji's face turned pale and green, glaring angrily at Yi Chen. You are Yi Chen. Yi Mei sensed his tone was off and stood in front of Yi Chen. The smile on her face disappeared, turning back into an icy demeanor. Xinji, I've said it, I have no interest in you. Not in the past, not now, and definitely not in the future. You better get lost now. Otherwise, I won't consider the friendship between our families anymore. If it weren't for her good relationship with the Qin family, she wouldn't have tolerated Xinji, the playboy, for so long. He's been pestering her every day. She's not a naive teenage girl. Where does all this lovey-dovey nonsense come from? Xinji had never been so humiliated. His face turned ashen. Seeing more and more onlookers around, Xinji realized it wasn't the time to continue pestering. He gritted his teeth and spat out 3 words, very well. He was determined to regain his face. Yi Chen ignored the resentful glances directed at him, because compared to that, Yi Mei's eyes were even more passionate. She had looked like an ice queen when facing Xinji, but when she turned to Yi Chen, her face turned all red. Did you hear everything just now? She didn't realize Yi Chen was also there when she said those things. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have said them. I just meant, you're really great, amazing. He shouldn't have slandered you. Even though she was a CEO in her past life, with thousands of employees, she couldn't help but revert to a shy little girl when facing Yi Chen. Yi Mei's heart was racing. She was very worried about leaving a bad impression on Yi Chen. By the way, you didn't hear my name earlier. Yi Mei took a deep breath and solemnly said, my name is Yi Mei. She kept staring at Yi Chen's expression as she said her name. Yi Chen didn't understand why she had to repeat it. I know. Yi Mei's face suddenly became even more excited. Her eyes sparkled. You remembered. Are you also? Before she could finish, Yi Chen added, you already introduced yourself at the freshman ceremony. Yi Mei's excitement was instantly extinguished. She thought, Yi Chen would have memories of their past lives like them. Indeed, Yi Chen didn't have memories of his past life. Yi Mei had wanted to get closer to Yi Chen and communicate more, but when the long-awaited scenario finally began to unfold, she became shy and didn't know what to say. In her anxiety, she blurted out without thinking, if you're busy, you can go ahead. She regretted it as soon as she said it, because Yi Chen took it seriously and replied, then I'll leave first. Watching Yi Chen's back, Yi Mei felt bitter once again. Although she didn't know what to say to Yi Chen, just being able to stand by his side made her feel happy. When Yi Mei returned to the dormitory feeling down, she was immediately surrounded by her roommates. One of them even reached out and touched her forehead. Oh my god, my goddess Mei, are you possessed or have a fever today? Ye Mei did not show any shyness in front of Ye Chen. Her face was cold. What are you doing? Her roommate exaggeratedly shouted, yes, it's still this icy face. It's still our ice queen. Are you crazy on the forum? You actually confessed to a guy in broad daylight. Ye Mei was originally sitting down, and when she heard this, she almost fell off her chair. What confession? Don't talk nonsense. Ye Chen is her brother. Her feelings for Ye Chen are purely sibling love. Confession and all that. It's completely made up. Her roommate handed her the phone. I didn't say that. Look at the school forum yourself. The school forum has exploded. Ye Mei took the phone and immediately saw the content on the screen. Hashtag shocking. Ice queen melted. Hashtag Ye Mei publicly confessed. Hashtag Ye Mei rejected Qinji for love. I was there. I heard Mei Goddess say she's not worthy of that freshman. This is not a confession. What is it? Help. I've been at this school for so long, and I've never seen Mei Goddess smile. But today, for that Ye Chen guy, she smiled several times. Who is this Ye Chen anyway? Just because he's a little handsome, has a good figure, why can he steal Mei Goddess's heart? Did the Ice Queen really melt all at once? But isn't this Ye Chen just a poor boy? I heard he got off the bus this morning. The clothes he's wearing are just street stall goods. He's not worthy of the goddess. Onlookers, I just want to know, how will young Master Qin, who has been publicly embarrassed, plan to retaliate? The subsequent topics gradually became distorted. They were all talking about how Qinji was publicly embarrassed and what he would do next. Ye Mei casually flipped through a few pages and already had a rough idea of the current situation. Indeed, her words had been misunderstood as a confession on the forum. Her roommate curiously stared at her. More than those, I'm more curious about how you took the bus to school today? Ye Mei taking the bus to school, this is such a miraculous thing. It's as terrifying as her smiling. Ye Mei's face stiffened for a moment. Why? Isn't it just because of Ye Chen? She had finally received news about Ye Chen, and after learning that he took the bus to school, she urged the driver to hurry and finally caught up with the bus. Then she successfully boarded and saw Ye Chen. At that time, he was resting with his eyes closed. She didn't dare to disturb him. She just stood excited and nervous beside him. If it weren't for what happened, she probably would have silently followed him. She definitely couldn't tell the truth. She casually found a reason. The car at home broke down, so I wanted to change transportation. The expression on her roommate's face was clearly disbelieving. Then she asked, Mei, you don't really like that Ye Chen, do you? Of course not. Ye Mei immediately retorted, telling the truth, he's my brother. Her roommate was shocked. What? Your brother? But doesn't your dad only have 4 daughters? When did you get another brother? Ye Mei didn't know how to explain. She could only helplessly say, in short, it's not the kind of relationship you're thinking of. In this life, Ye Chen was indeed not adopted by her parents. He couldn't be considered her brother. Just consider it as him saving me, and I'm repaying the favor. The rumors in school were unknown to Ye Chen. After school, he took a taxi to the 4S store. Taking the bus to school this morning was purely a whim, but after experiencing the crowded bus, he instantly lost interest. He directly instructed his subordinates to buy a car for him. His subordinates were efficient. Less than an hour later, they said the car had been bought. He could go to the 4S store to pick it up now. As soon as Ye Chen got off the car, he saw a familiar person. Xin Ji. He was standing in front of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, arguing with the store clerk about something. Ye Chen approached and overheard Qinji, I'm not broke. I want this car. The clerk wiped the sweat off his forehead, but this car was reserved by another customer first. Qinji tilted his chin slightly. Tell him to wait for the next one. Give me this one first. The clerk was extremely panicked. But this doesn't follow the rules. Qinji coldly smiled. What rules? I am the rule. Ye Chen had no intention of dealing with him. He directly looked at another available clerk. Hello, I'm here to pick up the car. The clerk looked at his clothes with some surprise, but still put on a professional smile. Please show me the order. Yi Chen was about to take out his phone to show the picture his subordinate had sent him, when Qinji noticed him. "It's you!" Qinji gritted his teeth and smiled. "Well, what a small world to meet you here. I was just thinking about when to trouble you, and you came to me first." He obviously heard what Yi Chen and the clerk had said. "You're here to buy a car. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. With your poor self, you dare to boast about buying a car. I think you've come to the wrong place. There are no bicycles to buy here." Yi Chen seemed to ignore his belittling and sarcasm. He looked down at the order he hadn't had a chance to look at yet. "Oh," he raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the car his subordinate bought for him to be this one. He looked at the arrogant and haughty Lei Xiao, and tapped his ear. "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear you." With just one sentence, he successfully broke through Qinji's defenses. "Are you pretending to be ignorant with me? You poor wretch. If you have any sense, stay away from Yi Mei. She's not someone you can touch." Yi Chen, "Oh, are you done? If you're done, move aside. You're blocking my view of my car." He had no interest in that Yi Mei at all. Although she was pretty, she wasn't his type. Qinji had never seen someone like Yi Chen. Whatever you say to him, he just acts like he doesn't care. He completely disregards what you say. Qinji turned his head and saw behind him. Wasn't that the Rolls-Royce Phantom? Qinji suddenly laughed in anger. "You poor wretch, do you know what kind of car this is? This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. With just you, you'll be poor for the rest of your life. You can't even afford a tire of this car." Yi Chen didn't want to bother with him. How could a giant put ants in his eyes? But not wanting to engage was one thing. He was always jumping around in front of him, seeking attention, that was another thing. Yi Chen finally looked at him seriously. "Oh, so you can afford it?" When he came in, he did hear him say he wanted to buy this car. But Yi Chen was so clever and insightful. He immediately sensed Qinji's lack of confidence. With this question, Qinji's face immediately stiffened. But soon, he forced himself to speak. "What can't I afford? It's just a mere Rolls-Royce Phantom. Don't just say one. I can afford 10 of these, young master." Qinji was completely bragging. Although his father also owned a company, he could be considered a second-generation rich. But to spend millions on this car, he couldn't do it. Earlier, he dared to boast, completely relying on the clerk's lack of authority, wanting to scare her and take advantage of the situation. He was so envious of this car. Couldn't he touch it if he couldn't afford it? Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Is that so? Then when I came in just now, I heard you say you wanted to buy this car and make the owner wait for the next one? Is that statement also true?" Qinji completely didn't realize he was walking into Yi Chen's trap. "Of course it's true." Yi Chen, "Alright, pay me and I'll sell it to you immediately." Qinji burst into laughter. "Yi Chen, have you gone crazy from being poor? You're extorting me now. This sounds like you own this car." Yi Chen's tone was very sincere. "This car is indeed mine." Qinji couldn't help but carefully look him up and down, then covered his stomach and laughed heartily. "Do you know how much this car costs? You don't think it's one of those second-hand cars worth just tens of thousands, do you? This is the 8th generation Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth at least tens of millions. Can a poor guy like you afford it?" Yi Chen didn't continue to beat around the bush with him. "This is the receipt from this store. If you can't afford it, then just go away." Qinji's face twisted. "Yi Chen, don't act like you have any dignity. Ha! Do you think you can prove that this car is yours just by casually photoshopping a picture? It's ridiculous." Yi Chen ignored him and directly showed the photo on his phone to the store clerk for verification. Qinji laughed. "Ha! Do you think you can just take away this car by casually photoshopping a picture?" He sneered on the side. Just then, the store clerk finally finished verifying the authenticity of the receipt. Her face changed immediately. It became particularly respectful and complimentary. "Respected Mr. Yi, I will immediately contact our manager. Your keys are with him. Please wait." "Oh my, I didn't expect this. The person in front of me is actually not a scammer." Fortunately, she hadn't shown any disrespect before. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Qinji looked at the scene in front of him, stunned. Find the manager? Could it be that the photo was really genuine? It's impossible. How could a poor guy like Yi Chen, who takes the bus, afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom? He decided to stay and see what these people were up to. The manager quickly came out. After quickly glancing between the two, he smiled and walked towards Qinji. "This must be Mr. Yi. Your assistant has already informed me, and I have prepared everything for your car. All the documents and items are ready. You can drive away now. Here are the keys to your car." The manager mistook Qinji for Yi Chen. Obviously, he was being polite to the clothes first and then to the person. The store clerk behind them was embarrassed, desperately pulling the manager's clothes and quietly reminding him, "Manager, that person is Mr. Yi." The awkward atmosphere spread. The manager never expected that Yi Chen, who was wearing cheap clothes, was actually the true buyer of this Rolls-Royce Phantom, but he was worthy of being in the position of a manager. He quickly adjusted his expression, scolded the store clerk. "Do you think I don't know? You talk too much." He looked at Yi Chen, his smile even more fake. "Mr. Yi, here are your keys." Yi Chen took them and turned to Qinji. "If you're not buying my car, then move aside. A good dog doesn't block the road." Qinji was already dizzy from the news that this Rolls-Royce Phantom belonged to Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen drive away in the car, he had no choice but to believe it. This Rolls-Royce Phantom really belonged to Yi Chen at this moment. Xinji's face was a bit painful. Very painful. On the other hand, Yi Mei, due to skipping a grade, was a year ahead of Yi Chen, who had just entered school. She wanted to find Yi Chen as soon as she finished school, but when she ran to his classroom, he was nowhere to be found. Yi Mei could only leave in disappointment, but soon she became happy again. Military training would start the day after tomorrow. Then, she could spend a long time with Yi Chen. Thinking about this, Yi Mei almost didn't sleep all night. Their military training was not at the school, but at a training camp. On the first day of military training, Yi Mei waited for a whole morning before finally having the opportunity to find Yi Chen. When she ran to the place where Yi Chen's training was taking place, they had just finished training and started to rest. There were no pretty girls in Yi Chen's class, so a group of boys were sitting on the ground in a disheveled manner. Ah, so tired and hot again. Why do we have to do military training in this damn weather? Damn, I'm out of water. Lao Gao, do you have any water left? Give me a sip. No, I'm out too. Damn it. Look over there. Girlfriend is personally delivering water. Ah, why don't I have a girlfriend? Yi Chen sat next to them, listening to their conversation and subconsciously looking over. There should be a young couple over there. The girl blushing, handing water to her boyfriend. But soon, his attention was forcibly brought back. The boys who were originally lounging around suddenly straightened up. Originally complaining, now collectively amazed. Gao Zhe, sitting next to him, had his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder at some point, shaking with excitement. Yi Chen, look over there. It's May Goddess. Yi Chen saw it. Why are you so excited? Why aren't you excited at all? That's May Goddess. What does she want coming over here? Yi Chen, I don't know. He's not a mind reader. Who knows what she wants to do? And what she wants to do has nothing to do with him. May saw Yi Chen at a glance, and she originally wanted to come over directly. But as she took a step forward, her gaze fell on the young couple next to them. Looking at the bottle of mineral water in the boy's hand, May suddenly had an idea. She turned and left. Gao Zhe's voice was full of regret. May Goddess left. When May left, the boys who were sitting properly slouched again. Since the goddess was gone, they could do whatever they wanted. But just as they were slouching, May returned. She was holding a bottle of mineral water. Then she walked over to Yi Chen with bright eyes. The boys who were slouching sat up straight again as May approached. As May got closer, their heartbeats couldn't help but speed up. Damn! May Goddess is coming towards us. She's still holding a bottle of mineral water. Could it be for me? Are you dreaming? How many drinks have you had? Haven't eaten a few peanuts. May Goddess is for me. Brother, your dream is even more far-fetched than mine. May ignored their whispers and had already come within 5 meters of Yi Chen. Gao Zhe's hand was still on Yi Chen's shoulder. As May got closer, his palms were sweating like crazy, and he spoke clumsily. Yi Chen, am I dreaming? May Goddess is coming towards me? Yi Chen punched him in the chest, not using much force, but it made him hiss in pain. Yi Chen withdrew his hand and asked without any expression, does it hurt? Of course. It definitely hurts. Then you're not dreaming. Too bad. If he dared to say it didn't hurt, he would definitely get another punch. May had completely walked up to Yi Chen by now. Her voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Yi Chen. Gao Zhe was still holding his chest and shouting in pain. But when he saw May looking like she knew Yi Chen and had come specifically to find him, he instantly felt no pain in his chest. The gossip flame was burning. He desperately pricked up his ears. Yi Chen really didn't expect her to come for him. He looked up at her. What? May's face was a little red, not sure if it was because of the hot weather or because she was too shy. She handed the bottle of mineral water to him. I saw you just finished training. You must be thirsty. I bought you mineral water. Drink it. Yi Chen didn't immediately take it. Could it be that May really fell in love with him at first sight? But he really wasn't interested in her. Alas, too young. I have my own water. He opened the cup next to him and drank half of it directly. May held the mineral water high, looking a little desolate and sad. In this life, Yi Chen did not meet them, so he did not have memories from his past life. He did not know that she was once his beloved sister. Although he knew the reason, he still felt very sad. Gao Zhe immediately spoke up when he saw this. If Goddess May doesn't mind, I can help Yi Chen on your behalf. He took the mineral water. Yi Mei did not avoid it, so she agreed. Gao Zhe felt his heart pounding. Oh my god. He actually took the water from Goddess May's hand. Yi Mei did not give up just because Yi Chen did not take the water. She saw the sweat on his forehead and came up with another plan. She started again. Yi Chen, you're all sweaty. Let me wipe it for you. Yi Mei took out a tissue from her pocket. In her previous life, she had sworn with her life. If life could start over, she would be able to meet Yi Chen again. She must be 1,000 times better to Yi Chen. Now, she is fulfilling the promise of her past life. As soon as Yi Mei approached, Yi Chen smelled the faint scent of oranges on her. Yi Chen frowned and directly avoided her. No need, his tone was too cold. Yi Mei's expression suddenly looked hurt. Does Yi Chen not like her? Why else would he avoid her? Yi Chen did not know what she was thinking. But seeing her hurt expression, he softened his tone a bit. Saving you the day was just a small matter. I don't need your repayment. So you don't have to. Yi Mei suddenly became anxious. It's not because of that. Yi Chen frowned. Then why? Yi Mei couldn't say it. Rebirth is too fantastical. Even if she told the truth, Yi Chen would not believe it. She could only go along with Yi Chen's thoughts. I just want to repay you. No, to make it up to you. To make up for the sins she committed in her past life. Yi Chen, I said it's not necessary. He no longer looked at Yi Mei and walked away. After walking a long distance, Yi Chen touched his face. Sure enough, I'm still too handsome. Charm is just radiating like crazy. It's really a sin, a sin. Although he said this, from his brisk steps, his inner thoughts were definitely not like this. The next day, Yi Chen and Gao Zhe went to the cafeteria together for breakfast. Just as they reached the entrance of the cafeteria, they saw a chef in a five-star hotel uniform pushing a dining table inside. Gao Zhe looked puzzled. What's going on? Why is there a chef here? Since when does this military training base have a chef to cook? Yi Chen also found it strange. After all, this place is different from other places. This is a military training base. Gao Zhe, the social cow, immediately found a familiar person and asked him what was going on. I'm not sure about the specific situation, but it seems that this is Goddess Mei, who invited the chef to cook. Gao Zhe, really? Goddess Mei invited a chef to cook? In his impression, Goddess Mei is not such a delicate person. Yi Chen patted him on the shoulder. What are you standing here for? Let's go in for breakfast. Gao Zhe told Yi Chen what he had heard and also expressed his thoughts. How could Goddess Mei suddenly change? Yi Chen didn't care at all. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. If you can figure it out, you would have had a girlfriend long ago. Gao Zhe felt a stab in his heart. Yi Chen, you're going too far. You don't have a girlfriend either. Yi Chen, that's because I don't want to. Gao Zhe felt like he was in the Palace of Versailles. Looking at his 188-meter tall figure and handsome face, he instantly shut up. It's true. Someone like Yi Chen probably has a lot of admirers sending him love letters. As soon as the two entered the cafeteria hall, Yi Mei, who had been waiting for Yi Chen, saw him at a glance. Her eyes lit up immediately. Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't hear her at first, so she called out several times. Yi Chen. Over here, over here. When Yi Chen heard someone calling his name, he turned to see Yi Mei. She smiled and said, you don't need to go get breakfast. I've already prepared it for you. Yi Mei still remembered it vividly. In her previous life, Yi Chen had left the world so early because he had always put the four sisters first, neglecting to eat properly, and eventually developed stomach cancer. He passed away because of stomach cancer. So after being reborn, Yi Mei vowed to take good care of Yi Chen's stomach in this life. She was determined not to let the tragedy of the previous life happen again. So even though they were in a military training camp, and even though it would attract attention to call a chef over, she was determined to do so. She couldn't bear to lose Yi Chen again. Yi Mei opened the breakfast prepared by the chef. This is all prepared for you by me. Gao Zhe looked at the food on the table and his eyes widened immediately. Wow! What a top-notch meal is this? The table was filled with exquisite Michelin-starred breakfast items. Gao Zhe could only recognize two of them. Is this bird's nest congee and caviar sandwich? What kind of family eats bird's nest congee and caviar for breakfast? He suddenly realized. Given Mei's background, it was indeed very simple and easy to have these. But what puzzled him was why Mei was inviting Yi Chen to eat. Not only was Gao Zhe stunned and shocked, but all the students in the cafeteria were also almost dropping their jaws when they realized this. Wow! This is actually the breakfast prepared by Mei for Yi Chen. No way! No way! What kind of magical reality is this? It must be that I didn't open my eyes the right way this morning. Smack! Someone slapped themselves hard. Ah, that hurts. This is not a dream after all. Amidst these shocked looks and comments, Yi Chen remained calm. His gaze swept over the food and then looked at Yi Mei. For me? Yi Mei's face turned slightly red. Yes. She had never been so ostentatious before. But for Yi Chen, she could be. Your stomach is not good. So I specially invited a chef to make these nutritious breakfast items. Yi Chen looked at her suspiciously. How did you know my stomach isn't good? He had indeed been very busy lately, and his stomach had developed a slight problem. But it was nothing serious, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Yi Mei suddenly became nervous. Is your stomach really not good? Then you should eat more of these nutritious breakfast items. I asked the chef, and all of these are prepared with the highest nutritional value. After saying this in a fluster, she realized the flaw in her words from Yi Chen's expression. She felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head. I just guessed that your stomach isn't good earlier. But that's not important. Come and eat breakfast. Yi Chen, no need, I'll get it myself. Yi Mei knew that Yi Chen was about to refuse her again after hearing the first three words. She looked at Gao Zhe beside her. With just a glance, Gao Zhe immediately understood. Get what? The school's goddess is inviting you to breakfast. There's no reason not to eat. He pulled Yi Chen over to sit down. Compared to Yi Chen's expressionless face, he was extremely excited. He never expected that in this lifetime, he would be able to eat breakfast personally prepared by Mei. It was truly a stroke of luck. Yi Mei immediately sat down next to Yi Chen and handed the bird's nest kanji to him. Yi Chen, start with this. Holding the kanji, she looked at him expectantly. Her eyes were bright and her expression warm, a far cry from the cold goddess of the past. If their roles were reversed, she would now be a devoted follower. She also sat down. The kanji was placed in front of him. Yechen is not a pretentious person. In the end, he took the bowl and said, "Thanks." Yeme watched Yechen take the bowl, originally planning to feed him, but that seemed too aggressive. She adjusted her mindset and said, "No need to thank me. Be careful not to burn yourself." She watched Yechen eat the porridge and couldn't help but smile. It's good. Yechen is still alive. She can make up for all the mistakes of her past life. Thank God. This scene is peaceful and beautiful. On the other side, it's not the same. Shinji stared at them with a fierce look, flames burning in his eyes. He was so angry that the chopsticks in his hand almost broke. Yechen, I won't let you off easy. Shinji couldn't keep calm anymore. He threw the broken chopsticks on the table and walked towards Yeme. Yeme, do you know what you're doing? What you're doing is a serious violation of discipline. Yeme looked up at him, unable to help but sneer. You talk to me about discipline? She couldn't help but laugh. If we're talking about someone who loves to break the rules, shouldn't it be you, young Master Qin? When you were acting recklessly before, why didn't you think about following the rules? Shinji couldn't argue with Yeme. He had too many weaknesses, so he could only turn to Yechen. Yechen, I can't believe you're actually a freeloader. What kind of man are you? His mouth was like a machine gun, firing non-stop. His saliva even sprayed into the bowl. Yechen lost his appetite. He put down the bowl and chopsticks, his expression unchanged, but the dark look in his eyes indicated that he was angry. Yeme had been paying attention to him all the time. Seeing Yechen angry made her even happier than Yechen himself. Yechen is not a freeloader. He's not living off a woman. Everything she has now comes from Yechen's teachings. It can be said that without Yechen, there would be no Yeme. So everything she has is all because of Yechen. Anyone who goes against Yechen is going against Yeme. Shinji was about to explode. He looked at Yechen with a distorted face. Yechen, if you're still a man, don't always hide behind a woman. If you're capable, come out and face me one-on-one. Yechen had already died once. To be honest, he had no interest in Shinji, a kid like him. Even the so-called one-on-one was too childish. He really didn't want to bother. Seeing Yechen unmoved, Shinji provoked, Yechen, are you incapable? Yechen, who had originally not wanted to bother, became serious. Who says I'm incapable? A man can't say he's incapable. Since this brat wanted someone to challenge him, he would oblige. Tell me, how do you want to do this one-on-one? Shinji, you're so confident that no matter what I propose, you can beat me. Yechen sarcastically replied, Heh. Suppressing his anger, Shinji said, Good, very good. I want to see if you'll still be so arrogant afterwards. I won't make it difficult for you. There will be live ammunition training this afternoon. Let's compare in that. Finally, let's see who can hit more targets. Yechen's face twisted when he heard this. Not because he was afraid, but because he thought Shinji was really childish. Shinji interpreted his expression as fear. Yechen, are you scared? Then kneel down and call me daddy 3 times. I'll let you off. How about that? Yechen asked, what if you lose? Disdainfully, Shinji sneered, then I'll kneel down and call you grandpa 3 times. He had studied specifically, how could he lose? Yechen looked at him and sighed, I really don't want to have such a foolish grandson like you. Shinji was so angry that he wanted to play real-life CS with Yechen. Yechen, don't think you're so great just because you can talk big. Afternoon to take real ability to see the outcome. After Shinji left, Gaoze looked at Yichen with great concern. Yichen, why did you agree so quickly? Do you know that Shinji has specialized in shooting before? He has previously won 2nd place in his shooting competition. Yichen raised his eyebrows. Ah, only 2nd place. Such a big attitude, as if he had won the championship. Gaoze had a headache. What do you mean by only? 2nd place is also very impressive, okay? Yichen looked at him very seriously and patted his shoulder. A man who can't even hit the bullseye will be eliminated by women and society. Gaoze. He always felt that this sentence was a bit strange, like there was a tire mark on his face. After Yichen withdrew his hand, he felt the burning gaze beside him. It was Yimei. She was looking at him with admiration. Her youthful and beautiful face was full of admiration. Her fair little face blushed slightly. Yichen, I believe you can do it. You will definitely win the championship. Her brother. He was the most amazing brother in the world. There was nothing he couldn't do. In this life, without the burden of her 4 sisters, Yichen would definitely shine even brighter. The light in Yimei's eyes was getting brighter and brighter. How could she look like an ice queen? She was completely a little fangirl, making the onlookers, a group of boys, heartbroken. Their goddess, their school flower, only smiling at others. The live ammunition training in the afternoon quickly arrived. This was an old tradition of military training. Everyone had 3 chances to shoot live ammunition. The bet between Shinji and Yichen was based on who would win in these 3 shooting opportunities. He went first. His movements were very skilled. While other freshmen were still fumbling with loading bullets, he had already aimed at the bullseye. Yichen, let me show you my strength now. He squinted and fired a shot. Bullseye. 10 points. Shinji couldn't help but smirk, then continued to hold his breath, fully focused, and fired the last 2 shots. 10 points. 10 points. 30 points in total. When Shinji put down the gun, he couldn't help but feel excited. He didn't underperform. He provocatively looked at Yichen. Did you see that?